Chapter 1. The Serpentine Copperfish. The lid of the box gradually swung open, revealing a diminutive space no larger than a pinky finger, cushioned by a layer of white silk. At the center rested a gilded bronze fish. This fish was exquisitely crafted, with each scale precisely polished, while serpents coiled artfully above its brow, lifelike and vibrant. After examining the fish from all angles, I found myself perplexed. While gilded artifacts fall well within my area of expertise, this particular fish eluded my understanding. Its craftsmanship appeared to be of middling quality, suggesting it held no substantial value at the time. In contrast, the purple gold box in which it was housed seemed far more precious. Historically, instances of inexpensive items encased in lavish containers arise only under exceptional circumstances, hinting at the object's unique symbolic significance. Yet, I could not fathom its purpose. A military token? That seemed impossible, far too small, devoid of grandeur. A badge? No, for it bore no inscriptions and would be easily replicated. Analyzing the form and size of the object, the sole plausible functions seemed to be as decorative adornments for musical instruments or weapons. Nevertheless, it lacked perforations or markings for attachment. Baffled, I recalled my uncle's fervor for such curiosities and resolved to consult him. Though he might not possess more knowledge than I, his experience might yield insights. Having made up my mind, I carried the bronze fish to my uncle's door and knocked. Observing my furtive demeanor, he let me in, his expression one of perplexity. Without any preamble, I recounted the serendipitous event that led to the box being opened. After hearing my account and scrutinizing the bronze fish in my possession, my uncle expressed his admiration. Sensing an opportunity, I inquired about its true nature and purpose. He replied, "You have come to the right person for this inquiry. Fewer than 100 individuals in all of China are aware of this item, and of those, perhaps only a handful have actually seen it, rendering it an undeniable rarity." His words sent a thrill through me, I thought, like finding a gold ring in a pile of dung. I had no idea this object was so valuable. Eagerly, I asked for its estimated worth. My uncle shook his head, advising, "Claiming this fish to be a rare treasure doesn't imply it's financially valuable. It possesses immense archaeological worth, resembling artifacts unearthed during an excavation 2 decades ago, which may reveal a significant connection. If handed to the archaeological team from that time, it would be deemed priceless. However, if you're hoping to amass wealth from this, I would suggest you reconsider." I lamented inwardly. After all, we were not archaeologists. What good was archaeological significance to us? I couldn't very well take it to the Relic Management Bureau and attempt to sell it. Noticing a change in my uncle's demeanor, I sensed there was more to the story. I pressed him to reveal what had transpired back then, wondering if this object had ties to the Lu Wang Palace. He shook his head unwillingly. Given the passage of years, I prefer not to dwell on it. However, I can assure you that this fish's appearance in the Lu Wang Palace is merely coincidental and bears no relation to King Lu Shang. Much of the related documentation was lost in a great fire. It seems this was all fated. Feeling disheartened, I mused that while he was unwilling to share the details, he had still kindled my curiosity with such tantalizing remarks. I resorted to persistent persuasion, absolutely determined to draw more from him. Eventually worn down by my relentless questioning, my uncle shared a fragment of the tale. He had once served as a field leader for an archaeological team, specializing in unearthing unusual tombs that deviated from established burial customs. Since humanity's awareness of mortality, burial rites have been a unique cultural practice, rich in historical significance mirrored through human existence. Each era's tomb encapsulates a wealth of information about the lives of people in that time, blending all facets of daily living. Thus, the ancient principle of treating the deceased as living continues to inform tomb construction tradition. However, not every dynasty adhered strictly to their conventional burial methods. Many feudal overlords crafted tombs that were exceedingly unique, incomprehensible by standard experience. The techniques employed in their construction remained shrouded in secrecy, guarded by a select few royal artisans over the millennia. The most notable example known to us is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Despite records existing about such tombs, their intricate structures have yet to be deciphered. Some speculate that the tomb descends over 1,500 meters below ground, hidden deep within Lishan. Such conjecture about its true layout remains unfathomable without direct exploration. One could possess a blueprint and still not grasp its complexities. My uncle harbored a lifelong enthusiasm for penetrating unexplored ancient tombs, yet emperors capable of orchestrating such monumental burials are rare. Opportunities to showcase his skills have been few, even if he did chance upon pertinent information. It was not until 1984 that archaeologists made an extraordinary discovery of an underwater ancient tomb in the Shisha Islands, a site whose age and the identity of its occupant remain enigmatically obscured. Accidentally uncovered during the sinking of a vessel by tomb raiders, the area was left in disarray, with multiple blast points leading to extensive damage to the earthen seal. The outer walls of the tomb exhibited several collapses. Nevertheless, the tomb robbers never discovered a means to access the interior. From the immense stones found in the vicinity of the tomb, it was inferred that the burial had likely taken place aboard a large vessel, subsequently scuttled by boring through the boat's keel, an unprecedented burial practice that indicated the deceased must have been an exceptionally notable individual. Yet, due to the inability to examine the tomb itself, its identity remains unknown. With tensions rising between China and Vietnam, extensive excavation could not proceed, forcing the archaeological team to seek covert entry points. As the clearing work continued, the fallen outer walls were restored, revealing the tomb's atypical structure. Researchers discovered a secondary wall sealed tightly with mortar beyond the collapsed outer walls, a revelation that sent ripples through the archaeological community. This tomb was, indeed, hermetically sealed. The existence of air within the tomb was an unexpected phenomenon. Even seasoned experts, such as my grandfather, had never encountered an underwater tomb with such a unique configuration. All work ceased, and individuals cautiously explored the narrow gap between the outer and inner walls, discovering an entry point roughly the width of a foot, just enough for a person to crawl through. Even after proceeding several meters inward, the passage had yet to reveal its termination. Instead, in a corner of the tomb passage lay a square lion-head bronze box. Upon opening it, they found another item wrapped in silk, a serpentine copper fish, entirely gilt with intertwining sea serpents etched above its brow, a work of art that was meticulously crafted and lifelike. Experts from various regions recognized its rarity immediately, acknowledging that it likely held considerable symbolic significance. However, the presence of this box within the tomb passage left them confounded. There were two prevalent theories. Either it had accidentally been dropped during the transportation of funerary items, or a remarkably skilled tomb raider had inadvertently left it behind after breaching the tomb. Given the narrow confines of the passage, the latter scenario appeared more plausible. Within the lion-head bronze box, several other significant artifacts were also discovered. Among them a piece of white silk that had wrapped the copper fish, inscribed with the words XX Inner Palace XX, providing a lead to deduce the tomb's affiliation with the Ming dynasty. A square sheet of rice paper, folded into a square, accidentally crumbled into powder when efforts were made to extract it, leaving scholars lamenting the lost opportunity. At that time, my uncle had been called as part of the second wave of national experts, tasked with devising methods to access the tomb. Yet, owing to broader environmental constraints, a multitude of constructive suggestions proved impractical. Research stagnated for an extended period. My uncle had some understanding of this so-called ship burial underwater methodology. He believed he grasped most of how it was constructed. However, a tomb on such an immense scale, harboring air, was unprecedented. From personnel records, he was confident that the lion-head bronze box had been left behind by the tomb raiders. The passage must be pivotal for entering the inner part of the tomb. Such a submerged vessel burial necessitated breaching the tomb's wall to access it. However, doing so would invite an influx of seawater, setting off potentially catastrophic chain reactions. How the tomb raiders managed this paradox was beyond my uncle's comprehension. During their research, someone proposed tunneling beneath the tomb, but even after digging down 15 meters and finding no bottom, they could only conjecture on the time required for further excavation. No one could estimate. After exploratory digs, it became apparent that the soil at the site was not native to Shisha, but rather white slip mud typical of Fujian's kiln area, extending across an area of over 7,000 square meters. By proportional calculation, reaching the tomb's base was unfeasible with the technology of the time. Months of vigorous examination yielded no practical solution. Moreover, With international tensions on the rise, the archaeological team was compelled to withdraw, and the tomb was reburied. All research materials and positional data were surrendered to the government, thus fading this matter into historical obscurity. Later, my uncle learned that some experts discreetly preserved a fraction of the data, conducting studies in secret for an extended period. The eventual outcomes of those experiments remain unknown. My uncle remarked to me that copperfish passed through the scrutiny of 60-odd experts who could not ascertain its purpose. After being forwarded to the central authority, I heard they might have unearthed a few connections. We never received the brief from that time, nor know if the information was withheld or distorted. Consequently, this matter slipped into the past, and no one has inquired since. Eventually, the records found their way to the National Archives, said to have been locked away in the basement. I had intended to leverage connections to glean insights, but to my dismay, a fire consumed everything a few years back. If you wish to unravel its mysteries, it may prove far more difficult now. I pressed my uncle. You mean to say you shall abandon such an extraordinary tomb? Knowing your temperament, even if the opportunity seems barred, I suspect you would secretly pursue it. You must know something more. Do not keep me in suspense. I swear, no matter the consequences, I will guard your secrets. My uncle chuckled knowingly, resolutely stating, that is not possible. Even if I carry the matters into the grave, I will not divulge them. Chapter 2. The double-walled tomb. No matter how much I pleaded or pressed, my uncle stubbornly refused to divulge the subsequent events. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and resumed reading the newspaper. Ignoring me completely, I was well aware of my uncle's temperament. Given his resolute stance, further coaxing would yield no results. I dared not utter another word. However, having only heard half the story left me feeling an unbearable itch for the crucial details that lay ahead. I addressed my uncle, saying, since you are unwilling to share, I won't force you. But could you perhaps elaborate on the matter of the bronze fish? Did you not mention that there were some leads at the time? If we could locate the experts who conducted the research, then surely we could uncover what they discovered. Upon hearing my suggestion, my uncle paused momentarily, then replied, that is indeed a feasible approach, but that was in 1984. 2 decades ago. I wonder if those old experts are even still alive. I quickly countered, we don't need to seek out the old experts. We could look for their assistants. Even if those assistants were in their 40s back then, they would only be in their 60s now, and quite possibly still active. With your connections, you should be able to find them. My uncle sighed and shook his head. After that project concluded, we all went our separate ways. And we lost touch. Any occasional meetings were merely for academic exchanges. Many of them I wouldn't even recognize by name, so finding them would be no easy task. After he spoke, he seemed to suddenly recall something, furrowing his brow and exclaiming, "Ah!" I sensed there was more to come, so I poured him a cup of tea, eager to hear what he would say next. Lighting a cigarette, my uncle squinted his eyes in contemplation for quite some time before saying, "It has been so long since the archaeological expedition in Shisha that I have forgotten most of the trivial details. However, your mention just now jogged my memory and brought to mind something rather peculiar." I inquired, "What is it, do share?" He replied, "I cannot be certain, but I just recalled that one of the young experts who accompanied me on that voyage bore a striking resemblance to that taciturn fellow." I couldn't help but burst into laughter, responding, "Uncle, that's impossible. He would have barely been born at that time. How could he have been your colleague?" My uncle, lost in thought, furrowed his brow tighter. "I understand that mere words are unconvincing, but we took a group photo before we set sail. If we could look at that, we would know whether my claim holds any truth." He called home and asked his servant to scan a few large group photos from an old album. 5 minutes later, an email arrived on his laptop. The photos were black and white, depicting about 10 experts from their second expedition, some crouching in the front row and others standing behind them. With a military dock in the background and a few sailors nearby, it seemed ENT looked at this picture in ages. It was quite yellowed, with some corners showing signs of mildew. I zoomed in to inspect the photograph, and in the middle of the front row was a young version of my uncle, while the figure standing behind him seemed vaguely familiar upon closer inspection. It appeared to resemble not just resemble, that I thought I must be mistaken and rubbed my eyes, only to feel as though I had plunged into an icy abyss, goosebumps prickling my skin. The gaze, the expression, my heavens, it was uncanny. This individual looked almost identical to the taciturn fellow. What on earth was going on? Who exactly was this taciturn man? Why had he not aged a day over the years? Could it be that the expedition to Shisha 2 decades ago was indeed linked to the royal palace of Lu? How could that be? These two events, so disparate in space and time, how could they possibly be connected? The taciturn man was already enigmatic enough. This revelation only deepened the mystery surrounding his identity, plunging the myriad enigmas associated with him into an even more unfathomable realm. My uncle stared at the computer screen, perplexed. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I understand. I finally understand." As he shouted, he grabbed his luggage and rushed out. Bewildered, I hurried after him, asking, "Uncle, where are you going?" He shouted back, "I must return to Shisha. Take care of Pansy. And for heaven's sake, do not follow me." Chapter 3. The heroic mountain and the old sea. My uncle departed in a great hurry, casually grabbing a suitcase and leaving behind his laptop, clothing, and various belongings. His usual caution indicated that he had lost his reason in that moment. Did I end the days that followed his departure? I pondered what he had come to understand. Me, such a complex affair could hardly have a clear explanation. It was merely a puzzle. Unless there was something I remained unaware of. Regrettably, my knowledge of the situation was limited to my uncle's accounts, which were neither thorough nor reliable, and I could not deduce a coherent narrative. Eventually, I resigned myself to forget that I end the subsequent days. I languished in my room watching television during the day and indulging in foot massages at night, living a languorous life akin to that of a deity. Until the attendant at the hotel's massage center presented me with the bill, which abruptly interrupted my reverie. Although the expenses were modest, we had grown accustomed to signing bills, and before I knew it, I had accumulated a debt of over 60,000 yuan. As a shopkeeper, tolerating such a debt was already quite generous that I had no choice but to write a check to settle the account. Consequently, my funds dwindled significantly, leaving me with little more than a pittance. While I could manage, perhaps by moving to a less expensive hotel, Pansy's medical expenses at the hospital constituted a substantial burden. As I paced back and forth in my room, troubled, I suddenly noticed the golden threaded jade coffin cover still lying in my bag. My uncle had treasured this item, wrapping it in several layers of oiled paper. An impulsive thought struck me. I could find an antique market and sell this object to raise some urgent funds. Firstly, it was too hot to handle, and keeping it in close proximity felt unsafe. Secondly, with money becoming increasingly scarce, being thrown out was a minor inconvenience. But if Pansy were to be cut off from his medication, that would be dire. That I decided to head down to the lobby to inquire with the attendant about nearby locations. After gathering a few names, I hailed a taxi and set off for Jinan. Jinan is renowned for its antique and calligraphy markets, particularly around Hero Mountain, a site with a long history, bustling with people and somewhat noisy, but rumored to be rife with counterfeits. Upon disembarking with a heavy jade coffin cover slung over my shoulder, I contemplated finding a larger storefront. This item was not something just anyone could afford. Larger shops likely had connections with more substantial clientele and could facilitate introductions. As for its worth, I had a rough idea. My uncle had mentioned it could fetch around 1,000,000 yuan, but such items are often difficult to sell. Few would be willing to purchase something so expensive unless they were foreigners. And given its size, it could not easily be taken abroad. That I held strong feelings against the outflow of national treasures, hoping to find a patriotic entrepreneur willing to buy it, even partially, as such treasures rightly belong in the homes of Chinese citizens. As I wandered through the market, glancing around, I suddenly spotted a bronze incense burner in the window of a shop, adorned with peculiar engravings of figures. That was the first time I had seen such an item, and I bent down to examine it closely. Just then the shopkeeper emerged, saying, "Ah, you certainly have a discerning eye. Unfortunately, we are not selling this piece. It merely serves to attract customers. Which circle do you belong to?" "My friend, perhaps you might consider something else?" Upon hearing his accent, I recognized him as a local from Beijing. His tone suggested he had connections with the local antiquities scene, so I patted my bag, signaling that I had something to offer. But he scrutinized me with a skeptical expression, likely doubting that a young person like me would possess anything of value, and waved me inside to discuss further. Once inside, a rather attractive young woman poured me a glass of plain water, and the shopkeeper smiled, asking, "Young man, what do you wish to sell? We generally do not accept ordinary items." I glanced around his shop, which displayed a plethora of valuable antiques, and nodded. I have a set of jade I would like you to evaluate. He laughed lightly, replying, Jade, you say? A set? How intriguing. I've never heard of such a thing. Well, since business is slow today, I would be glad to take a look. Eager to impress, I produced a jade coffin cover and revealed a corner for him to see. The moment he laid eyes on it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he nearly stumbled backwards. Without hesitation, I shoved the jade cover back into my bag, grinning as I asked, What do you think of this jade? He promptly lowered the shop's roll-up door, sent the young waitress away, and personally poured me another cup of tea. Upon smelling it, I realized it was exquisite Tiguanyin. The change in treatment was astonishingly rapid. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquired, May I ask how I should address this talented artisan? Upon my initial glance, it became evident that this individual was far from being merely a simple antique dealer. His quick reaction, discerning that the item was recently unearthed, compelled me to express my courtesy with a polite smile. My surname is Wu. How should I address you, esteemed sir? The man replied, You may call me Lao Hai. So, Master Wu, are you considering parting with this item, or shall I have a look? I responded, Certainly, I intend to sell it. Keeping this item close feels quite burdensome. He paced around the room a few times and inquired, Is everything complete? I nodded. Rest assured. Nothing will be missing. It's just out of the oven, still warm. He settled down and quietly remarked, Well, Master Wu, I am a straightforward person that I dare say that among the entire Hero Mountain, I am the only one willing to acquire this item. However, there is no need for us to engage in protracted bargaining. Treasures do not adhere to fixed prices. Speak honestly with me. What is the minimum you would consider? I can make a call to consult my friend. After a moment of contemplation, I thought to myself that I should aim for at least 1 million, that the KAS family would expect around 300,000. Pan would require at least 200,000 for his hospitalization, and that hefty fellow had long since made it clear that once the item was sold, the money should be sent to him. Thus, if I were to divide the remainder, I would end up with just over 100,000, which felt rather insufficient considering the life and death struggle I endured to recover it. However, my uncle had mentioned that this was the nature of the trade. Otherwise, why would so many risk their lives for such pursuits? If you manage to unearth something, no matter how precious, if there are no buyers, it is merely refuse. Hence, he refrains from taking overly valuable items. For even if he did, they would be unsellable. Estimating around 1 million seemed reasonable. I gestured to Lao Hai to indicate my offer, but he could not conceal his delight, eagerly nodding in agreement. Observing his enthusiasm, I felt a tinge of disappointment. Had I perhaps undervalued it? He asked me to wait while he retreated to a corner to make a discreet phone call. Upon finishing, his face radiated with joy as he exclaimed, It's done! Master Wu, you are fortunate. There is indeed someone eagerly awaiting this item. 100 million is not excessive, and 200 million is not too little that I have secured an offer of 120 million. What do you think? Hearing this, I was pleasantly surprised, as it exceeded my expectations by 20 million, that conceding that any loss was of my own making. I nodded in agreement to the deal and inquired about his commission. He chuckled lightly, saying, To be candid, they have already prepared a little extra for me, so you may keep the entire 120 million, that this being our first transaction, let us consider it a friendship. Should you come across similar items in the future, do not inquire elsewhere. Bring them directly to me. Whatever price you desire, I shall elevate it by 20%. Rest assured, my clientele is exceedingly affluent. Items that others dare not accept, he is willing to acquire. Noticing my anxious demeanor, he quickly added, Please have a seat for a moment while I prepare your funds. This 120 million may seem substantial for my modest establishment, but I assure you, my accounts are quite healthy. I shall advance it to you. Relieved by his willingness to expedite the payment, I nodded. That would indeed be splendid. I am in urgent need of funds. Thank you for your assistance. Lao Hai nodded, called in a young lady from outside, and dispatched her to fetch a cash check for 120 million. But the young woman cast a surprised glance in my direction, but said nothing further before hastily exiting. Lao Hai then remarked, Master Wu, it is unlikely that you have only this single item to part with. Might there be more treasures you would be willing to show me? Initially, I had no intention of divulging much to him. But the thought of my uncle's 2 copper fish crossed my mind, prompting me to describe them. Upon hearing this, his expression shifted, and he lowered his voice to inquire, "Do you truly possess such items?" Seeing his reaction, I sensed potential and quickly asked, "Of course. Why do you ask? Are you familiar with the provenance of these items?" Lao Hai shook his head, his expression oddly serious that he pondered for a moment before stating, "Master Wu, I must implore you to keep this matter confidential. Although I am unaware of the origin of those 2 fish, I do know of an individual offering a remarkably high price for them. The valuation is of such magnitude that you could scarcely fathom it. Even for someone like me, who conducts business worth tens of millions annually, I would hesitate to engage with that individual. If you truly possess this item, I advise against pursuing it. Wealth can bring peril." I then inquired, "Do you happen to know who this person is?" "Frankly, I am primarily interested in understanding the purpose of these items. The rest is of little concern to me." Lao Hai shook his head. "I have not met her. She is a woman. Surname Hua. Beyond that, I know nothing, and according to our code, even if I did, I cannot divulge client information." Recognizing his resolute stance, I understood that further inquiries would lead to impasse, and thus I ceased my questioning. We exchanged additional pleasantries until the check arrived. After verifying its authenticity, I took my leave, and thus the transaction was completed that in the subsequent days, I enlisted a local guide and explored various locales in Jinan. However, having come from Hangzhou, I grew weary of the cultural sites, and my enthusiasm waned with each passing moment, that I eventually sought refuge in a fishing factory that my languid existence continued for over a week until it was abruptly interrupted by 2 unexpected visitors. That day, as per my usual routine, I returned from the fishing factory. Upon entering the hotel, a staff member approached me and said, "Mr. Wu, 2 individuals are here to see you." Taken aback, I realized that only my uncle was aware of my presence in this hotel. Could it be that he had returned? No. My uncle possessed his own key and would likely enter directly to my room rather than wait in the lobby for me. Intrigued, I inquired about their whereabouts. She gestured towards the hotel lobby's lounge. As I walked over, I beheld a man and a woman, both of whom appeared unfamiliar. Upon seeing me approach, they rose to their feet. The man extended his hand for a handshake. Asking, "Mr. Wu?" I nodded, scrutinizing him. He was a slightly overweight man in his 30s, with a receding hairline, yet impeccably groomed, leaving me uncertain of his profession. The woman wore a lace blouse with buttons undone to her chest. A sight that left me hesitant to gaze too long that I queried, "And you 2 are?" The man handed me a business card. Upon inspection, I noted it belonged to an international marine resource development company. I found this rather perplexing. Marine resource development essentially involves analyzing existing shipping routes and historical records to deduce the locations of certain shipwrecks and recover their cargo. Such undertakings have existed for ages. But the true frenzy emerged post-reform and opening, during which countless tomb raiders flocked to the northwest, while foreign artifact pirates amassed along the maritime Silk Road of the South China Sea, plundering nearly all shipwrecks within the vicinity over the years. Compared to the likes of my uncle, these individuals posed a far greater threat to archaeology, as a ship's cargo capacity is immense, giving rise to the saying, "One ship equals 10 tombs." A typical medium-sized merchant vessel can carry over 100,000 pieces of porcelain, and the profits from a single salvage operation can reach astronomical figures. Thus, in comparison, my uncle's level of tomb raiding could only be deemed trivial, that my curiosity was piqued. I typically refrain from associating with such individuals, so what could they possibly want from me? Especially since only my uncle was privy to my affairs here. The man, noticing my silence, grew somewhat uncomfortable and awkwardly smiled. "You might find our sudden visit a bit intrusive, but once you hear our purpose, it will all become clear." I remained silent, maintaining an impassive expression that he, left with no choice, continued, "It's quite simple. About a week and a half ago, a gentleman named Wu Sanqing approached us." I uttered an "oh" as realization dawned upon me. This was indeed glaringly evident. My uncle was the sole person aware of my whereabouts, and thus their visit must pertain to him. Observing my reaction, the man's expression softened as he continued, "Mr. Wu Sanqing is a very close friend of our CEO." After their meeting, there was an extensive discussion, of which I was present, that Mr. Wu Sanqing shared an intriguing tale regarding a potentially existing underwater ancient tomb that I am uncertain if you are acquainted with this matter. Mr. De Wu. His halting speech was quite unsatisfactory, prompting me to gesture for him to succinctly convey the matter at hand, that he glanced at the woman beside him, seemingly seeking her approval. Upon receiving a nod, he continued, "Very well, I shall strive to simplify it." Mr. Wu Sanqing proposed a joint venture to explore this underwater relic, as the leads he provided were highly persuasive. Consequently, our board approved the provision of some idle equipment and personnel to assist him in searching the vicinity near North Reef. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until the afternoon of the day before yesterday, when their vessel inexplicably vanished from the satellite tracking system and has yet to reappear. His Mandarin was heavily laced with a Cantonese accent, making it somewhat difficult for me to comprehend. However, I gathered that my uncle had ventured to the Shisha Islands, and lacking maritime experience, he had arranged for a vessel and equipment through this international marine resource development company. Only for the ship to go missing after setting sail, that I have developed a rough understanding in my mind, yet the situation arose unexpectedly, and I do not feel an overwhelming sense of concern. I inquired of the bald man, could it be that there is a malfunction with the ship's instruments, resulting in the satellite signal being lost? He patiently explained to me, "No, it is not a malfunction. The intricacies of such instruments are quite complex, and it is difficult for me to clarify. However, one could liken this satellite positioning system to the black box of the ship, unless it suffers severe damage. It is not easily compromised, therefore, this situation is highly abnormal. Something must have gone awry on the ship." I gazed at him and remarked, "For a company of your magnitude, surely you would initiate a rescue operation in the event of an incident. Why come to me?" The man shook his head. "Regrettably, we have searched. After 48 hours of their disappearance, our vessel arrived in the area to conduct a search, but we found nothing. It is as if that ship has simply vanished into thin air." His expression was peculiar, suggesting he himself found his words hard to believe, and he added, "Of course, how could a ship simply disappear? I suspect there may have been some sort of accident." I smiled faintly and said rather bluntly, "Please focus on the crux of my inquiry. It is not about what you have discovered. It is about why you have come to seek me. Please be forthright." The two exchanged a glance, their expressions awkward, until the man finally spoke. "The situation is such that we now have clues indicating that your great-uncle and two others located the exact site of ancient ruins 3 hours prior to the ship's disappearance and were preparing to enter. Therefore, based on the timeline, your great-uncle should not have been on the ship when it vanished, but rather within the submerged ruins." A sudden shock coursed through me as I grasped his implication. My great-uncle had entered the underwater ruins, but support from the surface had vanished unexpectedly. Even if they managed to emerge safely, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. There would be no ship above. This was indeed a very precarious situation. Noticing my change in expression, the woman quickly added, "We suspect that the research vessel may have been hijacked by pirates, that if the 3 researchers were already inside the site at that time, they may have escaped unscathed. However, without surface support, their situation would not be much better. You know, they cannot simply swim back." I responded with an "oh," and asked them, after they complete their research, they should return the way they came. At that point, your rescue vessel should be able to locate them, correct? The woman paused before replying. In fact, Mr. Wu Sanqing estimated during earlier discussions that there is a certain amount of breathable air within the underwater ruins. If they discover the air is sufficient, they may remain inside for a while to prepare for a second entry. Thus, it is quite possible that those within the ruins are still unaware that the ship has disappeared. Are you suggesting that my great-uncle has already discerned the method of entering this tomb? I asked in astonishment, wondering how he had resolved such a critical issue. The woman shook her head. "I am not an expert in this area, so I cannot speak to what you are referring." I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache coming on from the mental exertion, and organized my thoughts before asking them, "What is your purpose in seeking me? What can I do in this matter?" The man replied, "We plan to send another team down to bring those inside back up." I pondered for a moment and chuckled. That is unnecessary. Once they finish their work, they will come out on their own. All you need to do is wait for them at the surface. The man shook his head, saying, "That is no longer feasible, as a low-pressure system has suddenly formed in that area, and soon that stretch of sea will, I was well aware of the phenomena that could arise from a low-pressure system at sea. If it were small, a tropical storm would ensue. If slightly larger, who knows what kind of typhoon might occur. In such weather, rescuing anyone would be impossible, let alone maintaining a vessel in place. The man continued, Mr. Wu, now that you understand the entire situation, we estimate that we have at least 3 days left. The most pressing issue is not the weather at sea, but rather that we do not know where the entrance to those ruins is located. The last GPS coordinates indicate an area of 3 square nautical miles that we need someone to help us pinpoint the exact location of the ruins. Given the stakes for your family, I trust you will not refuse. On the surface, I remained composed, but internally I realized I had no choice but to go. Compared to others, I had some understanding of this matter, and even if I could not be of much assistance, my presence could still provide some supportive efforts. Nonetheless, I sensed a subtle cunning in the expressions of these two, as if there were aspects of the situation left unspoken. Exercising caution, I withheld my immediate agreement, instead smiling and asking, 3 square nautical miles is not particularly vast. Why not notify the Coast Guard? Upon my inquiry, both their faces paled. Exchanging a glance, unsure of how to respond, that I spread my hands, regarding them, indicating that I would not agree without clarity. The man hesitated briefly, his expression peculiar, and quietly stated, This matter is indeed our oversight. I cannot disclose the specifics, but I can tell you that your great-uncle was operating under a Vietnamese salvage permit. Yet the salvage site is somewhat misaligned with his initial estimates, placing him within Chinese waters. You should comprehend the implications of this. I slammed my hand on the table, nearly leaping up, and exclaimed, What? You actually dared to. As I spoke, I noticed the surrounding individuals staring at me, several security personnel turning their heads that I had no choice but to swallow my words, shaking my head in frustration at my great-uncle's foolishness. His actions had embroiled him in the cross-border smuggling of cultural relics, and if apprehended, he could face the death penalty. The woman smiled alluringly and asked, So, Mr. Wu, we have laid everything bare. How do you intend to proceed? I resolved to face the situation head-on, nodded, and said, What choice do I have? We shall depart immediately. Chapter 5. Preparation. The plane skimmed across the Changsha Strait, and the cabin was enveloped in silence, as all the passengers had succumbed to slumber a few hours earlier. I had entrusted Pansy to the hospital, and, alongside the 2 individuals claiming to be from the International Ocean Development Company, boarded a red-eye flight to Sanya. Having long been inactive, I felt exceedingly fatigued after the rush and fell asleep as soon as I boarded the plane. Yet, as night fell, sleep eluded me. On the way to the airport, we introduced ourselves. The man's name was Zhang Hao. My command of the language is poor, and I could not pronounce the character. So, I resorted to calling him Lao Zhang, internally referring to him as Bald Zhang. The woman was named Ning, and both were seasoned expedition leaders that in our interactions. Zhang appeared to be quite amiable. Likely one of those steadfast characters in the company who spoke plainly. The woman, however, seemed somewhat cunning, speaking little, and throughout the journey, I had exchanged no more than 10 sentences with her, with half an hour remaining until landing. I gazed out the window, lost in thought, the distant city lights twinkling like stars, their colors mesmerizing. Noticing that I was awake, and Ning handed me a document, stating, We are about to arrive, after we disembark. A vehicle will take us directly to the dock where the personnel are already prepared. Here is our itinerary for this trip. Would you like to take a look and familiarize yourself with the arrangements? I snapped back to reality, accepted the document, and flipped through it briefly, unable to comprehend a single word, so I shook my head and returned it to her. Ning continued, presenting another document. Here is a list of the equipment we have prepared. Please review it, and if anything is missing, I can have logistics provided immediately. I perused the document once more. The equipment was indeed comprehensive, all standard gear for maritime research, yet entirely in English, most of which I still could not understand, so I could only smile wryly as I returned it to her. Noticing my grimace, she inquired, Is there anything else you need to prepare? I pondered briefly and casually asked her, Could you procure a few black donkey hooves for me? And Ning was taken aback, pausing for quite a while before replying, Black donkey hooves? Momentarily dazed from sleep, I had mistakenly thought we were going to dig for treasure. Observing her expression, I realized they were engaged in legitimate research and, Of course, had never heard of such things. The awkwardness hung in the air, and unsure of what to say, I waved my hand and said, "I apologize, forget I mentioned it." Truth be told, I harbored some doubts. Although every treasure hunter would carry a black donkey hoof, its usefulness was uncertain. Logically, it seemed nonsensical to insist on a black donkey hoof when a white donkey hoof would suffice, as the only difference was the color. Ning regarded me with suspicion, but did not press the matter further. Instead, handing me more documents for review, I scanned them briefly, glancing at what I could comprehend and returning the rest directly to her. After completing the necessary procedures, I lay back down to rest. In a state of confusion, I noticed Ning gazing at me with an odd expression that I found it strange. Could it be that this woman has taken a liking to me? Or perhaps, does she know what a black donkey's hoof is? The three of us disembarked from the plane and were promptly transported to the port by a company vehicle. We were to inspect a dilapidated 7-ton fishing vessel made of metal. Crewed by 6 sailors, the captain, a local named Kai Wenji, possessed a name of remarkable elegance. Upon our arrival, company representatives were still negotiating with him. Due to an impending tropical storm, the captain insisted on not setting sail, stating in halting Mandarin, "To go out now is to seek death. The winds are too strong, the waves too high, our vessel is small, it may capsize." After assessing the situation, Zhang Tuzu doubled the rental price for the boat and assured the captain that he would have the authority to decide the vessel's course in the event of severe weather. The double fee was already sufficient to cover a fisherman's annual expenses, yet the captain hesitated, while his crew urged him on. Sensing the captain's wavering resolve, Zhang Tuzu raised the offer by an additional 50%, declaring that if they were to go, they would go, and if not, there were other vessels waiting at this juncture. The captain felt compelled to acquiesce. The sailors began loading supplies onto the ship, while the captain set up a makeshift altar at the bow. Performing a ritual to appease the deities and pray for a smooth voyage, in accordance with the customs of my hometown, I offered each sailor a cigarette, entrusting my life to their hands. Aside from myself, Zhang Tuzu, and Ning, there were 4 others directly involved in the expedition. An elderly professor surnamed Gu, who was responsible for artifact appraisal, a technician named Mu Ziki, who managed the instruments, and a young engineer named Wu Yong, who handled the computer. Additionally, there was a large-nosed foreigner aboard, serving as the ship's medical officer. Moreover, we needed to stop at Yongxing Island to rendezvous with another team of frogmen before heading towards Huaguang Reef. That afternoon, we departed from Qinglan Port. The first leg of our journey was tightly scheduled, and under normal weather conditions, it was expected to take 12 hours, which was already the maximum speed the vessel could achieve. Excited about my first venture into the open sea, I stood at the bow, watching the continent gradually recede into the distance. Ahead lay the world's most enigmatic ocean, the South China Sea. Countless secrets lay buried beneath its vast azure expanse, and we were setting off in haste, uncertain if we could uncover even a fraction of the mysteries concealed beneath its murky depths. The fishing boat sailed smoothly with the favorable winds, and the weather appeared to hold up well, though I wondered how long it would last. The fishermen, encountering the expedition team for the first time, were filled with curiosity about us, whispering amongst themselves and speculating on our purpose for venturing into the sea. The scenery was monotonous, yet the jewel-like blue of the ocean left a lasting impression on me. The deep blue of the sea seemed to merge with the distant sky, resembling a slowly rising blue continent, shimmering with an ancient, primordial luster. In the initial few nautical miles, we passed numerous tiny islands, most of which were barren, with only a few stunted shrubs daring to declare the presence of life. Ning informed me that the islands visible above the water were merely a fraction of the island chain. The larger coral reefs lay submerged, the result of countless millennia of coral accumulation, gradually surfacing. Yet the process of reef formation continued, resulting in a myriad of reefs and hidden sands that sometimes peaked above the water's surface. Once we left the harbor, we found ourselves without a trace of land for an extended period. Even the seabirds had vanished. Occasionally, a few fishing boats similar to ours would appear on the horizon, reminding us that we were still within the realm of human activity. However, this fleeting thrill quickly dissipated in the vastness of the ocean. It was then that I understood why the enigmatic tomb owner chose to conceal their burial site beneath the sea. a nearly limitless expanse. Devoid of any identifiable features that in an era without satellite navigation or recorded voyages, it was nearly impossible for tomb raiders to locate the traces hidden beneath the ocean's surface, despite our possession of precise navigational records and advanced equipment. I too was uncertain about our ability to visually penetrate the crystal-clear waters to a depth of over 30 meters within a mere 4 or 5 hours to locate the ancient tomb concealed in the sandy seabed. Suddenly, a young fisherman at the bow began to sing a well-known Hainanese fishing song, his earthy voice resonating across the vast sea that I could not tell whether the tranquility of the scene enhanced the ethereal quality of his song or if it was the music that imbued the surroundings with a sense of peace. But my restlessness began to subside. After 4 hours at sea, the winds began to pick up, causing the boat to sway more violently. The deck creaked rhythmically under the strain, and after enduring hours of travel compounded by seasickness, I succumbed to fatigue and gradually fell asleep. I have no notion of how long I slept, but when I awoke, I was groggy and disoriented, perceiving the light to be somewhat dim that I initially thought it was nighttime. But upon turning my head, I realized the weather had changed. Just then, the captain hurried past me, his expression betraying a hint of unease that I called out to him, inquiring, "Master, given the state of the sky, are we about to face a storm?" The captain sighed and pointed into the distance, responding in his halting Mandarin, "Yes, a storm is coming, a great one." Following his gesture, I saw a peculiar black line on the distant horizon, cleaving the previously unified sky and sea in two. Did I press further? What should we do? Shall we continue our journey? He shook his head, saying, "We cannot continue. We must seek refuge at the nearest reef." Noticing the seriousness of his demeanor, I understood that he was not merely exaggerating, and my anxiety began to mount. That I approached the cabin to discuss the situation with Zhang Tuzu, who was already aware of the news and wore a troubled expression. He informed me, "According to the captain, there is a pressure system ahead, and we must change course immediately to seek shelter at the nearest reef. That if we continue in our small fishing vessel, powered by merely 2 engines, we will surely be caught in the storm's grasp, with dire consequences." I inquired if there was an alternative route we could take, as those few hours could mean the difference between life and death for those aboard. The captain, however, shook his head, stating, "The storm is not stationary. It moves swiftly, and the ship cannot outrun the wind. There is no time to make detours." After saying this, the captain shouted orders to the crew. Zhang Tuzu patted my shoulder, urging me to remain calm, saying, "Such events are often fated. Worrying will not help. Let us do our best." Finding his words reasonable, I thanked him and removed my shoes, joining the busy sailors barefoot. The tropical storm arrived with alarming speed. The supplies on the deck had not been fully secured when ominous clouds converged, blotting out all sunlight. The ocean transformed into a terrifying shade of black, and the waves began to surge. That moment, one of our engines suddenly failed, reducing our speed to 3 knots. Leaving the small boat helplessly bobbing like a dried leaf in a torrent. The captain shouted hoarsely, calling the mechanic to effect repairs while instructing us to monitor the radio for any passing vessels. Ready to send a distress signal, that I was drenched by the waves crashing against the ship and could only cling to the iron ring on the railing to steady myself. The scene beyond the rail was akin to a hellish sea. The boiling black water surged in towering waves, and we were tossed up and down as if on a roller coaster with no safety measures. This tumultuous ordeal continued until dusk, when we gradually distanced ourselves from the storm's cloud mass. The waves began to relent somewhat, and the repaired engine roared back to life. The captain bellowed commands, and we accelerated towards the safety of the reefs beyond the 7 seas. Cold and famished, I was summoned into the cabin by the captain, where warm ginger tea awaited. That I drank a generous bowl, changed into a waterproof diving suit, and consumed some chocolate and beef, gradually regaining my composure. The accompanying experts were equally frazzled. Professor Gu, already prone to seasickness, was now in a worse state, his lips turning purple from dehydration. Muziki, while moving supplies, struck his head against the doorframe, leaving him bloodied and nearly frightening Zhang Tuzu to death. The youngest among us, Wu Yong, was even more reckless, despite not knowing how to swim. He insisted on coming to the deck to experience the sea's thrill, only to be swept away by a wave, prompting the captain to rush over, discovering him clinging to the side of the ship. Paralyzed by fear, Dan Ning, on the other hand, seemed unaffected, her demeanor as cool as ever, as if such tempests were commonplace. During the respite, she donned a tight-fitting waterproof diving suit while munching on snacks and directing others to secure the supplies. Her short hair danced in the sea breeze, and her well-proportioned figure, complemented by sun-kissed skin, radiated a captivating allure. The foreign ship's doctor approached me, expressing concern that Professor Gu was dehydrated and asking if there was a way to stabilize the ship's movements. I thought to myself, this foreigner's humanitarian instincts are commendable, but his situational awareness leaves much to be desired. Could he not see what kind of vessel we were aboard? I informed him, for matters of this nature. Perhaps consult the Dragon King. Do not seek me out, as I bear no responsibility for this. The foreigner, unaware of what the Dragon King was, wandered about the boat inquiring, "Who is the Dragon King? Are you the Dragon King?" The boatman, exhausted and weary, paid him no heed. After asking around, he found no sign of the Dragon King and could only helplessly shrug at me that we had barely rested for 20 minutes when the waves began to rise again. The captain shouted from the bow, "A storm is approaching, quickly! Stop eating. If you can't swim, return to the cabin and do not come out under any circumstances." I made my way to the front of the boat and, in the distance, caught a glimpse of a dark mass of clouds, resembling ink, advancing toward us. Much lower than when we had first sighted it, we battled the tumultuous sea for nearly 4 hours before finally obtaining a brief respite. By this time, the work on the deck had largely been completed, with all necessary supplies securely fastened with nylon ropes to the iron rings bolted to the deck. Those items that could not be secured had already been swept into the sea, becoming offerings to the Sea Dragon King. Zhang, with his iron hook, attempted to retrieve some floating cargo, but the captain forbade it, stating that the fishermen of Shisha had their own customs. Anything that sank to the seabed belonged to the Sea Dragon King, and it was strictly forbidden to salvage it without first paying homage to Mazu. Respecting local customs, we had no choice but to watch helplessly as those goods vanished beneath the roiling waves. The southeast wind grew increasingly fierce, with waves reaching nearly 7 meters in height. The captain called for us to return to the cabin, asserting that even sailors must tie themselves with ropes to venture out. Just as I was about to head back, a towering wave struck the boat, lifting it into the air, that I heard a scream and turned to see someone thrown overboard that Ning and Zhang clutched at his clothing. Preventing him from plummeting into the ocean, that I rushed over to assist, and together we managed to haul him back aboard. Turning his face toward me, I exclaimed, "Goodness, it's Wu Yong again. This fellow truly has no sense. We've already forgiven his poor balance. But why does he persist in running about on deck? Is he intentionally trying to cause chaos?" Pale with fright, Wu Yong repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Zhang urged him, "Hurry back to the cabin. You mustn't come out again. The deck is exceedingly perilous." Trembling, he pointed towards the sea, seemingly wanting to say something, when suddenly the captain bellowed, "Get down!" Before we could fully comprehend his words, a massive wave slammed against the boat, causing it to creak in agony. Waves taller than 2 men surged over the vessel. Despite obeying the captain's command to crouch down to reduce the impact, we were unable to withstand the force, and our bodies were swept into the turbulent waters. Everything went white before my ears rang, and I found myself submerged as I kicked my legs and surfaced, spotting the boat drifting dozens of meters away. Zhang, paddling frantically, shouted, "I'll chase the boat. Tell them to turn back. You search for the other two." The waves roiled beneath me, creating a cacophony of white foam as they crashed. I desperately kicked my legs, scanning the surroundings. Aside from the retreating Zhang, there was no sign of the others. In the chaos of the recent wave, I had lost track of how many had been swept overboard. Just as I was at a loss, a head bobbed up from a wave to my left, calling out to me, only to be submerged again by another wave that I recognized it as a Ning and quickly dove down to grasp her, lifting her out of the water. That a Ning sputtered and coughed. Struggling to regain her breath, unable to speak, she gestured toward a distant point bobbing up and down, an unclear object far from us. Finally, she managed to exclaim, That's Wu Yong. Hurry and save him." Panic surged through me. This fellow could not swim, and amidst such tumult, a few waves would surely drown him or frighten him to death. Just as I contemplated swimming over, a giant wave crashed down upon us, forcing us beneath the surface. When I broke through again, the small shape had vanished at a ning, and I searched anxiously, but the point had disappeared. Whether carried away to a distant location or sunk beneath the waves, we could not tell. The situation was dire. There was no time to worry about others, that we were adrift in a sea affected by a tropical storm. And while we were not in immediate danger, the waves were too formidable. Given our physical condition, it was uncertain how long we could endure. Whether Zhang could catch up with the boat, and if it could find us again, remained unknown. Waves crashed over us one after another, creating a multitude of rapid whirlpools, while various forces converged beneath the water, generating unpredictable currents. Though I had no points of reference, I could sense the turbulence beneath us, as we were being forcibly pushed in a direction that gradually distanced us from our vessel's course. While I struggled against the waves, I urged a Ning to swim back. Remaining adrift would only carry us further away. If the boat were to return to search for us, we might find ourselves swept to the Malay archipelago. Swimming amidst the waves drained my strength. I lost track of time as my limbs grew numb and my vision blurred. Despair began to set in. We could not last much longer like this. Just then, a Ning suddenly halted, pointing into the distance and shouting. I followed her gaze and saw a large, indistinct dark shape approaching us through the towering waves, moving swiftly that I squinted to see more clearly. But the dim light rendered it indecipherable. Without further thought, I gritted my teeth and swam towards the shadow, dragging a Ning along. The dark silhouette quickly loomed before us. It was a fishing boat strikingly similar to the one we had been aboard. Painted a deep green, without any signaling lights or lanterns, shrouded in darkness. Something felt amiss. Typically, even a boat without power would have oil lamps lit within. This pervasive darkness suggested no one was aboard. Was this a ghost ship? We strained our almost numb arms, using every ounce of our strength to reach it, but the vessel glided past us, not stopping, quickly drifting behind. That I panicked. This was our only hope for survival. If we missed this boat, our fate would be sealed. The urgency of the moment left no room for hesitation. That I clenched my teeth and followed closely. That a Ning had already grasped the side of the boat. Climbing onto the deck, she tossed me a life buoy attached to a rope, shouting, "Catch this." The buoy landed just beside me, and I hurriedly clutched it, pulling myself towards the boat with all my might. Finally, my hands grasped the iron ring on the side of the vessel, and I breathed a sigh of relief. That a Ning helped me up onto the side. I collapsed inside, utterly exhausted, the deck creaking ominously under my weight. Both of us, having narrowly escaped death, appeared ghostly pale, unsure whether it was from the salt water or sheer terror. That we gasped for air, and a Ning noticed a lantern hanging in the cabin. She lit it, signaling for us to investigate below deck. Although the door was closed, a considerable amount of seawater had splashed through the gaps, soaking the interior lit by the lantern. The structure of this boat resembled ours. An old fishing vessel from the 70s or 80s, with a steel hull and a spacious hold. We called out. The only response was the creaking of the deck, devoid of any other sound. A sense of unease washed over me. This was undoubtedly a ghost ship adrift at sea. Where had the crew vanished to? Had they abandoned ship when the storm approached? The hold was filled with various items, and I spotted a hanging stove. That I hurried to ignite it for warmth. At that moment, I would have welcomed a cup of hot coffee, even if it meant my demise. That a Ning pulled back a tarpaulin covering the cargo, revealing an array of diving equipment, primarily oxygen tanks, each marked with a number. That we picked one up for a closer look. Suddenly, a Ning gasped, startling me. That I inquired what was amiss, and she stammered, "This ship is K5-883. Ghost ships have been discovered across the globe, some dating back many years. All legends share a common beginning. A fully intact vessel is found at sea, yet not a soul is aboard. That in some instances, half-eaten meals are left behind, yet the diners have vanished without a trace. What had transpired during their meal? Where had they gone?" These questions remain a tantalizing mystery for writers of suspense. That a Ning, holding the lantern aloft, illuminated the number on the oxygen tank, which was inscribed in black ink, K5-883. I felt a flicker of recognition, though I couldn't place it. That a Ning explained, "This is the registration number of the ship your third uncle hired. Our company mandates that all research equipment must bear the same number as the vessel." A light bulb went off in my mind. Ah, yes, I saw that number while reviewing your reports on the plane. But how did my uncle's ship end up here? Aining remarked that it was not surprising. Amidst the tempest, the flow of water appeared chaotic. Yet it still followed a certain discernible pattern. Perhaps we fortuitously found ourselves within the same current as this vessel, drifting toward a common destination. The ship had traversed the sea currents to arrive here, encountering us, adrift in the water, seemingly a remarkable coincidence, yet in some respects an inevitability. The wind outside grew increasingly fierce, and waves periodically crashed against the hull, causing the entire ship to emit a sound akin to one on the verge of being torn asunder. This accursed storm showed no signs of abating, and we sought refuge in the cargo hold, finding a dry spot to sit down, utilizing a hanging stove for warmth that I sneezed several times in succession, prompting Aining to chuckle and shake her head as she retrieved a few bottles of liquor from a wooden crate for me to drink. Observing her familiarity with the ship, the precise location of every item filled me with curiosity. She explained that abroad, the mechanisms for exploration were remarkably refined, encompassing everything from the procurement of instruments to the meticulous arrangement of cargo in the hold, all governed by regulations. These rules, seemingly nonsensical in ordinary times, proved invaluable in emergencies. Without them, we might struggle to locate anything now that I marveled at the adept wilderness survival skills of foreign explorers, their meticulous attention to detail truly deserving of emulation back home. Our diving suits had not been secured with waterproof zippers prior to plunging into the sea, and after warming ourselves with the stove, the seawater inside our garments crystallized into an uncomfortable layer of white powder. Aining produced a spare diving suit, and, holding a lantern, moved behind a stack of cargo to change. Having grown up abroad, she was quite open. Watching her silhouette illuminated by the lantern stirred my thoughts. Midway through changing, Aining suddenly exclaimed, peering out to call me, "Mr. Dawu, come here quickly." I was so captivated by her shadow that her voice startled me, and I asked what was the matter. She deftly wrapped her ample upper body in the diving suit and stepped out, informing me, "There seems to be something in the cargo pile." I approached and shone the lantern, discovering a dark mass nestled in the crevice between the cargo and the ship's wall, difficult to detect without the light. The object was curled up, and at a glance, it resembled a human head, which explained Aining's fright. Upon reaching out to touch it, I realized it was merely a backpack, a rather ordinary one, inexplicably concealed here. Aining sighed in relief upon confirming it was just a bag, while I wondered if it contained anything of significance, and whether its concealment was related to someone missing from the ship. Without hesitation, I opened the bag and emptied its contents, a stack of documents and a change of clothes. Among them, I discovered an old waterproof pouch, the rubber cracked and worn, inside which lay a nearly disintegrating notebook. Upon inspection, its cover bore the inscription, "Archaeological Records of the Shishai Atoll, July 1984, Chun Wenjin to Wu Sanxing." To my astonishment, the bag belonged to my uncle, and I was taken aback. This notebook was likely distributed to experts during their archaeological expedition to the Shishai Atoll, and my uncle must have kept it as a memento until now that I wondered if it contained records of unknown events. My curiosity piqued. I began to peruse its pages. Though my uncle's education was limited, he was diligent in his work. Each day's entries adhered to a consistent format, clearly delineated. The first page documented their departure on July 15, listing a roster with my uncle as the team leader. The name of the taciturn individual, whom my uncle had mentioned might be surnamed Zhang, was indeed present. Zhang Qiling. Could it be him? The preceding content detailed their efforts to locate and ascertain the specific site of the underwater tomb, described with meticulous detail bordering on redundancy, including the types of ropes used and the rationale behind their decisions. Since I was already familiar with this information, I hastened to flip through to the latter pages. The final entries captured my attention. July 21. We are preparing to enter the underwater tomb for the first time. I have located the entrance, and upon reflection, the ancient tomb is not overly complex. July 24. We ventured inside and discovered a peculiar phenomenon. It appears this tomb is not clean. Staring at those two lines, I was stunned. What did this mean? Had my uncle clandestinely entered the tomb during their investigation? The remark he made, What is taken into the tomb will not be disclosed. Could it have referred to his unobserved entry into a tomb that should theoretically be inaccessible? What had he encountered within? He noted the discovery of a strange phenomenon. What could that entail? The phrase "the tomb is not clean" further deepened my bewilderment, raising questions more tempestuous than the waves outside. My mind was inundated with a barrage of inquiries. Threatening to overwhelm me, I flipped through the notebook again, seeking additional clues, yet the subsequent pages revealed nothing but blank sheets. Reflecting on my uncle's demeanor regarding this matter, I discerned numerous inconsistencies that starkly contrasted with his usual character. There must be unimaginable secrets lurking beneath the surface of this situation. Yet, when would these mysteries be unraveled? Lost in thought, Aining snatched the notebook from my hands, scrutinizing it with keen interest that I had no qualms about her perusing the contents, as it did not delve into the core of the issue. The more she read, the more questions would surely arise. After a light meal, we brewed hot water and dampened towels to soothe our aching hands. Following this ordeal, our physical conditions improved rapidly. Although the storm continued to rage outside, I no longer felt anxious. After finishing our meal, I suggested Aining rest while I explored the surroundings. Having already napped aboard the ship, I felt more alert than she did, and despite my desire for sleep, slumber eluded me. That I carried the stove and hot water to the outer hold to prevent any accidental burns when the ship rocked. Once settled, I lit a cigarette and sat in the cockpit, gazing at the tumultuous sea while contemplating our next steps. That I remained uncertain whether the ship could still be navigated. Adrift like this, we would be relatively safe in the short term. Yet drifting into a reef could lead to disaster. Humanity is woefully insignificant in the face of the ocean. No matter how wise we may be, we cannot contend with the forces of nature. Our survival today could only be attributed to fortuitous circumstances, but how long could such luck endure? I was lost in my thoughts, unaware of how much time had passed, when several waves struck the cockpit's front window, causing the glass to vibrate ominously. It seemed the wind direction had shifted to AT that moment. I noticed Aining stirring awake, yawning as she approached, her fitted suit languidly half-zipped. Whether this was her habit or a deliberate attempt to entice me, I chose to ignore it and turn my gaze back to the sea. Although I was not a paragon of virtue, the notion of romantic entanglements in such circumstances was far from my mind. She greeted me, moving towards the stove for warmth while inquiring if I wished to take a nap as well. My mind was preoccupied, and I doubted I could sleep. Being in a half-dream state would only leave me more fatigued. So I shook my head and suggested she continue to rest. She smiled and settled beside me, lighting a menthol cigarette as we both stared into the depths of the ocean. That a question lingered in my mind, prompting me to ask her, "When your uncle approached you, how did your company come to trust him based solely on a few words? They even provided funding and support. From what I understand, your organization's exploratory procedures are quite stringent, and the credibility of information must undergo thorough discussion by an expert committee. Your uncle's words lacked substantiation. Ordinarily, your experts would have dismissed this project without hesitation. How did it manage to pass?" Aining nodded, expressing her own confusion. "I heard that initially it was not approved. However, after your uncle presented the experts with something, it inexplicably succeeded. The specifics, I, as a mere subordinate, cannot ascertain. I ponder my uncle's evident cunning in persuading those astute Americans. It must have been a crucial item." Aining continued, "Your uncle appears to be an enigmatic individual, a blend of both local and foreign influences. He seems coarse, yet exhibits remarkable attention to detail. The plans he provided us were exceptionally comprehensive, encompassing everything. Even our endeavor to find you was premeditated. His first successor in emergency measures was you. I believe, in many respects, this plan reads like a prophecy. Many of the events he outlined have indeed come to pass." Upon hearing this, I sensed an unsettling dissonance. My uncle had always abhorred planning, having lived a haphazard life for much of his existence. What had prompted this sudden transformation? I inquired if she could recall any particularly unusual elements in his plans. Aining contemplated before responding. I did not pay attention to those details. But there was one peculiar requirement. All equipment had to be prepared in duplicate, with one set kept in port as a backup. It was precisely this that allowed us to set off so swiftly. At that moment, she mentioned hearing some noise from the back of the cargo hold. urging me to investigate with her. As I pondered whether it might be a rat, I instinctively grasped a nearby stainless steel pipe and made my way towards it. After traversing the cargo hold, I entered the sailor's lounge, and beyond that lay the bow of the ship. That I ignited the lantern and was taken aback to discover that the bow was separated by an iron wall. The partition welded securely to the ship's hull. Atop it was an oval steel door, equipped with a rotating seal lock resembling an automobile steering wheel. Annan approached the door and turned the lock several times. But it refused to budge. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a layer of rubber between the door and the frame, completely isolating the interior from the exterior. Such doors are typically employed in large vessels to seal off rooms in the event of an accident and prevent seawater ingress. Yet the purpose of this one remained a mystery. Just as I was mulling over this conundrum, a sound reminiscent of fingernails scratching against the iron door emanated from within, startlingly clear, as if someone were clawing at it from the other side. I gasped, contemplating whether the missing individuals were locked inside. Annan shouted, "Quick! Those people might be in there! Open the lock!" I raised the steel pipe and inserted it into the rotating seal lock's mechanism, fashioning a makeshift lever. With a forceful twist, I heard a crack, and the lock's core began to turn. Once this type of lock starts moving, it becomes remarkably easy to open. I turned it 11 times, and a series of clicking sounds erupted from within, prompting the lock's mechanism to rotate on its own. That I pulled Annan back a few steps. But before we could brace ourselves, a thunderous roar erupted as torrents of water surged forth from the door, knocking us to the ground and sweeping us into the cargo hold. That I hastily grabbed a bundle of canvas to steady myself. The steel door swung to and fro, creaking ominously. That I sat upright and noticed the lantern had fallen beside the door, now partially submerged, the flame flickering perilously as if on the brink of extinguishment. That I intended to retrieve the lantern, but Annan suddenly seized my hand, preventing me from advancing. When I looked up, I was met with the sight of a massive, scaly face protruding from behind the steel door, its two green eyes eerily fixed upon me. This grotesque visage was nearly 4 or 5 times the size of my head, with its body concealed behind the iron barrier. The dim light filtering through the deck's gaping hole rendered its features indistinct. I could not ascertain whether it was a ghost or some beast. The face exuded an unsettling aura, evoking an indescribable eeriness. That I found myself frozen, a chill coursing from my scalp to my toes, paralyzed by fear, my legs turning to jelly. That I struggled to retreat a few steps, but my thoughts turned to the woman still lying on the ground. Though she was no paragon of virtue, it was unconscionable to abandon her to her fate. That I turned her over and discovered her emaciated hands had vanished. But such concerns were secondary, should the water rise further. Her head would soon be submerged, leading to her demise. With determination, I slipped my hands beneath her armpits and began dragging her backward. The other end of the hold must lead to the deck staircase. If I could manage to haul her up there, we would have options to either leap overboard or call for help. That I muttered to myself, stay calm, stay calm. The more dire the situation, the more one must remain composed. I inched backward, never daring to avert my gaze from that ghastly face. The creature observed me intently, utterly motionless, while the only sound was the rushing water. If it were to make any abrupt movements, perhaps turning its head or opening its mouth, I might feel a modicum of relief. But its unblinking gaze only intensified my dread. That I thought to myself that this was far from normal. However, if it chose to remain still, I hoped it would continue to do so until I reached the stairway. Resolutely, I decided to cease looking at it, lowered my head, and quickened my pace. Soon arriving at the base of the stairs, to my dismay, I found the staircase had decayed to the point of being little more than a skeleton. I questioned whether I alone could ascend, let alone with a half-conscious woman in tow. That I noticed a few iron supports still remaining, and as I grasped one of the woman's hands, I attempted to climb. However, as soon as I stepped, the structure crumbled beneath me, reduced nearly to mush. This predicament was dire. I glanced back and was relieved to see the creature still waiting patiently, its interest piqued by the woman propped against the wall as it drooled. Thankfully, she remained unconscious. Otherwise, the sight would surely have terrified her into oblivion. Regaining some composure, I pressed against the decaying wall behind me, realizing I could potentially create a hole if I leaned back with sufficient force. Should the creature charge, I would have an escape route. Yet, I was acutely aware that beyond the wall lay the ship's stern, likely filled with machinery. I wondered if there might be something I could use as a weapon. Lost in thought, I suddenly heard a series of creaks from the deck above, signaling that another person had boarded the ship. Just as I was contemplating this, Zhang Tu leapt down through a crack in the deck. Upon landing, he immediately brandished his pistol, cautiously surveying the iron door before turning to me, his face contorted in terror as he exclaimed, "My God!" The creature, alerted by his shout, pivoted and let out a haunting wail before lunging toward him. To his credit, Zhang Tu displayed remarkable quickness, dropping to the ground to evade the initial strike. With a swift motion, he cocked his firearm and fired, the creature letting out a muffled groan as a wound opened on its shoulder. It recoiled, and as Zhang Tu fired again, the bullets whizzed perilously close to me, prompting me to shrink back in fear. The creature, sensing the potency of the weapon, hesitated to close in, feigning a charge before executing a series of rapid leaps. Darting back into the iron door, Zhang Tu fired after it, creating a line of bullet holes in the wall, and in an instant, water began to pour in. The water level rose rapidly as he, driven by a murderous intent, blasted the hinges off the door and kicked it open. That I followed him inside to find a gaping hole in the ship's hull, water gushing in as the creature struggled to force its way through. I recognized this breach as the result of a past calamity, the very opening that had led to the ship's sinking. Though now partially obstructed by rust and debris, it was still large enough for the beast to push through, with a tremendous effort. It broke through the weakened barrier and plunged into the depths below. Zhang Tuzi, still unwilling to concede defeat, fired several shots into the water. At that moment, the entire vessel emitted a sound as if it were on the verge of breaking apart. I glanced down and saw that the water had already risen to my knees, that it was clear that we could no longer linger in this place. We had to leave immediately. Nai Ming hurried back to shake the woman awake, calling out several times, "Ning Ning." When she showed no response, he hoisted her onto his back, stepping onto my back with one foot and deftly climbing aboard. His weight nearly caused me to cough up blood, and I felt as though my waist had snapped in two. Zhang Tuzi crouched down above me, extending his hand to pull me up. As soon as I scrambled onto the deck, the cursed ship let out a mournful, distorted sound, as if a significant part of it had warped. That I noticed that the fore and aft of the vessel were no longer aligned on the same horizontal plane. And a sense of dread washed over me as I cast a glance into the hold. Indeed, the keel had broken. Once the keel was compromised, the ship's hull would inevitably begin to crack. A vessel such as this could not withstand even a single breach. Water surged in as if propelled by some unseen force, and I estimated that within 5 minutes, the ship would be entirely submerged. Zhang Tuzi's face turned pale with anxiety as he exclaimed, "Our boat has arrived. We must leave this place at once." I turned to see that the fishing boat we were supposed to board had come quite close, though it had yet to dock. The captain was waving his arms and shouting, "How are you holding up?" Zhang Tuzi, with the woman still on his back, waved towards the fishing boat, and cheers erupted from the deck as the fishermen excitedly called out. It baffled me how they had been so terrified moments ago, yet now seemed so jubilant. These simple fishermen were indeed unlike us. The cursed ship had slowed considerably due to the influx of water. And as our boat approached, several fishermen leaped aboard, their expressions still betraying fear as they hurriedly assisted in bringing the woman back onto their vessel. They quickly retrieved the anchor, and the captain shouted, "Set sail! Set sail! We must leave this cursed place." The captain instructed us to lay the woman down on the deck and gestured for me to support her while he began to gather her hair. I had steeled myself for what lay ahead, but upon seeing what was concealed within her hair, I couldn't help but gasp in shock. Two desiccated hands were curled within her locks. They were not particularly long, but the skin had begun to petrify, ending in a grotesque mass of flesh. Most repulsive of all was the faint visage of a small human face that seemed to adhere tightly to the back of her head. The captain, upon witnessing this, grew grave. He bowed his head several times in reverence to the entity before pulling an object from his pocket and scattering it over the small face. That it let out a shrill scream. Contorting grotesquely, that he then swiftly drew a knife, carefully yet decisively inserting it between the flesh mass and her scalp. Lifting it free with a forceful tug, the entity fell to the ground, writhing in terror. Prompting those nearby to step back in alarm, in mere moments, it dissolved into a viscous mass, oozing through the cracks in the deck. Having never encountered such a thing before, I asked, "What is this?" He rinsed the knife in the seawater and replied softly, "This is a human face spirit, a vengeful soul from that cursed ship that it can be dispelled with cow hair." Observing the captain's somber expression, I realized he regretted his decision to take on this venture, that he muttered under his breath. And after confirming that no other hands were trapped in the woman's hair, he beckoned his crew to the aft cabin. Before long, the vessel began to move, to be why this time, the surface of the sea had calmed. And although dark clouds still loomed above, they had fractured into smaller patches, allowing sunlight to stream through the gaps. The sky appeared almost magical, indicating that the storm had finally passed. After ensuring the woman was comfortable, the captain climbed onto the roof of the boat. That I understood he was scanning the surrounding waters, wary of potential retaliation from the sea creatures. However, the waters of Changsha were remarkably clear. Visibility could reach over 40 meters in good light. If anything were to follow us, it would surely be spotted immediately, so I was not overly concerned about such an occurrence. The crew busied themselves, ignoring my presence as they rushed about, exhausted from the earlier exertion. I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me now that the adrenaline had subsided, that I sought out a relatively soft spot to lean against and dozed off for a short while. When I awoke, the sun was setting, and our boat was gliding alongside an island's coastline. I caught sight of a stunning white sandy beach, though the grains appeared rather coarse and likely uncomfortable to tread upon. Ahead lay a dock, suggesting we were preparing to come ashore. I had always assumed we would head directly to the next exploration point, so the prospect of docking was unexpected. I casually inquired, "Where are we heading now?" A nearby crew member responded, "We are going to Yongxing Island to pick up a few people." I turned to see the woman seated beside me, her complexion already restored, as if she too had just awakened, that I found myself unable to resist her charm. Her frail demeanor was oddly appealing, and I smiled as I asked, "Who are we picking up?" She gestured toward a distant group on the dock, faintly visible with their travel packs, saying, "Those individuals, several divers, and another consultant, someone you were sure to recognize." I squinted, trying to discern their features, and thought one of the portly figures looked somewhat familiar, though I couldn't place him. At that moment, a fisherman at the bow shouted, "Oh, get ready, we're here." The stout man turned around and shouted back, "Oh, for heaven's sake, I've been standing here in the northwest wind for half an hour. Do you people have no sense of time?" Despite my surprise, I had already guessed the likely scenario. Those who had emerged from the Ru Wang Palace were now reduced to me and the stout man. De Kuei was dead. San Shu was missing, Pan Zi was unconscious, and the fate of Min Yuping was uncertain. The organization had clearly prepared for contingencies. I suspected the stout man was their first choice. While I was merely a backup, as the boat approached the dock, it showed no signs of slowing. The stout man had indeed gained weight, though he still moved with agility, leaping onto the boat alongside the others. He initially stumbled forward before regaining his balance and, upon spotting me, erupted into laughter. "Ah, comrade, so you are here. It seems our Miss and Ning is quite the connections." The woman managed a strained smile in response, indicating they were somewhat acquainted. That my opinion of the stout man had always been mixed. His arrival left me unsure whether to feel pleased or distressed. However, recalling his reckless behavior at the Ru Wang Palace, which had nearly cost me my life several times, I felt a headache coming on. He tossed his luggage onto the deck and settled down across from us, patting his back as he said, "You lot have been pushing me too hard. Did you find anything at that place?" And Ning shook her head. "We have one last point to check. If all goes well, it should be the one." The stout man replied, "I've told you all before, I have no skills in finding dragon veins or locating hidden spots. You find the place, and then let me know when it go down. If you can't find it, don't blame me. I'll still collect my fee. Rules of the trade. After all, you Southerners must respect local customs." And Ning sighed in exasperation. "I know you lack those skills. It's already been arranged. Mr. We will handle the precise location." I had been feeling relatively at ease, but upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Responsible? What could I possibly be responsible for? I had never even wielded a shovel before. I quickly protested. "Me? Don't you know where the sea cave is?" She replied, "We can only estimate a general area, that if we can find the thief's tunnel, that would be ideal. If not, we'll rely on you to ascertain the actual location and assess the layout of the tomb." We only have a stack of old documents, which cannot replace the expertise of a skilled excavator. Your uncle was quite shrewd. He left no information for us. I was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed there would be no rest for me that night. I would need to thoroughly recall everything my grandfather had taught me over the years, or else I would surely embarrass myself when we arrived at that location. Digging was no issue for me. Anything that went awry underwater could be attributed to the sea's conditions. However, planning the layout of the tomb was far beyond my capabilities. Fortunately, although I lacked practical experience, I still possessed theoretical knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, I felt my earlier anxiety begin to dissipate. I reassured myself that when the time came, I would simply concoct a story about the tomb's peculiarities if all else failed. The stout man observed me and said, "That's great. Everything is in place, but since we're in Shisha, we must treat ourselves to a sumptuous meal tonight to replenish our strength. Tomb raiding is labor-intensive." He then dashed off to find the captain, asking what seafood was available on board that Ning, seemingly lacking an appetite, leaned to the side and fell silent, while I, feeling quite hungry, eagerly approached to see what seafood might be on offer. The waters of Shisha are teeming with fish, including mackerel, barracuda, and grouper. It is said that the sea here is half water and half fish, making it rare for fishing boats to return empty-handed. During the tourist season, fishing in Shisha is indeed a delightful experience. The portly man, persistently urging and coaxing, managed to extract a sizable mackerel from the fishing box. Despite the captain's reluctance, he instructed one of the crew members, "Bring forth a fish head pot." Unaware of the earlier exchange, the portly man noticed the captain's glum expression and, feeling disgruntled, exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm not robbing you, nor am I refusing to pay." However, despite his irritation, when the fish pot arrived, the aroma was simply irresistible, transforming all his previous desires into an overwhelming appetite that the city. He had never yearned for food so intensely. His eyes widened with delight as he eagerly snatched a piece of fish skin with his chopsticks before the pot was even stable, only to be met with a burning sensation that brought tears to his eyes. The dish was so magnificent that, whether from hunger or sheer enthusiasm, all the newcomers gathered around, including Zhang Tu, who had been napping in the hold, rushing over to inhale the fragrance, exclaiming, "Shisha is truly exceptional. We could never enjoy such a simple fish dish back home." The portly man, pulling him aside, retorted, "Flattery is one thing, but must you spray saliva everywhere? How disgusting." Zhang Tu, noticing the portly man's unfamiliarity, hastily extended his hand for a shake, saying, "Ah, a new face. What should I call you?" The portly man, unimpressed, glanced at Ning and inquired, "Who is this bald fellow?" Zhang Tu's expression darkened at the comment, and he firmly replied, "Please refer to me as Mr. Zhang or Professor Zhang if you would be so kind." The portly man ignored him, and Ning, sensing the tension, interjected, "I forgot to introduce you. This is Professor Zhang, one of our consultants for this trip." Upon realizing Zhang was indeed a professor, the portly man became more respectful and shook Zhang's hand, saying, "Oh, my apologies. I truly didn't realize you were an educated man. I am just a simple fellow named Wang, a rough sort, so please don't take offense." Zhang Tu managed a forced smile, replying, "Well, whether educated or rough, we are all human. The educated are just rough folks with different roles." The portly man, not comprehending the conversation's nuances, merely smiled along. Zhang Tu, oblivious to the subtlety, continued, "So, Mr. Wang, what is your profession?" The portly man hesitated, sensing the awkwardness but wanting to maintain decorum before the educated, replied, "To put it simply, I am an underground worker." Zhang Tu's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Ah, so you're a public security officer. My apologies." I struggled to suppress laughter at Zhang Tu's verbosity, and when the portly man saw me chuckle, he shot me a glare and told Zhang Tu, "Enough chit-chat. Let us taste a few bites first." With that, he beckoned others to dig in, that I ignored them, quickly grabbing a piece to savor. The flavor was absolutely divine. Before I could even swallow the first bite, I was already reaching for a second. The portly man, reveling in the dish, called for wine, to which Ning replied, "How could one possibly bring wine while out fishing?" The portly man, unconvinced, rummaged through the ship's hold and emerged triumphantly with a jar of liquor, prompting the captain to exclaim in shock. That is something the Dragon King would drink. He approached to seize it. Enraged, the portly man shot back. What nonsense! With such shabby liquor, the Dragon King would surely take your ship. He then produced a bottle of ergo from his bag and thrust it into the captain's hands, declaring, "Here, swap it out for the Dragon King. This is a cultural exchange of liquor from north to south. See this? Hongxing ergo, a fine product. You ought to appreciate it." The captain stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. The portly man, taking his silence as acquiescence, tore open the seal and poured for us. The liquor was indeed delightful, a renowned coconut liquor from the Li and Miao township that we indulged heartily, consuming with abandon until the moon hung directly overhead. Once the portly man finished his last sip, belched loudly, and straightened up, he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, now that we are well fed, it is time to discuss serious matters." I noticed the portly man's expression shift, and I too perked up. While he may not be the most reliable, his performance in the ancient tomb had been commendable, showcasing experience far beyond my own that I had never independently explored a tomb and was uncertain if immobilization was customary before such endeavors. So I decided to play the student and listen to his strategy. The portly man, having feasted generously, patted his bulging stomach and said, "This underwater endeavor is uncharted territory for me, so we must prepare thoroughly to avoid chaos once we dive in. I need to examine the equipment you've assembled." Aining responded, "Mr. Wang, how confident are you about this venture? Perhaps we should devise a plan to gauge our preparedness." The portly man shook his head. "It's difficult to say. In my experience, underwater excavations present two main challenges: locating the site and digging through the tunnels, but the most pressing concern is the unknown conditions within. For now, let us not dwell on the first two. Our primary focus should be the third. We must ascertain whether there are any zongzi. If there are, we could be in serious trouble, but if not, this underwater excavation would merely resemble a dry one, easily manageable." At the mention of zongzi, I recalled tales my uncle had shared about encountering strange beings in tombs. The thought of the sea monkey we encountered on the ghost ship resurfaced, sending a shiver down my spine as I remarked, "While I cannot confirm the presence of zongzi, there may be even more troublesome entities." I proceeded to recount my experience on the ghost ship, which others had already heard from Zhang too, albeit with exaggerated embellishments focusing on how he heroically rescued Aining and me. As I concluded, the portly man furrowed his brow and asked, "Damn it, are there really such things?" I nodded. "There are numerous legends about them. I doubt they are mere fiction." Aining chimed in, "I remember hearing about them as a child. I thought adults were just trying to scare me away from the riverbank." At that moment, the captain interjected, "Not so fast. You youngsters don't quite grasp this. Fishermen have encountered these creatures before. Let me tell you, they are not sea monkeys but rather Yasha ghosts. They are relatives of the Dragon King. If you've offended one, it will surely seek revenge. That I suggest we hurry back to shore, procure a pig, and invite a priest to perform a ritual. Perhaps the Great One will show mercy." Zhang Tu laughed. "I say, Captain, I've shot the shoulder of a relative of the Dragon King. Does that make me Sun Wukong?" The captain's face turned green with anger. "You look nothing like Sun Wukong. You resemble Zhu Beiji." Our group erupted in laughter, and Zhang too pinched the flesh on his face, seemingly agreeing with the comparison, but feeling a bit disgruntled. The portly man, after chuckling for a moment, stated, "Given the underwater presence of such creatures, we must be armed if that underwater excavation turns out to be their lair. We would be walking into our demise. Aining, do you have any fishing spears or similar weapons on hand?" Aining replied, "We anticipated such scenarios and prepared some underwater guns. However, they are quite bulky and can only fire one shot at a time. That in emergencies, they might not be of much use." I recognized these guns, which operate using compressed gas and have an effective range of less than 4 meters. But at least they could serve as spears. Nonetheless, their length might hinder maneuverability in the narrow tomb passages. The portly man dismissed these concerns, loudly declaring, "Regardless of their utility, we need all the guns we can get. Bring everything you can carry. Tomorrow, I'll lead the charge, and Comrade Xiao will follow closely behind. You and that bald fellow will bring up the rear if I signal something is amiss. You must halt immediately. That if I throw a punch, don't look back. Just run." We found this arrangement reasonable and nodded in agreement before discussing additional matters that I recalled my uncle's experiences and compiled a checklist for them to prepare overnight. Searchlights, daggers, fire sticks, sealed bags, nylon ropes, climbing hooks, food supplies, first aid kits, gas masks, and a treasure chest. Their preparations were thorough, even including black donkey hooves. After giving our instructions, the sky was nearly brightening. The portly man insisted we could discuss no further, lest we be unable to dive at all, and urged everyone to rest, that we each found a spot to lie down. The coconut liquor had a potent after-effect, and the sea breeze made my head heavy. I quickly drifted into sleep, not waking until the afternoon. The others had risen before me, and were already preparing when I washed my face with seawater. At that moment, several divers surfaced, one removing his breathing apparatus and announcing, "We've found it. This must be the spot." And we've located the tunnel. Aining immediately inquired, "Did you go inside to take a look?" The diver shook his head. "I did, but the tunnel is quite long, that I ventured in a bit, but couldn't see the end, and didn't dare to go further. So I came back." Aining nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to pose several questions to the young lad. Turning to us, he remarked, "All right, let us prepare ourselves. Once they finish clearing the entrance, they will summon us. There are signs of a collapse at the entrance, and they will secure it with supports." We each donned our diving suits. While they fit snugly on most of us, the portly fellow struggled to contain his belly, which protruded, leaving his navel exposed. Though not particularly elegant, he managed to wear it nonetheless. After checking our gear and ensuring we had everything necessary, we took turns plunging into the water. The submerged cave was not far from the ship. I noticed a large crater blasted into the seabed, with the cave situated at its base, that I mused to myself that this was indeed the handiwork of my uncle. That we scoured the area surrounding the cave, finding no signs of collapse, indicating that my uncle's skills had not diminished. That I spotted several stone anchors, reminiscent of my uncle's descriptions, though I could not be certain they were the same. The traces of the underground palace he had mapped out remained intact. Zhang Tu and I diligently committed the location of this cave to memory, noting that it appeared to be excavated down towards the ear chamber, where the bricks should be relatively thin. After about 5 minutes of searching, it seemed unnecessary to continue. The hefty fellow gestured to me, questioning whether we should proceed. Aining glanced at his diving gauge and nodded. Our equipment was far superior to that of 20 years ago. We were well equipped for the task at hand. At the entrance, we double-checked our gear and the pre-agreed signals, confirming all was in order before the portly man steadied himself and stealthily slipped inside. That we followed suit, activating our underwater lights as we descended about 5 or 6 meters. The cave was irregular, varying between wide and narrow passages. As I swam, I scrutinized the cave walls, increasingly puzzled by their appearance. It did not seem to be the result of human excavation. If my uncle had indeed dug it, he would have done so methodically with a shovel. However, the marks here were chaotic, resembling the work of some animal. That we struggled onward for over 20 meters, the light from the entrance no longer reaching us. At that moment, the cave's direction abruptly shifted, plunging vertically downward, which struck me as odd. That if they had yet to reach the tomb, why alter the course? Unable to voice my concerns, we paused at the vertical shaft. The hefty man made a cautious gesture before diving down first, and I watched as his light descended further and further until it dwindled to a mere point, leaving me astounded at the depth. He waved his light below, signaling that it was safe. One by one, we followed suit, and I observed my diving gauge indicating we had already descended over 10 meters, a depth I had never before encountered, raising doubts about my physical endurance. Below, an expansive space had been excavated, revealing the ancient tomb's wall, which bore a significant breach. That my confusion deepened as I noted how irregular this breach appeared, unlike the careful disassembly typical of tomb raiders. Several bricks were even shattered. The hefty man glanced at me, and I at him, both exhaling a few bubbles. He gestured towards the broken bricks and mimicked a monkey, implying that this cave might have been created by sea monkeys rather than tomb raiders. I nodded in agreement. Pointing to the underwater device on his back, he removed it, disengaged the safety, and swam into the cave. This marked my second foray into an ancient tomb. Though excitement coursed through me, memories of my previous experience left me feeling uneasy, especially underwater, where resistance hindered my movements. Should danger arise, Escaping would be far more challenging than on land. The tomb passage was far larger than I had anticipated. I increased the brightness of my exploration light and switched on my waterproof flashlight, trailing behind the hefty man. Our lights illuminated the path ahead, casting a glow that brightened the entire corridor. Upon examining the tomb wall, I indeed spotted the human face reliefs my uncle had mentioned. Not only that, but strange animals were intricately carved above the foreheads of these faces that I swam and observed. I found it increasingly perplexing. Most of these creatures appeared to be guardian beasts, yet none bore eyes, lending an eerie quality to the scene. Suddenly, I noticed a face with what seemed to be 3 serpent-headed bronze fish etched into its forehead. A sense of unease gripped me, prompting me to tug at the hefty man to halt his advance and examine the relief closely. Impatient and eager to delve deeper, he glanced at my discovery but, seeing nothing noteworthy, waved me on that I urged him to wait. Leaning closer to scrutinize the detailing, that I observed 3 serpent-headed bronze fish intertwined, forming a circular design, each uniquely shaped that I recognized 2 of them as being in my pack, while the third with 3 eyes was entirely unfamiliar to me. Beneath that visage, the face was distinctly feminine, though marred by the accumulation of debris, rendering it somewhat disfigured, a sight that was unsettling that I yearned to examine it further. But Aining's urging from behind compelled me to move on. Thankfully, the carvings appeared at intervals, allowing me to catch glimpses that as I continued, I sensed something amiss. Upon counting the 5th appearance of that face relief, I identified the issue. The eyes of the face on the first stone slab were closed, while the second slab suggested a slight opening. That be why the 3rd and 4th slabs, the eyes appeared increasingly ajar. And now, on the 5th, they were nearly fully opened that a sense of foreboding washed over me. Prompting me to grasp the hefty man's arm and signal him to halt, I retrieved my underwater sketch pad and wrote, "The eyes of the face on the tomb wall are gradually opening. I fear there may be a problem." After writing, I pointed towards the wall. The hefty man felt the face and shook his head, writing back, "I didn't notice. They're merely stone reliefs that it's likely just a solid block of stone. You're overthinking it." I resolutely shook my head, insisting he readied his weapon. Noting my serious demeanor, he complied. Shortly thereafter, we encountered another identical relief ahead. The hefty man, influenced by my apprehension, paused and illuminated the stone face. The eyes were now fully open, staring vacantly ahead. The hefty man inspected it, finding no change and, mustering his courage, approached to touch it, signaling to me that all was well. That I swam closer and confirmed it was indeed just a solid stone, devoid of any remarkable characteristics. That I poked its eyes with my finger, eliciting no response, and couldn't help but chuckle at my own foolishness. It seemed this was merely a gimmick devised by the tomb's architect to intimidate potential grave robbers, or perhaps held some special significance. I had inadvertently frightened myself in this place. What an embarrassing predicament. The hefty man patted my shoulder, signaling me to stop overthinking and to keep moving till we pressed on, recalling my uncle's account of encountering a mechanism that had drawn him into the spring. Yet, these tomb walls appeared uniform. How could I possibly identify the specific spot he had collided with? My mind raced, realizing that swimming aimlessly ahead was futile. That I had no idea where this passage led. It could very well be a loop. Getting lost here would spell disaster. I contemplated that my uncle could see the last person at a glance. It must be a long corridor. We had turned several corners, but there were only 2 such corridors. Thus, locating the right path shouldn't be overly challenging, though it would require time. That moment, the hefty man halted, and I, unable to stop in time, collided with him. Assuming something was amiss, I braced myself, leaning in to investigate. To my surprise, I found the passage ended abruptly, blocked by a stone slab. This slab was bare, devoid of inscriptions or reliefs. That I probed it for some mechanism, but found nothing, scratching my head in frustration. Aining wrote to inquire, "How can this be a dead end?" I replied, "There might be a clever stone mechanism nearby. Let us search for any loose sections in the tomb wall." They all nodded in agreement, and the hefty man began tapping around, meticulously examining the face reliefs. That I mentally revisited all the clues noted down, scrutinizing every crevice with the edge of my knife. Yet there was no progress. The stone slab remained steadfast, unyielding. That my spirits dampened, and I turned to see how the hefty man was faring, only to find him staring blankly ahead. Then I tapped him and wrote, "Have you discovered anything?" He gazed at me with a peculiar expression and wrote back, "Do sea monkeys have hair?" His sudden question baffled me, and I couldn't help but chuckle that I hadn't paid attention to whether sea monkeys had hair. My recollection was that their heads were completely bald and covered in scales. That I relayed this to him and asked why he was curious. He pointed towards a gap in the wall. Following his gesture, I was astonished to see a strand of black hair drifting out from the crevice between the stone slab and the tomb wall. Stunned, I wondered how this was possible. Could someone be leaning against the slab on the other side? The hefty man, emboldened, reached out to tug at it, but unexpectedly, the hair recoiled, vanishing back into the crevice. He glanced at me, writing, "There is a ghost behind the stone slab." Chapter 14 of Angry Sea and Sunken Sand. A profusion of hair in an ancient underwater tomb. A strand of hair was discovered, moving ominously. Naturally, one would immediately think of ghosts. Fortunately, a stone slab stood between us, preventing any possible apparition from advancing. The rotund fellow, seemingly unsatisfied with not capturing the hair, illuminated the crevice with his lamp. Eager to uncover what lay behind that my courage, however, paled in comparison. That haven't we seen enough horror films featuring hair? I kept a safe distance from the stone slab, observing the rotund man's reaction. That he leaned in for a closer look and appeared to see something extraordinary. His expression shifted to one of confusion, prompting him to press closer once more. This time, his reaction was pronounced. He suddenly recoiled, swimming several meters away as if fleeing for his life, and turned to us, frantically shaking his fists. Initially, I thought he intended to strike me, but then it dawned on me. Was he not signaling us to escape? Yet it seemed nothing had transpired moments before. Instinctively, I glanced back, only to witness the obstructive stone slab rising abruptly. That a thick, ink-like substance began to ooze from the widening gap beneath it. That I hastily retreated, fearing it was toxic water. But upon closer inspection, I was horrified to discover that the dark matter was, in fact, human hair. Seeing our sluggish response, the rotund man hurried back to pull us along, and only then did we realize the urgency of our situation. That I in the water, the more anxious we became, the more our strength waned, and our swimming slowed. Struggling to maintain a steady rhythm amidst the chaos, I decided to mimic the rotund man's method of pushing against the wall for propulsion. While it lacked grace, it afforded me remarkable speed, particularly the satisfying sensation of my feet firmly grounded. After approximately 20 vigorous strokes, we reached a bend. The rotund man seized us, urging us to conceal ourselves behind the corner. Signaling to assess the situation first, that we gasped for air, glancing back hurriedly. To our horror, the passage behind us was choked with hair, dark and voluminous. The sight constricted my throat. How many years of neglect must it have taken for such lengths to accumulate? The rotund man cursed under his breath, raised his gas-powered gun, and aimed at the center of the dark mass, likely believing the weapon could pierce through effortlessly. However, when he observed the projectile soaring rapidly for 6 or 7 meters before abruptly transitioning into slow motion, only to be ensnared by the hair, his face blanched. Nevertheless, the shot appeared to have some effect. The hair seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, retracting momentarily before rolling as if something within it were attempting to emerge. We instinctively grew vigilant, and the rotund man readied another projectile, preparing to approach for another shot. At that moment, the hair suddenly contracted and then expanded violently, and from the depths of that hair, a corpse emerged, clad in a diving suit identical to ours. It could very well be one of the 3 missing individuals. That I caught a fleeting glimpse of the corpse, horrified to see its mouth and nostrils choked with hair. Even its eyeballs were protruding with strands. That it was evident that death had come from asphyxiation, and the body had become grotesquely swollen from water exposure. That my scalp prickled at the sight. This hair was undeniably sinister. I felt an urgent desire to flee, reaching out for the rotund man, but upon lifting my gaze, I was startled to find him missing. Panicking, I turned to see him swimming far ahead, gesturing emphatically. I cursed inwardly, realizing he had prioritized his own safety before warning us. That I hastily signaled to Zhang Tu and Ning to follow suit, and I noticed the rotund man complaining about our slow reactions. Without hesitation, I kicked him in the rear. Stung by my kick, the rotund man was indignant, and attempted to retaliate, but Ning intervened, pointing behind us that I recognized that escaping was paramount. Any quarrel could wait until we were safe. At that moment, the oxygen meter in my hand began to vibrate, that I glanced down, alarmed. Nearly half an hour had elapsed since we entered, and our rapid breathing had consumed oxygen at several times the usual rate. Assessing our remaining time, I realized the situation was dire. If we made no progress, we would have no choice but to retrace our steps, lest we run out of oxygen. Yet, we had not even located the ear chamber that third uncle had mentioned. And I felt a tinge of reluctance. Suddenly, Zhang Tu, who had been trailing behind, darted forward like a crab, grasping the straps on our backs, and pulled himself to the forefront, seizing the rotund man and compelling him to halt. I observed him with wide eyes, pondering if he had uncovered a clue regarding the tomb's structure that I had missed. Indeed, he beckoned us to follow him, causing the rotund man to bounce in frustration. However, given his earlier display of cowardice, we ignored him, leaving him to sulk behind us. Zhang Tu swam back a few meters, pointing at a section of the tomb wall that had noticeably caved in. It appeared that the rotund man had inadvertently kicked in the wall while propelling himself along, that my heart leaped with joy. Upon comparing the two, it was evident that we had reached the end of a long corridor. The mechanism third uncle had spoken of was likely situated here. However, once triggered, water would surge in violently. Third uncle had been equipped with a helmet during his exploration, while we merely had diving masks. Should we be caught in the current? The risk of injury was considerable, that I glanced back and noticed that the hare had not yet pursued us, and I intended to warn the others that moment. Zhang Tu, oblivious to the danger, pressed forward impulsively. I had barely registered the action when a torrent of bubbles erupted around us. Realizing the predicament, I was astounded by Zhang Tu's propensity for calamity, rivaling even that of the rotund man. I cursed inwardly, feeling an immense force push me violently into the opening in the wall. The water spiraled chaotically, and I understood what third uncle had meant. The sensation was akin to being thrust into a washing machine. I was tossed about mercilessly, and soon, everything faded into obscurity. After an indeterminate time, I groggily regained consciousness, feeling as if my body had been disassembled, that my neck throbbed painfully, almost as if it might break. Yet, thankfully, my breathing apparatus remained securely in place, I focused my gaze. A shroud of darkness enveloped me. The rotund man and the others lay beneath me, seemingly incapacitated, particularly the rotund man, who appeared to be pirouetting aimlessly, akin to a ballet dancer. I scrutinized the walls of the well, crafted from exquisite white jade. The use of such fine materials suggested that we had indeed reached the innermost sanctum of the tomb, possibly arriving at the spring mentioned by third uncle within the ear chamber. Propelling myself upward, I felt a warm sensation envelop my head, and soon, my face broke the water-esque surface. Surrounding me was a void of darkness. The focused beam of my exploration light illuminated only a small point. I switched off the exploration light and replaced it with a flashlight, meticulously scanning the tomb chamber. The chamber was rectangular, with sharp angles, and aside from the celestial map adorning the ceiling, it lacked elaborate eaves or decorative carvings. Exuding a simple elegance, there were no coffins or sarcophagi present, indicating that this must be one of the ear chambers that I searched around, noting the absence of other exits, save for a stone door on the left leading to a passageway. The walls of the chamber were sealed with inexpensive white plaster, and remnants of vibrant frescoes had sadly succumbed to decay due to moisture, rendering it impossible to discern whether the images depicted the vengeful spirit of a deceased woman. Scattered across the floor were several funerary porcelain items, numbering around 100, including a few valuable blue and white dragon-pattern jars. I also discovered some footprints on the floor, still damp with the dust of recent passage, indicating they were quite fresh, likely the handiwork of third uncle. Assessing the air quality, I signaled for them to surface one by one. Upon Ning's ascent, her first concern was the footprints. Inquiring, "Are these left by tomb raiders?" I furrowed my brow, uncertain, for among the footprints, a particularly striking bare footprint stood out. Strangely, it appeared quite small, likely belonging to a child no older than 3 years. I had never heard of grave robbers bringing children along, so I beckoned the rotund man to take a look, as his experience might shed light on the matter. The rotund man, equally baffled, remarked, "Don't focus on its size. the footprint itself is abnormal. Take a closer look. Upon further examination, I noticed a yellowish, waxy layer atop the footprint. Scraping it with my knife and inhaling the scent, I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is corpse wax." Chapter 15. The great porcelain jar corpse wax typically forms from bodies submerged in water or buried in moisture-rich soil, resulting from the congealing of fat and minerals within the body. Following the trail of the footprint, I traced it to the corner of the room, behind one of the blue and white dragon pattern jars. A sudden chill gripped my heart. They say the king of hell is easy to appease, but troublesome little ghosts are another matter. Could it be that an underage Zongzi lurked here? I turned to the rotund man, saying, "Look, this footprint leads away, but does not return." Could it mean? Before I could finish my thought, the rotund man gestured for silence. Turning my head, I beheld the large porcelain jar abruptly wobbling. The rotund man whispered, "Something is hiding behind that." Zhang Tu, half undressed, had not removed his waist strap and now decided against it. Bringing his oxygen tank closer, he asked the rotund man, "What is it?" The rotund man, clearly irritated, replied, "Zongzi." Zhang Tu blinked in confusion. "Zongzi, as in the rice dumplings from Jiaxing with fangs high." The rotund man shook his head, dismissing him, and I asked, "Can you be certain? I have never seen a Zongzi so small." The corpulent man remarked, "I cannot be certain, but regardless of whether it is a Zongzi or not, we must venture over to take a look. Otherwise, it would be a calamity, and the disturbance in our hearts is quite unsettling." With that, he raised his hand and beckoned to me that I thought to myself that I had no intention of going and shook my head. The corpulent man sighed in resignation and called Zhang Tu over. It was Zhang Tu's first time entering the pit, and he was exceedingly excited, quickly mimicking the corpulent man's actions as they both approached the large ceramic jar, forming a pincer movement. Although I was afraid, I could not appear overly cowardly in front of the woman, so I feigned bravado and followed closely behind Zhang Tu, cautiously peering ahead, that we moved slowly, fearful that something might suddenly leap out at us. The corpulent man shone his flashlight first, but the jar was so large that it obscured everything within. He prodded it with a stick. His actions resembled those of my childhood when I used to catch weasels, which struck me as amusing. After poking it 5 or 6 times and hearing no response from behind, he mustered his courage and approached it. Upon inspection, he clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Damn it. Just an empty wooden box. What a waste of my anxiety." We followed him over, and I saw that it was a baby coffin adorned with double phoenix carvings, no larger than a violin case. The lid had been pried open and set aside, revealing a well-preserved white coffin interior, but the body was conspicuously absent, and no wonder the corpulent man mistook it for merely a box. That I said, "This is not a box, it is a type of coffin." He was initially incredulous but quickly grasped the implication and asked, "Are you saying this is the coffin of that little Zongzi?" I nodded and examined it closely, discovering several holes in the coffin's body, with a dark stain trailing from one of the holes down to the ground. That it appeared that some liquid had once flowed out, a scenario reminiscent of what my grandfather had noted in his writings. The corpulent man meticulously inspected the coffin with his flashlight, lamenting, "Just by looking at the specifications of this coffin, one can tell it must have contained many valuable items. But alas, we have no idea where the body has gone. Otherwise, we might have unearthed a few treasures." I nodded in agreement. Coffins of children who died young or were buried as companions often contained numerous valuables, and most were typically found on their person, especially within the bellies of burial companions, which frequently held preservation beads, items of substantial worth. That we searched the vicinity, hoping to ascertain the whereabouts of the body, but despite scouring every nook and cranny, we found not a single remnant. It seemed likely that those grave robbers had taken everything. The corpulent man, unwilling to accept defeat, expressed a desire to pry open the coffin. That I felt this was inappropriate and pulled him back, saying, "This coffin is unlike others. It is certainly not merely a resting place for the deceased, so it is best left untouched." The corpulent man chuckled. "The body is already gone. What is there to fear? Are you worried that the coffin might spring to life and bite me?" The woman interjected, "Our purpose here is not to disturb the funerary items. We should expedite our journey to the main burial chamber and not waste time. Let us act swiftly." The corpulent man, aware of his untenable position, conceded that we returned to organize our diving equipment. And as the corpulent man hoisted his backpack, he glanced at me, his lips moving as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Appearing somewhat embarrassed, that I sighed and scolded. "If you have something to say, just say it." "What is it?" the corpulent man ventured. "Do you think that little Zongzi might have crawled into the large ceramic jar beside us?" I looked at the jar, and a thought struck me. It was indeed a possibility. The corpulent man flushed slightly, saying, "I thought I heard a sound coming from the jar just now, as if it originated from within." I thought perhaps I misheard. After all, Zongzi are not mice. They wouldn't just crawl into a jar, and I'm just throwing it out there. I had no other intention. I knew he was still fixated on the treasures that might have belonged to the corpse, and I was tempted to tease him. Just then, the large ceramic jar suddenly toppled over with a clatter that I froze, wondering if his speculation had indeed proven true. All four of us fell silent, anxiously watching the jar as it spun in place a few times before rolling towards us with a low rumble. Chapter 16. The path of the figurines, my attention, had been wholly consumed by the coffin, and I had scarcely noticed the jar that I quickly retreated a few steps as it wobbled and rolled, changing direction towards the stone door of the figurine passage, ultimately crashing against the doorframe with a resounding clang before coming to a halt. We exchanged bewildered glances, each of us contemplating the strangeness of the situation. Could it be that the corpulent man had indeed been correct and that a Zongzi was inside? We stood in stunned silence for a moment, hesitant to approach. The corpulent man lowered his voice, saying, "Everyone, this jar truly seems a bit uncanny. Why don't we take the initiative and shoot a few darts at it?" I, of course, opposed this notion, whispering, "Absolutely not. We must ascertain what it is before taking any action." My reasoning stemmed from two factors. First, I had recognized that this Qinghua ceramic jar from the Yuan and Ming dynasties was undoubtedly a priceless artifact. Such a specimen was exceedingly rare in the world, and destroying it would be a grave loss. Second, we were unaware of whatever peculiarities lay within. If it was indeed a Zongzi, we would inevitably find ourselves in a confrontation that I had already exhausted much of my strength underwater, leaving me unable to flee. However, we were currently submerged in an ancient tomb over 10 meters deep, and the limited air supply would not sustain us for long. Prolonging this stalemate would be detrimental to our interests. Caught in this dilemma of advance and retreat, my mind was a whirl, beads of sweat forming on my forehead at that moment. The corpulent man, noticing my indecision, said, "We cannot definitively claim that there is a Zongzi inside. This place connects to the sea, and it could very well be a crab or lobster that has crawled in. There is no need to frighten ourselves here. Let us go take a look." The woman shook her head. "Our primary objective is to reach the main burial chamber. We shouldn't waste time on such distractions. I believe we should avoid it if possible and search for other exits." Upon hearing this, I realized it was a viable strategy, so I meticulously examined the chamber once more, but alas, it was clear that there were no other doors or openings for us to explore. The corpulent man, unable to endure the suspense any longer, declared, "At this juncture, we must either move this jar aside or return. There are no other paths. However, I must tell you up front, now that we have come this far, Wang Fatty, will never retreat simply because of a jar." I glanced at a Ning's expression, which was equally resolute, while Zhang Tu remained oblivious to the situation, choosing not to speak. The three of them turned their gazes toward me, as if seeking my counsel, that I still lacked a clear resolution in my mind. I considered that rushing forward could be unwise, yet the corpulent man's argument had merit. Many of the items in this ancient tomb were simply products of our own fears. Looking into a Ning's eyes softened my resolve, and I said, "Very well, let us proceed step by step, that if all goes well, then so be it. If it turns out to be a threat, we have our 4 dart guns at the ready." The corpulent man patted me on the back in encouragement, and I drew out my weapon, disengaging the safety and aiming it towards the jar. Leading the way, the corpulent man proceeded cautiously as the 4 of us edged towards the door. I was not overly afraid. Rather, I felt a surge of tension, my diving suit causing sweat to accumulate uncomfortably. Just as the corpulent man was nearly able to discern the contents of the jar, it suddenly spun around with a clatter, causing blood to rush to my head, and I nearly fired my weapon. The corpulent man swiftly retreated 2 steps, signaling us to remain still as he observed the jar rolling once more, this time in a smooth arc, as it tumbled into the dark passageway. The corpulent man cursed under his breath and immediately followed it inside. The interior was enveloped in darkness, and when I illuminated it with my flashlight, I discovered that it was a straight corridor paved with white marble bricks, stark and unadorned. There was nothing within, save for 2 rows of light troughs on either side of the ground, each containing light fixtures spaced 1 meter apart. At the far end of the figurine passage stood a jade door, with a slightly smaller door on either side, all of which were ajar, suggesting that someone had previously entered. The jar had come to a stop in the middle of the left door, motionless. This time, I genuinely found the situation rather eerie. The jar's behavior seemed almost as if it were leading us, as if it were beckoning us to follow me. This clearly indicated a conscious action. Could it be that whatever lay within the jar was not a zongzi, but rather a spirit? When I voiced my thoughts, the corpulent man found some merit in what I said, replying, "You make a valid point." I too felt that this thing rolled with such finesse, akin to a bowling ball. I silently chuckled at the absurdity of it all. The corpulent man continued, "Since we have come this far, it is best not to linger in indecision. Let us follow it and determine its intent. After all, whether we advance or retreat, we shall face the same fate." The others nodded in agreement, and the corpulent man patted me on the shoulder, saying, "This bare stone path often harbors traps. Woo. Why don't you take a look for any irregularities?" Aware of my responsibility, I nodded and shone my flashlight on the floor. The figurine passage was paved with small stone slabs, likely concealing treacherous mechanisms. I thought that since my uncle had previously traversed this area, any traps might have already been disarmed or triggered. However, if there were any that remained, it could lead to serious complications that I cautioned them accordingly. Adjusted my backpack and stepped forward first to evade the traps. It is best to crouch close to the walls. However, on either side of this narrow passage are 2 illuminated channels, shrouded in darkness, concealing unknown perils. Encountering something more troublesome is a distinct possibility. Thus, we can only traverse along the edges of the channels that I instructed them to be exceedingly mindful of their footing. Yet I too was at a loss. The weight and speed of each step were critical, and such knowledge requires experience, something I utterly lacked. That as I advanced, my anxiety intensified. After gingerly taking a dozen steps, I was drenched in cold sweat. The others, observing my trepidation, began to panic as well. The rotund man remarked, "It appears this task of navigating the traps is not as straightforward as it seems, young comrade, that if you are too fatigued, shall we take a break?" I had no time to engage in banter and retorted, "Silence. If I lose focus for a moment, I might step wrong. Did I warn you? Do not interfere with me." Before I could finish my warning, I felt a tremor beneath my feet. Turning around, I saw that Aining had stepped onto a stone slab that had sunk alarmingly, her face a mask of panic as she looked at me. I sighed in despair, thinking to myself how unfortunate I was, fearing I would be pierced like a hedgehog. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air as a crossbow bolt whizzed past her ear. Before I could react, a second bolt was on its way, aimed directly at her chest. The situation unfolded in a flash. Aining's expression shifted as she swiftly turned and, with remarkable agility, caught the bolt mid-air. Her motion executed in a fraction of a second. I was astonished by her dexterity. Yet there was no time to ponder, as I felt a series of vibrations beneath my feet that I shouted, "Get down! There are hidden crossbows!" No sooner had I spoken than a flurry of white bolts erupted towards us that I instinctively ducked to avoid one, at that moment catching sight of a white-furred creature emerging from a distant jar. Swiftly darting into the stone doorway on the left, that I gasped, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in my chest. Looking down, I was horrified to discover 2 bolts had embedded themselves deep into my torso, seemingly penetrating 2 to 3 inches. The arrows had nearly fully penetrated my body, and a wave of excruciating pain coursed through me, leaving my mind in a state of chaos that I could hardly believe it. I was still so young, having never even touched a woman's hand, and here I was, on the verge of dying in an unknown tomb. If I were to perish here, hundreds of years might pass before anyone would even consider retrieving my remains. Such an end seemed terribly tragic. Arrows rained down upon us, the source of their launch obscured, their velocity too great to evade. The rotund man shielded us with his backpack, rushing forward to absorb several bolts. I gasped as I saw his back, now resembling an incense burner filled with arrows, each one deeply embedded. Miraculously, he appeared to feel no pain that I recalled tales of individuals shot full of arrows, but had never witnessed such a sight until now. And under these dire circumstances, I could not help but curse inwardly. That moment, someone seized my clothing, yanking me forward in a panic that I turned in shock to discover it was Ning. Her eyes were cold and terrifying, and my instincts screamed danger that I struggled against her grip. But without mercy, she drove her knee into my lower back, a blow far more painful than the bolts in my chest. My body went limp, overwhelmed by pain. Without a word, she dragged me toward the grand jade door at the center. I was used as a human shield, and once again, arrows struck my shoulders, abdomen, and chest, each impact nearly causing me to faint. They say a woman's heart is the most venomous, and I had never believed it until now. The once fearful woman had transformed into a ruthless figure, using me to shield herself from the rain of arrows. That I was not so noble. Summoning all my strength, I twisted away from her grasp. She was not particularly strong, and I broke free, collapsing into the illuminated channel. Losing her cover, she swiftly rolled to avoid a barrage of arrows, casting a fierce glare in my direction that I thought to myself, "How dare you glare at me?" I shouted and lunged to grab her. But she merely smirked, rolling expertly against the wall, then leaping high to spring off, swiftly reaching safety. The entire maneuver was executed with astonishing precision that I was infuriated to see her emerge unscathed and in a fit of rage. I slammed my fist against the ground. She turned to glance at me, blowing me a mocking kiss before activating her flashlight and sashaying into the central jade door. Blood boiled within me. Yet I had no choice but to crawl back into the channel, arrows whistling overhead as they struck the walls with metallic clinks. The barrage continued for a relentless 5 minutes before finally ceasing. I looked back at the rotund man, who had been transformed into a living pincushion, swaying as if he might collapse. That I scrambled to assist him, but he waved me off, signaling that he was fine. "Little Wu," he said, "I think these arrows are a bit peculiar. Why do they penetrate so deeply without causing much pain? Could you pull a few out for me to inspect?" I too found it strange. The pain was not as severe as I had anticipated, and my breathing remained steady. However, having never experienced death by arrow, I hesitated. The rotund man insisted, and after a moment of indecision, I finally gathered the courage to try. Meanwhile, Zhang Tu, who had sheltered behind the rotund man and remained unscathed, suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth. Upon seeing the rotund man in such a state, he confidently declared, "Don't worry, it's fine." Both the rotund man and I were taken aback. His voice had changed, and it sounded oddly familiar. Suddenly, he straightened his posture, and with a distinct click, he seemed to grow several centimeters taller. Then, extending his hand with another click, it appeared to lengthen as well. My jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Was this not the art of shrinking bones? I had only read about it in my grandfather's notes, a fundamental skill for tomb raiders, allowing them to slip through incredibly narrow spaces, such as the beams of a ghostly palace or subterranean voids. I had always dismissed it as a joke until now, witnessing its extraordinary application firsthand. That he took a deep breath, tugged at the back of his ear, and peeled away a layer of skin, revealing his true face. I was momentarily stunned. Beneath the skin mask was none other than the enigmatic, muffled oil bottle. My confusion turned into a surge of wrath. How could he have deceived us so thoroughly? He could easily take on the role of a leading actor. The rotund man, equally astonished, stammered, "Brother, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to toy with us?" The muffled oil bottle remained silent. Gesturing for him to sit down, that he grasped one of the arrows embedded in the rotund man's back and twisted it with ease, extracting it effortlessly. That I leaned in for a closer look. And to my surprise, the rotund man bore only a shallow red mark. No injury at all. My astonishment quickly turned to elation as I realized I might not be doomed after all. I mimicked the muffled oil bottle's actions, pulling out my own arrows. The task proved surprisingly simple, and as I examined the arrows, I understood their clever design. The tips were crafted to retract upon impact, releasing several claw-like hooks that clamped tightly onto flesh. The muffled oil bottle surveyed the scattered arrows and remarked quietly, That woman deliberately triggered that trap. That IT seems she is not only confident in her skills, but also intent on eliminating us all. I recalled her earlier mocking kiss, recognizing it as a clear taunt directed at me. Anger boiled within me. Indeed, beautiful women are often untrustworthy, and I vowed never to fall for such charms again. The rotund man's back was riddled with abrasions, and he grimaced, "Thank goodness these arrows have lotus heads. Otherwise, I would have been in real trouble. Imagine my illustrious life ending by becoming a pincushion." I examined the peculiar arrows and inquired, "Why are all the arrows here designed this way? What could be the intent behind it?" The muffled oil bottle replied, "I am unsure, but upon seeing you struck, I recognize them as lotus arrows that I can think of no other reason. Perhaps the tomb's owner wished to give us a chance to retreat." I found this reasoning puzzling, but now was not the time for such discussions. That woman had already entered the main burial chamber, and I could not allow her to escape with the treasure so easily. Determined, I resolved to rush in after her, but the muffled oil bottle caught my arm, shaking his head. "That jar earlier urged us to enter the left chamber for a reason. We must proceed with caution. We are in unfamiliar territory, so we cannot afford to act recklessly." In a moment of panic, I thought to myself that if that woman were to emerge shortly and make a run for it, I would have no idea where to pursue her. The rotund fellow remarked, "Fear not. Let us first return and conceal our diving equipment. Damn it, let's see if she can hold her breath long enough to make it outside." At such a critical juncture, it was indeed the plump man's quick wit that shone through. I chastised myself for not having thought of it sooner and promptly nodded in agreement. The three of us hastened back to the chamber, and as I shone my flashlight upon the spot where we had placed our gear, I was struck dumb. There was nothing there. Our oxygen tanks had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 17. I beheld the arrowheads nearly fully embedded within my body. A wave of intense pain surged through my chest, and my heart raced with confusion that I could hardly believe it. I was still so young, having never even touched a woman's hand, and yet here I was on the brink of death within an unknown tomb. If I were to perish here, it was likely that no one would recover my body for centuries to come. Such a fate seemed excessively cruel. Arrows rained down upon us, and I could not discern what had launched them. Their speed rendered any attempt at evasion futile. The stout man bravely used his backpack as a shield, charging in front of us to absorb several arrows that I gasped as I saw his back, already punctured by a multitude of arrows. Resembling an incense burner filled to the brim with sticks. Strangely, he appeared to feel no pain at all. I recalled having often seen descriptions in novels of individuals being shot full of arrows. Yet I had never witnessed such a sight until now, and under such dire circumstances. Suddenly, someone seized my clothing, yanking me forward. Startled, I turned to find it was that woman, Aining. Her gaze was chillingly cold, and I sensed trouble. I quickly attempted to shake her off. Seeing my intention to escape, she mercilessly drove her knee into my lower back, a blow far more painful than the arrows lodged in my chest. My body went limp, overwhelmed by the pain, and I collapsed. Without uttering a word, she dragged me towards the grand jade gate at the center that I was used as a human shield, and in that instant, arrows struck my shoulder, abdomen, and chest, causing me to nearly lose consciousness. They say a woman's heart is the most venomous. I had never believed it until now. Just moments ago, she had appeared as a frightened little woman. Yet in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into someone willing to use me as a shield against the onslaught of arrows that I certainly did not possess such nobility, summoning all my strength. I twisted away from her. She was not particularly strong, and I managed to break free, tumbling into the light channel. Seeing her lose her cover, she swiftly rolled aside, evading a flurry of arrows, and shot me a venomous glare. I thought to myself, "How dare you glare at me?" With a shout, I lunged to pull her back, but she merely sneered at me, executed a deft roll to the wall, and then leapt high, using the wall to propel herself into a safe zone. The entire maneuver was executed with remarkable agility and precision. Not a single arrow had struck her, and I was infuriated, slapping the ground in frustration. She glanced back at me and, to my astonishment, blew me a mocking kiss before switching on her flashlight and sashaying through the jade gate. I was livid enough to spit blood, yet helpless to change the situation. I crawled back into the light channel, hearing arrows whizzing past overhead, colliding with the corridor walls with metallic clangs. The barrage continued for over 5 minutes before finally ceasing. That I glanced back at the stout man, who had been transformed into a porcupine of arrows, swaying precariously as if about to collapse. That I hurried to assist him, but he waved me off, signaling that he was fine, and asked, "Xiao Wu, I find these arrows rather peculiar. Why do they penetrate so deeply without causing excruciating pain? Could you pull a few out for me to examine?" I, too, sensed something amiss. The arrow wounds were not as severe as I had anticipated. My breathing remained steady, yet I had no experience to gauge what it felt like to die from an arrow wound. As the stout man urged me to extract a few arrows, I hesitated, lacking the courage to do so in front of him. That moment, Zhang Tu gritted his teeth and stood up. He had been shielded behind the stout man and had not been hit by any arrows. Seeing the stout man in such a state, he suddenly declared, "Don't worry. It's nothing serious." Both the stout man and I were taken aback. Zhang Tu's voice had changed, sounding strangely familiar. Suddenly, he straightened up, and with a distinct crack, he seemed to grow several centimeters taller. Then, he extended his hand forward, exerting force again, and with another crack, his hand elongated by several inches. My jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Was this some form of skeletal manipulation? I had only read about it in my grandfather's notes, as it was a fundamental skill for tomb raiders in ancient times, allowing them to pass through extremely narrow crevices, such as those in the halls of the dead or underground voids. I had always dismissed it as a joke until I witnessed it firsthand. I could hardly believe such a miraculous skill existed. He took a deep breath, grasped the back of his ear, and with a swift tug, he peeled off a layer of human skin, revealing his true face beneath the mask. That I was stunned to see that the person beneath the mask was none other than the enigmatic figure, Min Yuping. I was momentarily speechless, consumed by a surge of unnamable rage. He had been so adept at deception, he could easily win an Oscar for his performance, and I had been completely oblivious. Min Yuping shook out his arms as if he had not moved in ages. The stout man was rendered speechless, and after a long pause, he exclaimed, "Little brother, what on earth is this? Are you deliberately toying with us?" Min Yuping remained silent, patted him to sit down, and grasped the arrowhead protruding from his back. With a firm twist, he effortlessly extracted it. That I leaned in to inspect, and to my astonishment, the stout man bore nothing more than a faint red mark, no actual injury. I felt a surge of hope. Perhaps I would not have to die after all. Eagerly, I mimicked Min Yuping's actions and began to pull out the arrows lodged in my own body. It was surprisingly easy. I quickly extracted one, and upon closer inspection, I realized the arrowheads were ingeniously designed. Upon impact, the sharp tips would retract, unfurling several iron hooks that latched onto the flesh with a vice-like grip. Min Yuping surveyed the scattered arrows and remarked softly, "That kick from earlier was deliberate. That woman clearly possesses confidence in her abilities and aims to eliminate us all." I recalled her mocking kiss, unmistakably a taunt directed at me, inciting a fury that made me bite my lip until it bled. Indeed, beautiful women are not to be trusted. I resolved never to let myself be fooled again. The stout man's back was nearly covered in abrasions, and he grimaced, saying, "Thank goodness all these arrows have lotus heads. Otherwise, I would have truly been in a dire predicament. Imagine the great name of Fatty Wong being tarnished by dying like a porcupine." I examined the peculiar arrows and inquired, "Why are all the arrows here designed this way? Is there a specific intention behind it?" Min Yuping replied, "I am unsure, but upon seeing you struck, it's evident these are lotus arrows. That I can't think of any other reason. Perhaps the tomb's owner intended to give us a chance, allowing us to retreat." I found this explanation curious, as it seemed illogical. However, now was not the time for such discussions. That woman had already entered the main tomb chamber, and we could not allow her to escape with the treasures so easily. I resolved to charge in, but Min Yuping grasped my arm, shaking his head. The ghost earlier indicated we should first enter the left tomb chamber for a reason, though we must adhere to the steps. We are on their turf. We cannot act recklessly. In a moment of anxiety, I thought, if that woman were to emerge and flee, I would have no means to pursue her. The stout man assured me, "Do not fear. Let us return and hide our diving gear first. Damn it. Let's see if she can hold her breath long enough to reach the outside." At such a critical juncture, the stout man's cleverness was a blessing. I scolded myself for not having thought of it sooner. And we promptly nodded in agreement. Hastening back to the chamber, as I shone my flashlight on the spot where we had placed our equipment, I was left dumbfounded. Everything was gone. Our oxygen tanks had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 18. The first puzzle. We stood in stunned silence. Our back and forth had taken no more than 5 minutes. It was inconceivable that anyone could have stolen our equipment in such a brief span of time. Moreover, there was only one path from the chamber to the tomb corridor. Where could those items have been taken? The three of us exchanged glances, our expressions grave, and it dawned on us that this was just the beginning of our troubles. The stout man began to fear, exclaiming, "Could there be more than one Zhongzi here?" I waved my hand. This was not the time for discussions about Zhongzi. While we could potentially fight against a single one, lacking diving equipment made traversing the lengthy underwater tomb passage an extremely serious issue that if we were not careful, we could find ourselves trapped in this submerged grave. That I turned to the stout man. "You were the last to remove your gear. Did you move anything when you placed it down?" He replied, "Of course not. These 8 steel tanks are heavy. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to rearrange them?" I found myself in agreement, as we were all present at that time. If anyone had moved these items, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. Furthermore, these objects were indeed quite heavy. It was nearly impossible to remove them all in one go. After we stood there in a daze for a while, the plump fellow suggested that we search around, reasoning that even if a ghost had come to move things, there would surely be some clues left behind. That I concurred and began to shift the porcelain jars one by one, hoping to find something hidden behind them. This was somewhat of a self-deception. In such a small space, anything present would be visible at a glance. Yet, at that moment, we had no choice but to cling to any semblance of hope. We searched meticulously for a good 5 or 6 minutes, and with each passing moment, the more I felt that something was amiss. That I could not pinpoint the source of my unease, but everything around us seemed imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. Ultimately, it was the plump fellow who made the discovery. That he suddenly shouted, "Damn it! This is not the place where we were just now." I turned to look, and there, illuminated by his flashlight in the corner, was a stone pillar. That in my recollection, that spot had been empty, yet now there stood a pillar embedded in the wall on one side, with the other side exposed, adorned with intricate carvings of exotic birds and beasts. This was an entirely different structural design of a tomb. That we quickly examined the other 3 corners, and indeed, all 4 corners exhibited the same transformation. Sweat began to bead on my forehead. This was not merely illogical. It was utterly incomprehensible. I glanced at the muted oil bottle, who nodded and said, "He is right. This seems to be another room. The infant coffin in that corner has also vanished, and the arrangement of the burial items is remarkably different. Moreover, look at the ceiling." I raised my eyes and was taken aback to see that the relief sculpture of the Yin-Yang star map had transformed into 2 giant serpents entwined around the entire circular beam. Their carvings so lifelike that it appeared they might leap down to bite me. That a shiver ran down my spine, and I hastily lowered my head, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Have we entered the wrong door?" The plump fellow retorted, "How could that be? This is clearly the only path to Huashan since ancient times. This place is expansive. We came from that dilapidated path, got shot into a porcupine, and then returned here. That makes perfect sense. Damn it, how could I be wrong?" At that moment, I realized that we might have stumbled upon the same predicament my uncle had faced 20 years ago. However, the current scenario diverged somewhat from his account, and I was uncertain what had transpired. My uncle had managed to escape from this spring without removing his diving equipment, while I had come in fully aware that such occurrences were possible, yet had taken no precautions whatsoever. I felt a pang of guilt at this thought. The plump fellow, now somewhat bewildered, asked, "Aren't you from the southern faction, well versed in the mechanisms of ancient tombs? Have you encountered anything like this before?" Of course, I had not, and I sighed. There are no outsiders here, so I shall speak frankly with you. This is only my 2nd time in a tomb. Don't expect me to identify any intricate stone mechanisms. I can't even recall the names of these jars. The plump fellow, still skeptical, insisted, "Don't scare me, comrade. I genuinely hope you can discern some clue." I offered a bitter smile, unsure how to respond, and told him, given the bizarre nature of this situation, even if I were an expert in this field, I doubt I could provide any answers. That in just a few minutes, what mechanism could possibly alter every item in this room? even change the very structure of the place. It is simply impossible. There must be another explanation. The muted oil bottle nodded in agreement, while the plump fellow scratched his head, saying, "Then if it's not a mechanism, what could it be? Some sort of sorcery." His mention of the latter sparked a thought in my mind, and I replied, "Well, that is a possibility. That I once heard a tale about a grave robber who entered an ancient tomb and found it resplendent, akin to a palace. There he encountered a man drinking wine, who not only invited him to join, but also gifted him a belt. After sharing several cups, the grave robber fell into a stupor within the tomb, only to awaken beside a dilapidated coffin. The belt revealed to be a snake. Doesn't that bear some resemblance to our current predicament?" The plump fellow scoffed. "What a load of nonsense. At least he had wine. We only have water. How can we compare?" Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of uncertainty about whether to divulge my uncle's experiences, as they were rather convoluted and could implicate the muted oil bottle, that I was still unaware of his stance. And a single misstep could lead to greater complications. After much contemplation, I decided to share only half of the story. The plump fellow continued to lament, so I had them sit down and recounted certain details about my uncle, albeit in a truncated manner due to the plump fellow's incessant interjections. Eventually, he erupted, "You little brat! How could you know so much and say nothing? It's utterly despicable. Look at the mess we're in now." The muted oil bottle, engrossed, suddenly seized my arm and inquired, "What did your uncle say while he was unconscious? Repeat it." Seeing his serious expression, I stammered, He mentioned an elevator." The muted oil bottle exclaimed, "So that's it." He rose and approached the stone door of the tomb, feeling the door frame. "This is indeed a mechanism, and it is quite simple, only capable of fooling children. Thus, your uncle was unable to discern it 2 decades ago, but he would recognize it now." The plump fellow, sensing he was onto something, urged, "Brother, if you know something, just say it. I'm about to lose my mind." The muted oil bottle explained, "Let me provide an analogy that will clarify things. Imagine a 2-story building, each floor containing a room. If you exit the room on the 2nd floor and I construct another layer beneath it, by the time you return, the 2nd floor room would now be on the 3rd floor, and the 1st floor room would have become the 2nd. This example, however, was poorly articulated. The plump fellow looked perplexed, raising 2 fingers as he pondered. 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. What the hell is this 1, 2, 3 nonsense? The more you explain, the more confused I become. I grasped the meaning immediately. The elevator my uncle referred to was indeed this concept. It seemed that when he first discovered this secret, it was the first term that sprang to his mind. I marveled at the insight, but a jolt of realization struck me. This was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. Moreover, such a structure was not complex at all. It could indeed be dismissed as a child's trick. Seeing that the plump fellow was still struggling to comprehend, I explained it again, and he finally understood, albeit with a hint of disinterest. "Ah, I see that it's actually quite simple. I thought there would be a greater mystery at play. But it's nothing more than this." I felt a twinge of embarrassment. As someone trained in architecture, I should have recognized this mechanism, which fell squarely within my field, that I needed to reflect upon this oversight. It seemed that one must always consider the simplest explanations. The muted oil bottle's expression remained serious. After inspecting the doorframe, he proceeded to examine the water in the spring. His action suggested he was still grappling with some unanswered questions. I asked him, "Is there still an issue?" He nodded, saying, "There is a significant contradiction between what my uncle experienced and what we are undergoing. Have you noticed?" I looked at him in confusion. Indeed, I sensed that there was something off about his previous assertion. Yet I could not pinpoint what. The muted oil bottle continued, "Your uncle was lying in this room and did not exit the tomb corridor. Regardless of how the room may shift, he should still see this very room. How could it possibly change?" A light bulb went off in my mind. He was right that he added, "Furthermore, the ear chambers in ancient tombs are always symmetrical, so there cannot be just one. Logically, there should be another room opposite us." As we stepped into the tomb corridor and shone our flashlights, we found only a wall of milky white jade bricks, devoid of any door. The muted oil bottle pressed his ear against the wall, his fingers tracing the brick seams as he meticulously felt his way along. After about 10 minutes, he approached us, shaking his head. It appeared to be a bona fide brick wall. The plump fellow grew impatient, yawning and declaring, "Let us not concern ourselves with the ear chamber. We haven't even found a way out yet. Even if we understand what is happening, it won't change our predicament. His reasoning was sound, and I sighed, reflecting on how my uncle had managed to escape twice. What methods had he employed on his second escape? He lacked diving equipment as well. Had he somehow swum out of the tomb while holding his breath? He must have encountered elements of the experience that I was unaware of. Yet he never divulged them. Oh, uncle, are you aware that your few nonchalant remarks could potentially doom your nephew in this depths of the sea? They both fell silent, seemingly pondering the entire situation. I also entertained some thoughts, realizing that there were only a few possible ways to exit the ancient tomb. One option was to retrace our steps, which was, of course, impossible unless our lung capacity rivaled that of dolphins. The second option was to locate the secret passage left behind by the craftsman. This method might be somewhat effective in a dry tomb, but in a submerged one, it seemed impractical, for the sunken ship's grave would have been constructed entirely on the vessel before being submerged, meaning any passage would inevitably lead to the sea, with water serving as the most convenient barrier between the realms of the living and the dead. The third option was the most rudimentary, simply digging our way out. I glanced up at the ornate tomb's ceiling, only to see a mass of bricks, and I couldn't help but sigh deeply. Even if we could dig, it would be a monumental undertaking that I attempted to conceptualize the layout of this underwater tomb. Considering what might exist atop the ornate ceiling, according to the simplest architectural principles, one thing was certain. Bricks alone could not create an airtight structure. There must be some sealing white clay in the crevices. And there should also be wooden boards coated with multiple layers of fire lacquer to serve as a waterproof barrier, topped off with a layer of plaster. Yes, I pondered this. A sudden flash of inspiration struck me, and I devised a rather audacious plan. Excitedly, I said to them, "Actually, we need not fear. I estimate that we are merely a dozen meters from the surface. This burial chamber, designed to accommodate the elevator mechanism, must be quite tall, and the tomb's apex cannot be too far from the seabed. If all else fails, we can dig directly upwards. The water above isn't particularly deep, and if we act during low tide, I believe we have a chance as long as the sand above does not collapse." The portly man waved his hand lazily and remarked, "When we entered, we didn't bring any tools. The surface is just solid stone bricks. What are we supposed to dig with?" "Our bare hands," I replied. "You don't understand. In a sunken ship's grave, most of the bricks are hollow. They can be compressed, but not smashed, as long as we can find a few metal objects to strike with force. We should be able to create a hole." Upon hearing this, the portly man perked up and said, "Hey, this method sounds promising. Now let's not waste time dilly-dallying. Let us find some tools. This tomb is so vast that there must be some bronze artifacts in the main burial chamber." This man was predictable. When he thought all hope was lost, he would refuse to act, but once he sensed a glimmer of hope, his intellect would spring into action. That mind raced rapidly, formulating a plan for breaking through the obstacle. Having studied architecture in college, I was quite familiar with this kind of challenge. Upon careful consideration, all the elements aligned perfectly, as long as we could complete the whole within the brief window of low tide. Our chances of escape would be substantial. Just then, the quiet one spoke up. "There's still a long time until low tide. I wonder if the air here can last until then. Everything depends on fate." The portly man jumped up and exclaimed, "Damn it! Whether it's low tide or not, let us find some tools and break through. It's suffocating here. I'd rather be bitten to death by a zongzi than suffocate in this gloom." I had intended to inform him that if we broke through before low tide, the water above, at least 2 meters deep, would surge in, and in a matter of minutes, the tomb would be completely flooded, making escape impossible. However, seeing his enthusiasm, I chose not to dampen his spirits. That we three rallied our spirits, gathered our belongings, and headed toward the corridor. That as soon as we passed through the stone doorway, all three of us paused in astonishment. The portly man cursed, "This place is just too bizarre." Before us, where there had once been a brick wall, a door had inexplicably appeared. That I shone my flashlight on it and discovered a massive coffin made of precious golden silk Namu wood. Given my deductions regarding the dual-layer structure of this burial chamber, I was no longer surprised by the appearance of a door. That it was evident that while we were conversing, the adjacent room had undergone a shift. Although I remained uncertain about the tomb owner's intentions behind this design, I felt no panic. However, The sight of the coffin startled me. Golden silk Namu wood is an exquisite material for coffins. For thousands of years, the size of a coffin has depended on the dimensions of the wood used. This coffin was enormous, likely fashioned from a log of Nanmu wood comparable in thickness to the 32 massive pillars found in the Ming Dynasty's Chongling tomb. Such a valuable coffin could be worth more than a block of silver. Yet, how could such a precious coffin be placed within this peculiar side chamber? If even this priceless coffin could only reside here, the main burial chamber must surely contain a golden coffin. I felt increasingly perplexed. The tomb's owner exhibited no regard for convention, not only disrupting the feng shui of the location, but also setting up extremely intricate traps, yet seemingly with no intention to take lives. I wondered what their true purpose was. Those who excavate tombs cannot resist the allure of a coffin, especially one of such grandeur, which surely must contain numerous treasures. That I noticed the portly man's eyes gleaming with greed. And I teased, "What is this? Are you so enamored with the coffin that you'd risk your life for it? Why not go in and fish out a few items?" My sarcasm went unnoticed as he replied earnestly, "I, your esteemed self, have a higher calling. Our primary task now is to find tools to breach this damn tomb ceiling. That don't get distracted. We can always return to retrieve a few treasures later." Hearing his bravado, I couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "By the time you get back, who knows if this door will still be here? It might have vanished again." The portly man remained fixated on the idea of treasures. And upon reflecting on my words, he appeared conflicted. That moment, the quiet one suddenly gestured for silence and whispered, "Don't speak." Seeing his serious expression, we quickly covered our mouths, uncertain of what was happening. He drew his weapon and quietly stated, "This is no ordinary coffin. It's a corpse-rearing coffin." I was puzzled and looked at him questioningly, but he offered no further explanation. That he crouched down and entered the chamber where the coffin lay. The portly man, initially intent on maintaining his facade of enlightenment, quickly reverted to his true nature upon seeing the quiet one rush towards the coffin and hurriedly followed him inside. Feeling a sense of dread of being left alone in the dark corridor, I too hurried in after them. The chamber resembled the one we had previously visited, featuring two enormous python reliefs on the ceiling and a spring in the center, but lacking the accompanying porcelain funerary objects. Instead, a single massive coffin stood 3 feet away from the wall. The quiet one drew his military knife and inserted it into the coffin seam, slowly slicing it open as if searching for a mechanism. The portly man, mistakenly believing he was about to open the coffin, shouted, "Slow down. You usually seem so composed. Why are you acting recklessly now that you see a coffin?" He then produced a candle and scurried to a corner to light it. I was incensed, yelling, "Damn it, we have so little air left, and you want to light a candle? Are you trying to get us killed?" The portly man retorted, "How much air can a single candle consume? I can afford to breathe a few less breaths." With that, he ignited his windproof lighter, and the flames suddenly illuminated a corner, revealing a shocking sight. Typically brave, the portly man was so startled that he fell to the ground. Seeing him collapse, I quickly shone my flashlight over, and I too was taken aback. That I in the corner crouched a desiccated cat, enormous yet in a mummified state, its eye sockets staring blankly at the portly man. Most of its skin had peeled away, and its jaws were agape, revealing a row of fangs that was deeply unsettling. Since childhood, I had harbored a fear of dead cats. My family often disposed of wild cats caught stealing fish by hanging them in trees to rot. As a child, I didn't understand what it was, but one day, while playing beneath a tree, the decaying neck of a cat corpse broke, and the head fell into my hands. The sight of those fangs and hollow eye sockets terrified me, and I wet my pants in fear, spending days and days. The portly man, merely confronting a carcass, cursed and kicked it aside before lighting the candle and approaching the coffin. That I felt a sense of foreboding. What kind of grave housed a cat corpse? Did it not fear reanimation? Yet, this place defied all logic. I sensed that the tomb's owner deliberately contravened all conventions, placing whatever would typically be absent in a burial chamber. At this rate, I wondered what else awaited us in the main tomb. That moment, the quiet one had successfully identified the elaborate 8-treasure lock on the coffin. He retrieved a treasure box and, using 2 hooks from inside, deftly pried the coffin seam open with a crisp snap. Simultaneously, the entire lid of the coffin sprang open, and a torrent of black water surged forth. The portly man, disregarding any sense of disgust, pushed the coffin lid aside and peered inside, only to scream, "Damn, it's so many zongzi!" As the coffin lid opened, a foul, putrid stench assaulted my senses. Leaning closer, I saw that the coffin was filled with black water, shrouded in mist, and the dampness obscured a tangle of limbs that I couldn't discern how many corpses lay entangled within. They had already waxed and fused into one massive mass that I could count at least 12 distinct hands. And the scene was utterly revolting. The dim oil lamp illuminated the scene. The expression on the man's face shifted from furrowed brows to a relaxed demeanor, causing his firearm to droop in his hand. Observing this transformation, I surmised that whatever lay before us posed little threat. I was left wondering what had earlier caused his anxiety. Inside the coffin, several rows of dark golden nails were driven downward at intervals of a few centimeters. The murky water obscured whether they were pure gold or merely gilded. Beneath the corpse, a peculiar object caught our attention. The rotund fellow illuminated it inch by inch with his flashlight, revealing what appeared to be a stone tablet inscribed with characters. Among the corpses and in their hands, there were jade and ivory artifacts, items of considerable value and easy to carry. The rotund man gazed longingly. Yet the grotesque sight of the corpses deterred him from plunging his hand into the coffin, which floated ominously with a layer of human grease. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea and shifted his focus to examining the bodies. Shaking his head in disbelief, "This is utterly dreadful. They claim the owner of this tomb was a practitioner of the Tao. How could he possibly achieve enlightenment surrounded by such malevolent artifacts? It is no wonder we're here to disturb the grave that I remain perplexed, the macabre scene before me sending shivers down my spine, rendering me reluctant to look a second time, that I inquired, 'Why is this joint burial so repulsive?' The rotund man chuckled, 'My young comrade, are you daft? Have you ever seen a joint burial arranged like twisted dough? Clearly, these individuals were buried alive, drugged and drowned in this coffin, a practice known as nurturing the spirit while concealing the corpse.' His mention of twisted dough made my throat itch. My hunger intensified, and the grotesque sight of the corpses intertwined with the flour nearly made me retch. Yet I sensed he possessed some knowledge about this matter, so I steadied myself and asked for further details. The rotund man, seeing my confusion, seized the opportunity to show off his knowledge, stating, 'You don't know this? This is akin to a child without a mother. It's a long story. Let me tell you, back when I was in the lofty mountains of Changbai,' I interrupted, 'spare me the tales. Look at the time. How does nurturing the corpse relate to Changbai Mountain? If you don't know, just refrain from prattling.' The rotund man, easily provoked, retorted, 'Who says I don't know? I merely wish to provide context. This coffin is known as a nurturing coffin, a concept rooted in feng shui, typically employed in burial mounds that if such a coffin exists, it indicates the presence of two auspicious burial sites within the ancient tomb. Should coffins be placed outside their designated sites, the empty space, charged with spiritual energy, may attract malevolent entities. Thus, a nurturing coffin is placed containing a relative of the deceased, symbolizing a joint burial. This coffin must be identical to that in the main burial chamber. A practice referred to as nurturing the spirit, the do you understand? He delivered this explanation in one breath, leaving me somewhat enlightened, yet incredulous. So all these individuals within are, the rotund man slapped his thigh. Exactly. This poor soul might have entombed his entire family. How tragic, I exclaimed. How could such a thing happen? Choosing auspicious feng shui was meant to benefit future generations, yet now they lie together in death, rendering the good feng shui utterly pointless. The rotund man, sensing my disbelief, replied, 'What do you take me for? Wealthy individuals are rarely so foolish. They likely hired a few impoverished, distant relatives to accompany them in death. This phenomenon is common in tombs. I've seen many, though none as extensive as this. As I gazed upon the corpses, I contemplated the burial scene, my heart heavy with emotion. My grandfather's words echoed in my mind. Human nature is the most unpredictable force. For the sake of a mere superstition, lives were extinguished like weeds. However, with the coffin lid now ajar, the rotund man would not easily relent. He scratched his head and declared, 'Seeing how pitiful these souls are, perhaps we should fetch some containers from next door to scoop out this water.' Stagnant water in a coffin is considered extremely inauspicious, that I understood his intentions and retorted, with that greedy look of yours. It's clear you're plotting to seize these funerary items, that can't you be patient? There will be plenty to claim in the spirit hall. The rotund man's face flushed, and he protested. Damn it, do you think I am that kind of person? I was too weary to engage further, stating, this is not the time for such trivial concerns if we cannot find a way out. We may suffocate here without even a coffin to rest in, and no one will mourn for us. The mere mention of our predicament reignited our anxiety. Without hesitation, the rotund man began searching the chamber. But aside from a cat's corpse, he found nothing of use. The dim oil lamp flickered as the man stood fixated on the heap of corpses, his gaze intense, after a long silence. He suddenly inhaled sharply. His usual calm demeanor suggested something significant was amiss. Alarmed, I crouched low and raised my weapon. He remained with his brow furrowed, fixated on the coffin, and after a full 5 minutes of silence, he turned to us and stated, in truth, there is only one person within. I had just begun to grasp the concept of nurturing the spirit while concealing the corpse when the man's cryptic declaration left me bewildered. I asked him to clarify, that he pointed towards the coffin, saying, look closely at their heads. Do you notice any differences? Following his gesture, I observed 6 heads, varying in size, dangling like a cluster of grapes from the torsos, aside from the grotesqueness. There was nothing particularly remarkable about them, that I shook my head in confusion, prompting him to urge me to examine more closely. Squinting, I finally discerned the anomaly that it appeared that aside from the topmost head, the others lacked facial features altogether. Not only that, but their basic cranial structure seemed absent, resembling grotesque fleshly growths instead. Realizing his implication, I followed his line of reasoning, discovering that each hand's joint seemed connected to a single torso, albeit one contorted beyond recognition, as if subjected to the rigors of a washing machine's spin cycle. The murky water obscured our view, creating the illusion of multiple bodies twisted together. The more I stared, the colder my heart became. Yet I hesitated to accept the conclusion that if the coffin contained a rare deformity with 12 limbs, what could its origin and identity be? In that era, such a creature would surely have been eliminated at birth. Never given the chance to grow to such a size, the rotund man, sensing the implications, exclaimed, goodness, is this even human? It resembles a monstrous insect. His description resonated, albeit rather unkindly that I countered. We cannot see clearly through the water. It is premature to jump to conclusions. Logically, such a severe deformity would be considered a monstrosity, likely disposed of by its parents at birth, never given the chance to thrive. The man replied with a hint of indifference, there are no absolutes. I shook my head, still unconvinced. The rotund man suggested, it's quite simple. Let us fetch some buckets from next door to scoop out the water, allowing for a clearer view. And look, there's a stone slab beneath the corpses. Let us retrieve it as well. For we may uncover unexpected findings. Intrigued, I agreed. Ever since entering this tomb, I had yet to decipher a single character, leaving my understanding of the tomb owner shrouded in mystery, that if I could comprehend the inscriptions on the stone slab, it might offer valuable insights into our undertaking. Without hesitation, we turned back towards the adjacent chamber, selecting 3 porcelain bowls. Such treasures were worth a fortune outside, yet here, they merely served to recoup our losses. Habitually, I inspected the floral patterns on the bowls and was astonished. The designs depicted narrative scenes. Perhaps preoccupied with thoughts of my uncle upon entering, I had neglected to examine these funerary artifacts. Now, recalling a seemingly insignificant detail, my uncle, upon entering this chamber, had merely glanced at the items before resting, unlike the others who, filled with excitement, would have meticulously scrutinized the porcelain. Could there be crucial information embedded within? As I pondered this, I eagerly examined the bowls, discovering that they illustrated a group engaged in constructing a civil engineering project. Some were chiseling stones, others transporting logs, and still others assembling wooden beams. The sequence of the porcelain's arrangement mirrored the progression of the construction project, and the more I scrutinized, the more astonished I became, sweat beading on my forehead. Noticing my intense focus, the rotund man quipped, "Is picking a bowl truly that difficult? Just choose one that suits you." That I hardly registered his words, crawling along as I examined each piece. finally arriving at an octagonal bottle adorned with a scene of a colossal door being struck from behind. Yet beyond that, there were no further images that appeared that additional records were likely inscribed on other pieces of porcelain. What I witnessed was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving me breathless in sheer astonishment. Although these rudimentary illustrations failed to reveal the true nature of their construction, the descriptions within suggested a grand undertaking, nearly comparable to the grandeur of the Forbidden City. However, the architectural style depicted bore no resemblance to that of the Central Plains. I found myself utterly perplexed, struggling to fathom where such monumental edifices could exist in China during that era. As I regained my composure, I was eager to share this astonishing discovery with the rotund companion of mine. Yet upon turning around, I was met with an impenetrable darkness. The hefty figure had vanished without a trace. Stunned, I cursed under my breath, lamenting the absence of my companion, who should have known better than to leave me alone in this foreboding place. Grabbing a nearby basin, I hastily made my way towards the adjoining chamber. Upon entering the tomb passage, I was taken aback to find that the door to the opposite chamber had inexplicably vanished, reverting to an unyielding wall of white marble bricks. While I suspected it was the result of a mechanism, I was astounded by the swiftness of its operation, devoid of any sound. Panic began to set in. Being alone in such a pitch-black tomb was an experience I wished to avoid at all costs. After a moment of self-reassurance, I rationalized that the tomb chambers were subject to frequent shifts and that if I remained patient, the door would surely reappear in a matter of minutes. Yet, without my companion by my side, the oppressive silence of the tomb was unnervingly intense, each heartbeat echoing like thunder. I in such a desolate place. A minute felt like an eternity, and waiting patiently was an insurmountable challenge. Taking a deep breath, I directed my flashlight toward the 3 ominous doorways ahead, but nothing discernible lay within. The most terrifying specters reside within one's own psyche. As I quieted my thoughts, I could not shake the unsettling feeling that something was watching me from beyond that door. Chilling me to the core, that I slapped myself to regain my composure and ventured into the chamber, intent on inspecting the porcelain artifacts, lest I overlook something significant. That moment, a bone-chilling scream echoed from the chamber, and illuminating it with my flashlight, I was horrified to behold a colossal sea monkey emerging from the spring, its grotesque, scaled visage half clambering onto the shore. A sight I would never forget. That I screamed my grandmother's name and dashed down the passage, disregarding any potential traps, eyes squeezed shut as I raced forward, almost reaching safety when suddenly I stumbled and fell beside the very jar I had wielded as a weapon. Thankfully, my reflexes kicked in and I rolled to my feet, only to catch sight of 2 glowing green eyes darting toward me from the chamber. Gritting my teeth, I seized the jar and prepared to hurl it, but the sea monkey, quick to react, shifted direction, leaping onto the passage's ceiling. Seizing that opportunity, I slipped into the jade door, swiftly pushing it shut behind me. Beneath that jade door lay an automatic stone bolt that sprang into place as the door sealed, and outside, the sea monkey howled in frustration, slamming against the door in vain. That I knew that the material of this door was exceptionally sturdy. No flesh-and-blood creature could breach it. Steadying my nerves, I watched as the sea monkey, frustrated by its futile attempts, sought to squeeze through the door's crack. Enraged at the sight of its massive head pushing against the opening, I raised my weapon and unleashed a volley of darts. Not knowing where they struck, but the creature let out a horrific cry and leapt back. Uncertain if the adjacent door connected to this chamber, I hastily loaded another dart and activated my flashlight and miner's lamp. Illuminating the entire chamber, to my astonishment, I discovered a vast circular tomb chamber featuring a colossal pool of water. With my feet perilously close to its edge, one misstep and I would plummet into its depths. In the center of the pool rested an enormous object resembling a footbath, quietly floating. A coffin, as indicated by the intricate carvings and reliefs adorning its surface, that I couldn't help but chuckle at the ingenuity of the tomb's occupant, who had fashioned their coffin to resemble a bath, suggesting a fondness for soaking. Peering into the water, I realized its depths were unfathomable, perhaps extending all the way to the tomb's foundation. I pondered the intent behind this peculiar design. An itch suddenly crept up my neck that I reached back to scratch, only to discover the source of my discomfort. The 4 iron hooks from earlier had embedded themselves into my flesh. causing a few patches of skin to tear away. Though I had narrowly escaped with my life, the sweat trickling down only exacerbated the irritation. Other areas where I had been struck also began to itch. But this sensation was manageable, that I dismissed these minor physical irritations. Refocusing my attention on the enigmatic tomb chamber before me, my understanding of the Ming dynasty's burial structures was limited. I only possessed a smattering of knowledge regarding noble tombs. I could only attempt to correlate what I saw with what I knew. Based on my deductions, I surmised I was in the left annex, facing the right annex, which should be symmetrical, each housing a coffin bed made of white marble, topped with gold bricks or clear mud bricks, with a rectangular hole filled with yellow earth at the center, referred to as a gold well. However, none of these elements were present. Only the vast pool of water remained. This was merely one of the peculiarities I noted. Another was the door between the two annexes, which should lead to the rear chamber, the true resting place for coffins. Why, then, was there a coffin in this annex? And one resembling a basin at that. Such basin-shaped coffins were artifacts from the Warring States period, entirely out of place in the Ming dynasty. Speaking of the Warring States, I was reminded of the snake-eyed bronze fish unearthed from the ruins of the Lu Wang Palace. Both locations had yielded this artifact, and now here lay a coffin characteristic of that era. Was it mere coincidence? My mind raced, tangled in confusion, unable to settle on a coherent thought that I had circumnavigated the pool and returned to the entrance. Where the large porcelain jar I had wielded as a weapon lay abandoned, an idea sparked in my mind, and I picked it up to examine the painted designs. This must have belonged to the adjacent chamber. Yet the singular image failed to convey any meaningful information that I discerned a figure clad in Ming dynasty attire, standing atop a mountain, surveying a construction site below, flanked by several officials in ceremonial garb, suggesting a scene of inspection. Through these motifs on the porcelain, I could surmise that the tomb's occupant was likely not of royal lineage, but rather a craftsman or architect, possessing the knowledge and skill to execute such an unconventional design within the ancient tomb. Few possess the capability to bring such ideas to fruition, especially not the common folk. Given the scale of this tomb, it must have belonged to someone of considerable status, well versed in the intricacies of construction. Feng Shui and other esoteric arts that it was not difficult to deduce who this person might be in mere moments. A name sprang to mind: Wang Songhai. This individual was renowned for his unparalleled expertise in feng shui and had been appointed to directly participate in the design of the entire Ming imperial palace. In addition to contributing to several major cities across China, his words held such weight that they could alter the very landscape of multiple cities that I had also come across references to his treatise on feng shui, the contents of which were said to be profoundly esoteric, almost as if he had glimpsed into the secrets of the universe. Regrettably, only a few copies had been transcribed by his descendants, and all had since been lost to time. Furthermore, it was rumored that Shen Wansen's underwater tomb beneath the Silver Beach in Zhouzhuang was also designed by this extraordinary figure. For someone of his caliber, constructing such a tomb would be well within his means. That I felt my hypothesis was sound. If only I could uncover even a fragment of written material, I would ascertain whether my conjectures were correct. Alas, it appeared the tomb's occupant was illiterate, leaving no inscriptions behind. Suddenly, a series of bubbling sounds emerged from the pool, startling me and breaking my train of thought. That I directed my flashlight toward the source, revealing bubbles rising from a corner of the pool, appearing erratic and without pattern, as though something lurked beneath the depths, stirring. Panic washed over me as I raised my weapon, fixating on the bubbles, when abruptly, a pale figure erupted from the water, rolling onto the shore and gasping for breath. To my immense relief, it was my rotund companion, his shirt discarded, revealing his bulging belly as he panted and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Damn it, I almost suffocated." Just as I was about to inquire about his ordeal, another figure emerged from the depths beside me, my companion, the enigmatic Myriad, who had also surfaced. Bare-chested. Unlike my other companion, he appeared to have weathered the experience with ease, taking a deep breath before spotting me and asking, "Is this the left side or the right side?" I replied that it was the left, prompting him to exhale in relief and sit down. Cradling his wrist, that my gaze fell upon the black mark on his wrist, and an unsettling premonition gripped my heart. The corpulent fellow struggled to regain his breath. Clutching his stomach and exhaling heavily, that I inquired about their arrival, and he spat a few times before exclaiming, "Don't mention it. Thank heavens you weren't there to witness it, or I would have been terrified to death. Damn it. We were fortunate that there was a hole beneath the stone slab under the coffin leading to this place. Otherwise, we would have perished right there." Perplexed, I asked, "What could possibly be so terrifying?" The rotund man replied, "I swear, I can't even begin to describe it. Just one thing. Within that six-bodied corpse there was hell, something else entirely." After coughing several times and spitting again, I urged him to continue, that he scratched his back, saying, "Even if I'm hanging by a thread, I need a moment to catch my breath. Things unfolded too rapidly for me to articulate. You must give me a moment to organize my thoughts." Seeing his pallid complexion and the peculiar tone of his voice, it was evident that he was still struggling to breathe, that I promptly patted his back with some force, and he hunched over, coughing up a considerable amount of viscous matter. All right, if you keep that up, you'll suffocate me," he protested, that I insisted. "Just tell me quickly, what on earth did you encounter?" He cleared his throat and recounted their experiences in a somewhat disordered manner due to the rapidity of events. Yet I gleaned the essence of the story. That it turned out that when he saw me absent-mindedly gazing at the porcelain painting, he had called out to me several times, but I was so engrossed in my thoughts that I heard nothing. Noticing my lack of response, he decided to pursue his own interests, presumably preoccupied with thoughts of the valuable jade ornaments, and ventured back alone to AT that moment. He thought that once I finished, I would naturally join him. As the two chambers were merely 5 or 6 steps apart, surely nothing could go awry. However, what he subsequently encountered captivated his full attention, causing him to entirely forget my presence and fail to notice when the stone door vanished. Returning to the coffin, both he and his companion began scooping water, and soon enough, the corpse surfaced. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that the lumps he had initially assumed were heads were. In fact, the corpulent breasts of a woman, sagging grotesquely from her distorted torso, that he was utterly stunned, never anticipating that it was indeed a female corpse. However, logically, if there were 12 hands, there should be 12 breasts. Yet only 5 were visible on the front. Could there be more on the back? As they pondered this, they devised a plan to extract the body from the coffin. Initially, he attempted to use his gun as a hook to pull the corpse out, but it was far too soft and nearly entirely waxy, slick to the touch, offering no leverage at all. Even with gloves, it was akin to grasping soap. Each squeeze removed a layer of greasy residue. Utterly repulsive. Ultimately, the man known as Dumb Oil Bottle proposed a solution. They removed their clothing, wrapped one around the head and the other around the feet, fashioned a makeshift yoke with their gun, and together they hoisted the body onto the ground. Under the intense glare of their exploration lamp, the corpse rapidly dried and darkened, revealing the grim truth. Several other breasts had been severed, leaving gaping scars the size of bowls on either side of her body. Her form was not contorted but rather bloated with excess flesh, resembling a mountain that moment. They did not contemplate why this female corpse had such a large abdomen, attributing it merely to her size. Failing to recognize that she had perished during childbirth, concealing a deeper mystery within. Once the body was removed, they uncovered a stone tablet beneath. "This is a coffin-pressing stone," Dumb Oil Bottle explained, ensuring that the coffin does not float to the surface should the air-sealed structure of this underwater tomb be compromised. The stone was exceedingly rough, inscribed with a single row of enormous characters. The rotund man squinted at it, unable to comprehend its meaning, until he recalled my presence. That it was only at this juncture that they realized the door in the wall had vanished. The rotund man panicked, not out of concern for me, but rather for his own escape. Dumb Oil Bottle reassured him, advising against fear, stating that the door would inevitably reappear when the time was right. And that haste was futile. The priority was to resolve the matter at hand. Observing Dumb Oil Bottle's calm demeanor, the rotund man relaxed somewhat. They endeavored to extract the stone tablet from the coffin, only to find it exceedingly heavy and firmly bonded to the coffin's base by resin. The rotund man noted, "This defies logic." Striking the tablet with force, he was astonished to discover it was hollow beneath. They ignited a torch to melt the resin, finally moving the stone aside to reveal a large cavity. Though the rotund man was robust, his extensive experience left him astonished, for this cavity was not a feature of the ancient tomb's design, but rather a tunnel dug by grave robbers. This was an explosive revelation. The implications were staggering. This tunnel had been located directly beneath the coffin, and had it not been for the pressing stone, the corpse would have likely been dragged into the hole long ago. Even more bizarre was the fact that this tomb was situated underwater. What method had been employed to excavate such a tunnel? If this burial chamber had an elevator structure, then beneath the coffin should be another chamber. Yet how could such a profound cavity exist in this space? The rotund man concluded that their assumptions regarding the tomb's mechanisms might be fundamentally flawed. This realization plunged the entire situation back into uncertainty, and they fell silent. The rotund man knew well that because of this tunnel, the delicate balance of the burial site had been disrupted, although the body had been waxed and could not undergo further transformation. The energy of this place was no longer intact, inevitably affecting the feng shui of the entire tomb. While the overall consequences remained unclear, it was not unreasonable to suspect that it could suddenly shift from a sacred site to a cursed one. Despite his limited expertise in feng shui, he understood that such a transformation was ominous. However, he was not a specialist in this field. The more he pondered, the more overwhelmed he became, but he believed the inscriptions on the stone tablet might hold the key and began to transcribe them. At that moment, he heard dumb oil bottle crouched beside the female corpse, exclaiming, "This is bad." Turning around, he was astonished to see a small, white-haired hand emerging from the corpse's abdomen, gripping dumb oil bottle tightly. The rotund man was taken aback, realizing that the female corpse contained a dead infant. However, his quick reflexes kicked in, and recovering his composure, he drew his gun and fired a volley at the corpse's belly. It seemed to strike precisely at the right spot, allowing dumb oil bottle to break free. The rotund man considered firing again, but dumb oil bottle shouted, "Don't waste your shots. Let's get out of here." With that, he pulled him toward the grave robber's tunnel beneath the coffin. Upon peering inside, the rotund man was met with the nauseating sight of residual coffin fluid trickling down, making it difficult to descend. However, glancing back, he noticed a face shape protruding from the corpse's abdomen, as if desperately attempting to escape. The skin stretched taut, rendering it nearly transparent, allowing him to see the features of the entity within. A chill ran down his spine, and he thought, a wise man does not court danger. Gritting his teeth, he followed suit into the tunnel. The grave robber's tunnel had been ingeniously excavated from bricks, with each brick only partially removed, allowing for an arching beam at the top of the tunnel. The upper structure would not collapse, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. Such a feat would take several days to complete. Dumb oil bottle was already several steps ahead, and the rotund man hastily pursued him, uncertain of where the tunnel would lead. After crawling a short distance, he suddenly noticed the tunnel sloped downward, and water began to accumulate below. However, this watery segment did not seem extensive. He spotted light refracting in, suspecting it might be me, and dove into the water. Indeed, a few strokes later, he found himself in a wide area, resembling a large pool to AT that moment. Both of them were out of breath and desperately surfaced, only to find me aiming a dart gun at them. Unable to restrain myself, I exclaimed, "So you only saw a hand, after all?" The rotund man replied, "Rest assured, I am not afraid of that thing. But if this young man is so formidable that he fled upon seeing it, what am I to prove? Yet, I must admit, I still don't understand why we need to run, my friend. What kind of creature is that? Is it truly so powerful? It looks rather insubstantial. A few darts should suffice to deal with it." Dumb oil bottle rubbed his wrist, saying, "That was merely a white-haired Changsha. Decapitating it would suffice to slay it. However, upon its demise, a vast amount of corpse poison would evaporate, and we have only a limited supply of air. It would not be worth the cost." I was taken aback at this revelation. Changsha, a legendary creature said to cause droughts, was believed to be a zombie that transformed after lingering too long in a corpse-rearing ground. The Book of Songs mentions, the Changsha is cruel, as if scorched by fire. Indeed, there are countless interpretations surrounding this entity, but I never imagined it would take such a form. Nonetheless, such details were not of utmost importance. I had entered the ancient tomb prepared to encounter bizarre phenomena. The existence of the grave robber's tunnel, however, was extraordinary, leading directly to this pool. a highly improbable occurrence that I surmised that the tunnel's opening beneath the pool was merely an exit. It was likely that while digging, the robbers could not ascertain the main coffin's location, resulting in several tunnels being excavated in various directions, and this was simply one of them. With this in mind, I asked if they had encountered any forks in the tunnel. The rotund man shook his head, indicating that the tunnel was relatively short and straightforward, that I was not disheartened by this, for concealing an entrance with bricks was indeed a simple task. Contemplating the fact that this clandestine passage lacks any breaches in its airtight structure, it is evident that its entrance must reside within this ancient tomb. Even if discovered, it would serve little purpose that I surmise that he must have entered the ear chamber via a spring. And since the ear chamber remained unsealed, he was left with no choice but to excavate a passage. However, this unfortunate individual truly had a stroke of bad luck. While digging towards the ear chamber, he encountered the coffin stone, and when he attempted to reach the accompanying chamber, he stumbled upon a water pool that it remains uncertain whether he managed to breach the main tomb chamber. Suddenly, the rotund companion interjected, "Do you think the drought spirit can swim?" I was taken aback. Unsure of his intent, he gestured towards the water, and upon turning around, I beheld a multitude of bubbles erupting from the center of the pool. Those bubbles ascended in a steady rhythm, increasing in frequency, while simultaneously exhibiting a tendency to expand outward, as if a colossal creature lurked beneath the pool. Gasping for air, that we three fell into a state of heightened vigilance, raising our weapons and pressing our backs firmly against the wall. My nerves frayed, my palms drenched in perspiration, I remained oblivious to the outcome that awaited me. After approximately 5 minutes of bubbling, a perplexing muffled sound emanated from the pool's depths. Concurrently, the water level began to recede, revealing several whirlpools on the surface, akin to a multitude of toilets flushing simultaneously. The coffin within the basin spun vigorously with the current, resembling a top in motion that in an instant, the water level plummeted by 2 to 3 meters. Confounded, I hastily shone my flashlight into the pool, only to discover a stone staircase emerging along the inner wall, spiraling downward as if leading directly to the pool's bottom. The descent was rapid. I barely had time to scrutinize the scene before it vanished into the abyssal darkness below, with only the roaring whirlpools echoing in the air. That a brief sweep of my flashlight revealed that the pool had a bowl-like shape, broad at the top and narrowing at the bottom, with a depth exceeding 10 meters. The flashlight's penetration proved insufficient, coupled with the swirling mist below, rendering the pool's depths obscured in an impenetrable gloom. Recalling the potent deep-sea lamp we possessed, I wondered if it might penetrate the mist. I called out to the others, urging them to switch it on and direct the beam from 3 different angles. Although the illumination did not entirely dispel the darkness, it managed to outline the bottom, which appeared as a circular plane measuring 10 meters in diameter, adorned with carvings. The details remained indistinct, yet I could ascertain the presence of multiple large openings, resembling entrances to the center of the pool's bottom. A mass of vapor swirled, concealing an enigmatic shadow within my stout companion. Keen-eyed, pondered aloud. "Did you notice that in the center of the pool's bottom, there seems to be a stone tablet?" Following his gaze, I discerned only a vague silhouette, prompting him to declare, "This stone staircase leads downward. Who knows what other passages may lie beneath? We should descend and investigate." With that, he leaped onto the stone steps. The tomb exuded an eerie atmosphere, and I was reluctant to proceed recklessly, exclaiming, "Hold on, it's too perilous to descend without ensuring the mist has dissipated." However, he had already descended several steps, asserting, "No worries, I'll just take a quick look. If it proves dangerous, I shall return." Aware of his stubborn nature, I refrained from hindering him, that he had circled down twice when he seemed to encounter something, crouching to inspect it. After a brief moment, he looked up and shouted, "Damn it, there's actually foreign writing here." I was taken aback. How could that be? Foreign inscriptions in a Ming Dynasty tomb? I retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could there be foreign writing in an ancient tomb?" "Surely, you must be misinterpreting the patterns." Angrily, he shot back, "Though my grasp of foreign languages may be lacking, I certainly know my ABCs. You underestimate me. If you don't believe me, come down and see for yourself." I inquired, "What does it say?" "Recite it for me." Enraged, he snapped, "If I could read it, Why would I need you to come down? I had not intended to descend, yet his insistence compelled me. With a resigned sigh, I mimicked his leap onto the stone staircase, which was merely half a meter wide, seemingly crafted from a solid block of green granite. One end embedded in the pool wall. I applied my weight to test it, finding it remarkably stable, devoid of any risk of collapse. That moment, the enigmatic figure also leaped down, and we advanced towards the stout companion. He stood upon the staircase like an unwavering wall, pointing at the pool wall. Look here. If that isn't foreign writing, I'll write the character Wang upside down. Upon inspection, I indeed saw that several letters had been chiseled into the surface. The wear indicated they were neither old nor new, leading me to speculate that perhaps the trio of my uncle and his companions had inscribed them 20 years prior. I was taken aback. Had they ventured into this place while my uncle was asleep? Could their disappearance be linked to this peculiar pool? Noticing my momentary distraction, the stout one slapped me on the back, demanding, "So, what is it? Speak up." I nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I must apologize. It truly is English." He beamed with pride, slapping his thigh. I was puzzled why this place seemed so strange. After searching for so long without a single decent find, it appears our foreign brethren have already laid claim to it. When the Eight-Nation Alliance came, they left us with nothing, and this time, I wager we'll find naught. I pondered for a moment, responding, "We cannot solely attribute this to foreigners. Chinese individuals can also write in foreign scripts. When it comes to carving, inscribing foreign letters is considerably less time-consuming than crafting Chinese characters. These letters appear to be abbreviations. I suspect they may serve as a marker. Notice how hastily they were etched. It seems something urgent transpired while descending. Or perhaps someone was pressuring them, that in a bid to leave a sign for those who followed. They inscribed these letters here." He mused. "Now that you mention it, it does make sense. But what could they have come down here for? Surely, they sought some treasure." I recognized his mind wandering elsewhere and chose not to engage. The stout one persisted. "Regardless, we have ample time. Why not descend and see if we might uncover some bronze artifacts as tools? It would be a twofold gain." Gazing downwards, I found no interest in treasure. I had no desire for wealth that could cost me my life. However, if the descent could yield information regarding the whereabouts of Wenjin and the others, it would certainly warrant investigation. Just as I hesitated, the enigmatic figure remarked, "I believe I have been here before." Upon uttering this statement, he disregarded my inquiries and hastened downward, sensing a glimmer of truth. I was unwilling to miss the opportunity and hurried after him. The mist surrounding the pool thickened, and after merely 10 steps, I found myself enveloped in a dense fog, visibility plummeting. Initially, I could still discern the stout one's silhouette. But after a few steps, all I could see was a single beam of his flashlight. The stout one, emboldened, sprinted down, quickly leaving me behind. Before long, I could no longer even see the light from his flashlight. A sense of panic gripped me. I was now shrouded in a swirling mist, able to see less than half a meter in any direction. This disorienting sensation was far more unsettling than being plunged in a total darkness. The vertical distance between the pool's surface and its depths was not considerable. After a moment's passage, I heard the stout one calling from below, "I've reached the bottom." Hearing the sound of his feet splashing in the water, I hurriedly descended, only to feel a sudden chill as I stepped into the water. It turned out that the pool's water had not entirely drained. A layer of water, approximately up to my calves, remained, and no wonder I had been unable to see clearly from above. As I surveyed the area, I realized I had reached the very heart of the mist, where visibility was even poorer. Feeling my way along the pool wall, I heard the stout one shout from my left, "Be careful of the holes in the water below. Don't step in." Cautiously probing with my foot, I discovered that both front and back contained holes the size of a basin. It was evident that one needed to tread with utmost caution here. That moment, the stout one emerged from the mist, beckoning me to follow him. I nodded and trailed after him into the water. After a few steps, I suddenly spotted several dark shapes ahead, unsure of their nature. The stout one, clearly unperturbed, urged me not to dawdle. As I approached, I realized they were 4 stone monkeys, each taller than a man, perched upon stone pedestals. seemingly engaged in some form of prayer, that I recognized these as the Dinghai stone monkeys, typically submerged at the bottom of ponds to ward off evil spirits. Their presence here was not unusual. Feeling relieved, I ventured further and discovered that between the 4 stone monkeys stood a towering stone tablet, over 2 meters high, which the enigmatic figure was scrutinizing with his flashlight. That I approached him and inquired, "What do you think? Do you recall anything upon seeing these?" He pointed at the base of the tablet, and upon inspection, I noticed several lines inscribed in small script. The stout one, unable to comprehend, asked what it meant. I replied, "These inscriptions inform us that the tomb's master constructed a celestial palace, with the entrance to this palace concealed within the stone tablet, that if fate permits, the door shall open, and through it, one may ascend to the heavens." The hefty man glanced at the stone tablet and remarked, "What a load of nonsense about a door." I replied, "That statement bears a resemblance to Zen sayings. Such words can be interpreted in myriad ways. Its true essence does not suggest that there is indeed a door within the tablet, but rather that the content inscribed upon it may conceal something profound." The hefty man retorted, "Damn it. Is there even any content on this tablet? I can't discern a single word." I looked up and saw that the front of the tablet was utterly bare, polished to an extraordinary shine, resembling jade. Yet, astonishingly, there was not a single character inscribed upon it. That I too found it perplexing and said, "It states that only those destined may unlock its secrets. You have no affinity with the celestial realm. Hence it remains closed to you." The hefty man spat disdainfully, sighed, and bent down to feel around in the water, muttering, "Not having an affinity with the celestial realm is inconsequential, as long as I have a connection with the artifacts. That suffices." I turned to observe the enigmatic oil bottle. His expression was grave. When I inquired, he paid me no heed, fixated intently on the stone tablet, as if searching for something that I found it curious. After all, it was merely a smooth slab that I tea that moment. The hefty man clapped his hands, and I turned to see him retrieve a diving mask from the water, exclaiming, "It seems quite a number of people have passed through here." I approached him and said, "When my uncle ventured out, he didn't possess any diving gear. These items may belong to him. Check if there's an oxygen tank." No sooner had I spoken than the hefty man fished out a dented oxygen tank from the water. He attempted to test it, but it seemed inoperative, and he tossed it back, stating, "This place is rife with junk. I came all this way for naught. That I think we ought to ascend quickly. Who knows when the water might rise again? And we wouldn't have time to escape." I assessed the water level and found his reasoning sound, so I returned to seek the enigmatic oil bottle. To my astonishment, he was nowhere to be found. I called out several times but received no response, and a sudden sense of foreboding gripped me. This fellow had a ghostly quality, often appearing and disappearing without warning. I fervently hoped he would not vanish again. With that thought, I hastily signaled to the hefty man to search around. Despite the thick mist, the area was not extensive. We circled twice and finally discovered him sitting in a corner of the pool wall, staring vacantly ahead. The moment I saw his expression, I sensed something amiss. His eyes lacked the usual calmness, replaced instead by a desolate, almost lifeless gaze, giving him the appearance of a corpse. That I hurriedly inquired about the situation, and he looked up at me, speaking in a barely audible voice. "I remember something from 20 years ago. In the depths of the ocean, one could not hear the howling winds above, yet one could still feel the suffocating tension that precedes a storm." Zhang Qiling, as he should be called, sat quietly in the corner of the chamber, watching as his companions eagerly examined the blue and white porcelain scattered on the ground. To him, these artifacts held no allure. While the slightly older scholars were completely captivated, they passed the pieces around, some attempting to record the intricate patterns, others debating their meanings. Suddenly, someone called out, "Come quickly. There is something peculiar beneath these porcelain pieces." The speaker was Hualing, the youngest among the 3 female members of the excavation team, the daughter of high-ranking officials, raised in luxury and prone to dramatics to garner attention. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Qiling felt a headache forming. Nevertheless, her personality was well received in the small group, and her melodious call immediately drew the attention of the others. The young men clamored, eager to display their knowledge before Hualing, exclaiming, "What peculiarities? Let me see." Hualing turned over one of the porcelain pieces to show them. After a glance, one remarked, "Ah, This is a kiln mark, indicating the origin of this porcelain. Another immediately countered, "No, Ming kiln marks do not look like this. It might represent the identity of the tomb's owner." The first fellow, feeling his pride wounded, retorted, "The inscription for identifying a residence typically consists of 4 characters. There is only one here, and it is quite obscure, making your assertion even less plausible." As the two engaged in a verbal duel, their conversation began to escalate towards physical confrontation. Hualing, accustomed to such scenes, sighed and suddenly noticed Zhang Qiling coolly leaning against the corner, entirely indifferent to her. With a huff, she walked over, presenting the blue and white porcelain neck vase to him playfully, saying, "Xiao Zhang, help me identify this, will you?" Zhang Qiling had no desire to entertain her. He merely cast a fleeting glance, failing to discern anything noteworthy, and turned away, stating, "I don't know." Hualing's expression shifted, as she was unaccustomed to being dismissed by a man, feeling a pang of discomfort. "Xiao Zhang, you're not allowed to brush me off. Look closely and then answer." She thrust the vase into his hands. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Qiling took it, and Hualing gleefully pointed out that the base of the toppled blue and white vase bore a unique inscription. This engraving was unfamiliar to Zhang Qiling, momentarily leaving him stunned. Typically, the bases of porcelain pieces bore kiln marks, yet this inscription had a tactile quality that resembled a numbering system rather than any kiln's name. That he casually picked up another piece, flipped it over, and indeed found another inscription, albeit different from the first. It suddenly struck him that these porcelain items were likely not mere funeral offerings. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Hualing assumed he had finally grasped the significance of the discovery and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what exactly is this?" Zhang Qiling regarded her as if she were invisible. He examined the porcelain pieces one after another, discovering that each base bore different symbols, which exhibited a systematic progression, suggesting a particular order. Why were these porcelain items numbered? Was there a strict arrangement necessary, or would failing to adhere to this order hinder a certain objective? Countless thoughts raced through Zhang Qiling's mind as he scrutinized the porcelain pieces. To his astonishment, he realized that the patterns depicted were not of spring plowing or courtyards, but rather an image of artisans chiseling a colossal statue. Such scenes were not typically celebrated in ancient times. Why then were they illustrated on porcelain? As he continued his examination, he gradually unearthed clues. Although these porcelain paintings appeared mundane when viewed individually, when arranged in sequence, they revealed a continuous narrative, seemingly chronicling the progress of a grand undertaking. At this juncture, everyone was captivated by his peculiar behavior. Several young men, perplexed by his actions, stared at him in bewilderment. Zhang Qiling paid them no mind. Instead of following my lead and examining each piece sequentially, he directly approached the last petite double-handled vase and examined it closely, feeling a stirring within. Evidently, this final vase depicted the scene of the entire project's completion, a palace beyond verbal description, floating amidst the clouds, with the builders gazing up in awe, while a Taoist figure on a nearby mountain smiled contentedly. This small double-handled vase could not convey the grandeur of the undertaking. Yet Zhang Qiling felt an overwhelming exhilaration, for he realized he had discovered something significant. He could almost assert that the imagery illustrated the celestial palace designed and constructed by the master craftsman Wang Tsanghai during the Ming dynasty. This legendary palace, said to float in the sky, had long been a part of Ming folklore, which claimed that Wang Tsanghai utilized a massive kite and a multitude of silk threads to create the illusion of a magnificent aerial palace to please Zhu Yuanzong. However, if the legend held truth, what then was depicted here? Conversely, if the legend was false, did these porcelain paintings imply that Wang Tsanghai truly constructed a palace that floated in the heavens? The line between legend and reality began to blur in Zhang Qiling's mind. After pondering for a while, with no clarity in sight, he shared his thoughts with his bewildered companions. Naturally, they were skeptical, eagerly examining each porcelain piece according to his method, and soon found themselves dumbfounded. This discovery was not only unprecedented in Chinese history, but also utterly bewildering. Upon realizing that her discovery had led to such a significant revelation, Hualing could not contain her excitement and planted a quick kiss on Zhang Qiling's cheek, provoking jealousy among the other young men. Unfortunately, Zhang Qiling remained oblivious to this fact. He likely did not even know who had kissed him, nor did he care to find out. He directly approached Wenjin and proposed that they immediately search the inner hall, believing that more clues could undoubtedly be uncovered within the coffin. However, Wenjin, being the responsible one, thought such actions were far too perilous. She hurriedly exclaimed, "No, absolutely not. Without the guidance of a leader, we cannot venture into the ancient tomb on our own." Observing her disapproval, Zhang Qiling refrained from further discussion, instead focusing on gathering his equipment as he made his way toward the passageway. Wenjin, a formidable woman in her own right, felt a twinge of displeasure at his apparent disregard for her concerns. She contemplated teaching him a lesson, having often practiced her martial skills at the Research Institute, where she would discipline those who showed her disrespect. With this thought in mind, she suddenly lunged forward, aiming to grasp Zhang Qiling's slender wrist in a joint lock known as Komai Men. Once secured, this technique would allow her to exert immense pressure, although her strength as a woman was not considerable. A surprise attack would suffice to make a man of Zhang Qiling's stature yield in pain. The other men, having fallen victim to Wenjin's tactics before, could not help but chuckle to themselves, eager to witness Zhang Qiling's humiliation. This maneuver had proven effective time and again against those lacking martial prowess. However, this time, she found herself thwarted, taken aback in astonishment, as Zhang Qiling turned to her and calmly stated, "Rest assured, I can take care of myself." Wenjin let out a cold laugh and retorted, "And what do you have to safeguard yourself with? Little Zhang, you are notorious in the Institute for your lack of organization and discipline. But this is an ancient tomb. You mustn't only think of yourself. Consider the safety of everyone." Zhang Qiling nodded and surprisingly replied, "I will take that into account. I shall return shortly." Wenjin's face flushed with anger, thinking, "How did I end up with such a thorny character?" Observing his unperturbed demeanor, she found herself at a loss for a suitable response. She stepped forward and grasped his arm, insisting, "No, you cannot go. Whatever you say, you must not venture forth that we are already one person short. How can I return to the Institute without an explanation?" Zhang Qiling seemed somewhat impatient, turning his head away and coldly commanding, "Let go." Wenjin, resolutely maintaining her grip, thought to herself that any man would relent under the gaze of a woman as endearing as herself. Yet, Zhang Qiling's eyes suddenly widened, transforming into a menacing glare that startled her into releasing him. When she looked again, his expression had returned to its previous inscrutable calm, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you." The others, witnessing this exchange, mistakenly believed that Wenjin had acquiesced to his demands, and soon discontent arose among them. Such is human nature. Once one person breaks the rules, many will follow suit. As Zhang Qiling stepped into the passageway, the others, torn between the fear of him claiming all the credit and the curiosity they had long suppressed, clamored to pursue him. However, Wenjin, being a woman, recognized that by loosening her hold, she had relinquished control over the group. At this juncture, unless she wielded a firearm, there was no feasible way to deter these young men. Her uncle's temper was notoriously volatile. If she were to rouse Wu Sanqing now, his temperament would surely lead to a fierce confrontation with Zhang Qiling, potentially spiraling the situation out of control. Weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately resolved to lead them into the inner hall and return swiftly. Drawing from her years of experience in tomb raiding, she deemed that if this were merely an ordinary burial site, there would be no cause for concern. The subsequent events unfolded much like those we had previously encountered. As for how they navigated the intricately booby-trapped passageway, discovered the staircase within the pool, and descended to its depths. Though filled with twists and turns, those details are not the crux of the narrative. Zhang Qiling merely glossed over these points in a single sentence. The pivotal moment arrived when they reached the fog-laden bottom of the pool and beheld the enigmatic, inscribed stone tablet. The scene at the base of the pool was nothing short of bizarre. The thick mist, illuminated by their flashlights, morphed into various ghastly visages, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. As they descended the final stone step, the group suddenly coalesced, hardly daring to breathe, clutching at one another in trepidation, fearful that something might leap forth from the mist. Observing Zhang Qiling's utter fearlessness, while the other so-called senior scholars, usually brimming with bravado, cowered behind him, Hualing felt a flicker of admiration for him and remarked to the boys, "Look at you all. You are several years older than little Zhang, yet you cannot even compare to his grit. How shameful! At their age, brimming with youthful bravado, Hualing's words ignited their tempers, prompting them to rush ahead of Zhang Qiling. The pool space was limited. After a few strides, seeing nothing amiss emboldened them further, and they boldly ventured into the heart of the fog. However, just a few steps in, the leader shouted, "There's a monster inside!" His cry sent the group into a panic, causing the others to retreat. Regardless of whether they had seen anything themselves, Zhang Qiling paid them no heed, leading the other few forward, encountering what they deemed a monster. The stone monkey of Dinghai. Soon, they beheld other Dinghai stone monkeys alongside the mysterious inscribed stone tablet. In an instant, everyone was profoundly shaken. Although the objects before them were not particularly grand, they held immense significance in their eyes, shattering the age-old perceptions of Chinese burial customs that had remained unchanged for millennia. The archaeological value was incalculable. Even when Jean was rendered speechless, murmuring, "My heavens, these artifacts are beyond belief." This site could very well become another milestone in Chinese archaeology. Following the initial shock came unbridled euphoria. In that era, a significant discovery promised immense opportunities, and the moment this find was publicized, their names would surely become known to all. With this thought, a few of the more simple-minded individuals began to grin foolishly, while one particularly exuberant individual could not restrain themselves and began to dance joyously at this moment. However, Zhang Qiling, the instigator of this chaos, furrowed his brow deeply, having scrutinized the ancient inscriptions on the base of the stone tablet with utmost care. To the fated, this tablet reveals the heavenly gate. Enter, and you may attain the immortal realm. The impact of this phrase struck him far more profoundly than any of the other discoveries, but he felt no inclination to be swept up in the frenzy of those around him. Instead, he fell into a deep contemplation in his mind. Such inscriptions could not have been placed here without reason. Where there is an object, there must be a purpose. The tomb's owner had placed these items here for a compelling reason. But where, precisely, was this gate to the heavens? What constituted being fated? He stood before the stone tablet, searching inch by inch, yet it remained just a stone tablet, devoid of any mechanisms or hidden markings that the others gradually calmed from their earlier excitement. When Jean sensed that the time had come to depart, lingering here any longer was imprudent. She called for them to return. The group, having reveled enough and gained insight, began to collect themselves, chatting and laughing as they made their way back to the staircase. When Jean counted them, she realized with dismay that Zhang Qiling had yet to join them. Initially, Zhang Qiling had defied her leadership by insisting on entering the inner hall, and now he refused to rejoin the group. This realization incited great frustration within Jean. However, as the leader, she could not abandon him. With her temper flaring, she harshly instructed the others to wait, and the team hastily retraced their steps into the mist. After walking a few paces, they spotted Zhang Qiling still crouched in front of the stone tablet, engrossed in his studies, when Jin's ire flared. And she shouted, "Aren't you leaving? How long do you intend to be obstinate?" Before she could finish, Hualing seized her hand, desperately imploring her to remain silent. Confused, Jean glanced at the others, only to find expressions of alarm etched across their faces. Noticing her lack of understanding, Hualing hurriedly pointed into the mist. Following her gesture, Jin's gaze fell upon a towering figure barely 2 meters away from Zhang Qiling, shrouded in the fog. The colossal silhouette stood nearly the same height as the stone tablet, vaguely resembling a human with a head and neck, yet its hunched posture exuded an uncanny eeriness that sent chills down one's spine. Cold sweat trickled down Jin's back as they stood at the junction of the stone steps and the pool's bottom, just 5 steps away from the giant, an uncomfortable distance, neither long nor short. The mist churned at the base of the pool, with their meager flashlights providing scant illumination, rendering it impossible to discern whether the entity was human or specter. Just moments before, many had searched this very area. And aside from the 4 Dinghai stone monkeys and the inscribed tablet, there was nothing else in sight. No one could fathom when this gigantic person had appeared. Yet, infuriatingly, Zhang Qiling seemed utterly unaware, remaining transfixed by the stone tablet, oblivious to the danger looming nearby. When Jean felt her frustration boil over, gritting her teeth in resentment, the leader, she could not abandon him, yet she found herself bereft of a plan. She could only caution the others not to move recklessly. After 5 or 6 minutes of tense silence, the giant remained concealed within the fog, seemingly indifferent to their presence at this moment. Hualing could no longer contain herself and softly called out, "Xiao Zhang, what are you still foolishly squatting here for? Hurry up and join us." When Jean, startled, hurriedly attempted to stop her, Zhang Qiling was too close to that ominous entity. Should anything go awry, retreating would be exceedingly difficult with only a couple of steps between them. The best course of action was to maintain the status quo for the time being. When Jean quickly assessed the situation, although the ancient tomb was fraught with peril, as long as one understood what they were encountering, there were ways to contend with it. The true fear lay in being ensnared in a treacherous situation without any understanding, often leading to a demise shrouded in mystery. Upon further contemplation, when Jean concluded that this location could not harbor a zombie, for the positioning of the tomb was exceptionally strategic. The Shisha Islands had experienced minimal human disturbance over the centuries, with several circular reefs scattered like stars upon the surface, seamlessly connected beneath the waves, forming a continuous underwater landscape. The mountains concealed beneath the sea gathered energy and vitality. To the east lay the dragon's head, and to the west the dragon's tail, a rare underwater dragon vein. Dragons are primarily associated with water before ascending to the heavens. Hence, in the realm of feng shui, water dragons hold a slight superiority over mountain dragons. In such a place, if a coffin were to exist, it would undoubtedly indicate the presence of wealth and authority, especially if this ancient tomb were indeed the resting place of Wang Tsanghai, whose name suggested a deficiency of water in the 5 elements. It would harmoniously complement the underwater tomb, embodying the essence of heaven, earth, and humanity in feng shui. Therefore, unless one were to dismiss the principles of feng shui entirely, it was absolutely inconceivable for there to be a zombie here. With this realization, when Jean felt a sense of relief, since it wasn't a zombie, it must be a human or an animal. With so many people around, regardless of whether one stood 2 meters tall or 3, they could certainly subdue it. That moment, one of the boys remarked, "When Jean, something feels off. I recall that right above that spot there should be a stone monkey. What if something is standing atop the stone monkey?" When Jin's heart stirred, she suddenly thought, could it be that Uncle San had awakened, discovered their absence, and ventured here to find them? This person was known for his rather undisciplined behavior, and perhaps he was hiding behind the mist, climbing up the stone monkey to frighten them for not obeying his orders. That if that were the case, it would be utterly outrageous. Convinced this was the most plausible explanation, when Jean called out to the shadow, "Wu Sansheng, stop playing around. Come down." If the figure truly was Uncle San, such a shout would surely reveal that he had been discovered, making it unnecessary for him to continue pretending. Uncle San was an easygoing person. Trivial matters like this would merely elicit a hearty laugh from him, and he would not take offense. However, before her words had fully left her lips, the shadow suddenly extended a hand, gesturing for them to be silent. Upon seeing the figure's form, with hands disproportionately long relative to his height, it became evident that someone was indeed standing atop the stone monkey. Without a moment's hesitation, she concluded it was Uncle San. In a fit of frustration, she stomped her foot and hastily approached, leaping onto the stone monkey to tug at his ear. This was her final tactic against Uncle San, as they had a pact never to argue. When Jean was exceedingly angry, she could pull on his ear to signify her displeasure. Typically, in such situations, even if Uncle San possessed the courage of a leopard, he would not dare to act recklessly. Just as she leaped onto the stone monkey and was about to act, the person atop it swiftly embraced her, covering her mouth with one hand and whispering, "I am Xiao Zhang. Don't speak, just look below." Initially consumed by rage, when Jean was momentarily stunned upon hearing the voice, it truly was Zhang Qiling. How could he be standing atop the stone monkey? Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out as she realized something was amiss. If that were the case, then who was the person squatting in front of the stele? She quickly recalled the scene from earlier. At that moment, she had only seen a figure squatting before the stele, holding a flashlight, and the only person missing from their group was Zhang Qiling. This led her to make an immediate judgment. Could it be that her initial assumption had been misguided? With that thought, she leaned forward to take a look. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. The figure in front of the stele was clad in the same diving suit as them. Judging by the physique, It was none other than Uncle San. Furthermore, something seemed off about him. Initially puzzled regarding his actions, upon closer inspection, she realized he was grooming his hair in front of the smooth, mirror-like stone steel. It was chillingly apparent that his fidgety movements were reminiscent of those typically displayed by a woman. After a brief period of grooming, Uncle San turned his face, scrutinizing his reflection in the stone mirror. Much like an unwed maiden admiring her appearance after finishing her makeup, the expression on Uncle San's face, a peculiar semblance of a smile, appeared eerily ghostly, imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would elicit laughter. Yet at that moment, when Jean felt an icy chill coursing through her limbs, hardly daring to breathe, the onlookers, witnessing the two figures atop the stone monkey, remained motionless. Presumed that Uncle San was merely attempting to frighten them, and thus breathed a sigh of relief. Hualing, worried about Zhang Qiling, suddenly dashed to the back of the person in front of the stele and tapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhang, what on earth are you doing here?" This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Zhang Qiling inwardly cursed his misfortune, realizing it was too late to intervene, that he watched as the person in front of the stele abruptly stood, startling Hualing, who let out a sharp scream. However, she quickly recognized that it was Uncle San standing before her. Shifting from fear to anger, she scolded, "Wu Sansheng, it's you? Why aren't you asleep? What nonsense are you up to here?" Upon seeing Hualing, Uncle San suddenly covered his face with his hand, let out a strange cry, and forcefully pushed her away, knocking her to the ground. Before turning to flee, Zhang Qiling immediately sensed something was wrong and jumped down from the stone monkey to pursue. His speed was remarkable, yet as he passed by Hualing, he paused momentarily to check if she was injured. This brief delay, however, proved disastrous. Upon seeing Zhang Qiling concerned for her, Hualing rushed over, mistaking his concern for her well-being, and impulsively embraced him. Zhang Qiling sighed inwardly. This few seconds of hesitation had cost him the initiative. He rolled over and slipped past her arm, glancing ahead to see Uncle San had already dashed into the dense fog, his shadow almost reaching the edge of the pool. Zhang Qiling shouted, "Watch the stone steps, don't let him ascend," and sprinted after him. At that moment, he vaguely discerned Uncle San suddenly pivoting, as if he had momentarily vanished into the wall. However, the fog was so thick that he could not ascertain the exact process. When Zhang Qiling reached the edge of the pool, there was no one to pursue, forcing him to come to a halt. But he did not believe Uncle San had truly vanished into the wall. While he wasn't the kind to rigidly adhere to materialism, the scenario was too bizarre to comprehend without some underlying mystery that he lingered for a moment before reaching out to touch the stone wall, which felt undeniably solid. Zhang Qiling was incredulous that such a phenomenon as wall phasing could exist. He extended his extraordinarily long fingers to press against the stone wall, and in an instant, his highly sensitive fingertips detected a slow, subtle movement within the wall itself. His mind buzzed with realization. This was it. He had failed to notice that the pool was, in fact, a colossal mechanism. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed with emotion. It could only be described as a marvel of ancient engineering. His so-called experience paled in comparison to the ingenuity of the tomb's master. Yet, what was the purpose of this mechanism? During the few minutes they had been down here, it appeared that the pool's bottom had not changed in the slightest. This cursed Wang Tsang Hai surely could not have intended to create a rotating restaurant within his tomb. Zhang Qiling was no stranger to the principles of mechanisms, as he often claimed. His understanding of the traps and mechanisms in Chinese tombs surpassed that of anyone in the world. He was well versed in the operational principles, origins, shortcomings, and even the names of their inventors, based on his experience. He knew such mechanisms operated on the simplest principles, that he understood that the so-called clever lever mechanisms, wooden bows, and hidden crossbows, regardless of the quality of materials, would inevitably decay and become unusable after hundreds or even thousands of years. The barriers that could thwart tomb raiders were often the simplest layers of protective sand outside the tomb walls. For a mechanism to function for centuries or millennia, it needed to employ materials that would not deteriorate over time, such as stone and perpetually flowing water. All of these elements were present here, and the water even adapted to the tides, providing a source of power that made its utilization all the more convenient. If the tomb's master was indeed Wang Songhai, then this individual had reached a level of obsession and mastery over intricate techniques that was unparalleled. Zhang Qiling, lost in thought, continued to explore other sections of the stone wall as a vague idea began to form in his mind. There had to be an entrance hidden within this wall. During his moment of hesitation, it must have shifted position that as he felt his way along. He took only a few steps before discovering a concealed door. It was improbable that he would find it so easily. Shaking his head, he hesitated to enter and pressed onward. As he ventured further, confusion mounted, and upon counting, he realized that in this relatively small area, he had located 8 hidden doors. Calculating in his mind, it seemed overwhelmingly evident. Was this not the famed Qimen Duanjia? The 29th chapter of The Deep Sea and the Hidden Sand elucidates the origins of Qimen Duanjia, which dates back over 4,600 years, nearly as long as the history of written records in China. The first recorded practitioner of Qimen Duanjia was the legendary Yellow Emperor, and its teachings have been passed down through generations. That it is said that nearly every military strategist or tactician has a rudimentary understanding of it. However, by the Han Dynasty, the comprehensive teachings of Qimen Duanjia had been lost. After the sage Huangshi passed his knowledge to Zhang Liang, this individual simplified and condensed the teachings to such an extent that later generations struggled to comprehend their true essence. My understanding of Qimen Duanjia primarily comes from my uncle, although my knowledge is limited. When Zhang Qiling mentioned this, I was not as bewildered as my companion Fatty, who seemed to be grappling with an enigma. Initially, Qimen Duanjia comprised 4,320 configurations that by the time of the Yellow Emperor, he only grasped 1,080, and during Zhang Liang's era, it had been reduced to 72. Presently, my uncle has meticulously compiled a mere 42 configurations, which is already exceedingly rare, as only 18 are known to have survived in the world. The remaining configurations were fortuitously discovered by my uncle in a Han tomb. Although Qimen Duanjia is shrouded in mystery, it fundamentally intertwines military strategy with theories of fate. Deploying it to arrange formations is akin to utilizing residual energy. The Qimen Duanjia formations, also known as the 8 gates, consist of 8 portals: the opening gate, Xingmen, the death gate, Simon, and others such as the rest gate, the alarm gate, the wound gate, the stagnation gate, the scenic gate, and the illusion gate, where the opening gate symbolizes life and the death gate symbolizes death, leading to an endless cycle through the remaining gates. Upon discovering these hidden gates, Zhang Qiling naturally associated them with the concept of Qimen Duanjia. These hidden gates are exceedingly narrow, allowing only a single person to pass sideways. The area is enveloped in mist, and outside there exists a potentially movable brick door that can be opened with a mere push. Once entered, the living gate closes automatically, rendering the peculiarities of this place nearly imperceptible. Zhang Qiling felt a twinge of regret for his earlier carelessness, that he was not a reckless individual, but his eagerness had led him astray. The world's clever techniques thrive on subtlety and precision. Yet this was an instance of grandiosity that left him vulnerable. He returned to the stone tablet and shared his discovery with the others, who were astounded. The intricacies of this knowledge were profound, and having just undergone a baptism of sorts, they could hardly fathom its depths. After a moment of contemplation, when Jean suddenly remarked, "The behavior of Sanqing just now seems so peculiar, almost as if he were possessed by a female ghost. Could it be that this ghost is the owner of the tomb, and the hidden gate he entered was, in fact, the opening gate?" Zhang Qiling noticed the spark of realization in her eyes and inquired, "Have you come up with something?" When Jean motioned for them to follow her, turning to kneel before the stone tablet, imitating Sanqing's earlier actions. Her posture was captivating, and several men were momentarily entranced by her grace. After adjusting her hair a few times, she coyly turned her head, and in that instant, she suddenly exclaimed, "I found it!" The others hurried over, examining the stone tablet from every angle, yet found nothing. When Jean insisted, "No, you must kneel like I am to see it," Zhang Qiling seemed to have an epiphany and quickly knelt down. When Jean pressed down on his shoulder, instructing, "You're too tall. Lower yourself. You cannot look straight ahead. You must glance sideways, focusing on your temples." Amused, Zhang Qiling mimicked her motions, adjusting his hair, before casting a feminine glance in that moment, he caught sight of his reflection in the stone tablet, revealing 3 faintly connected fish shapes at his temple. indistinct yet intriguing that a slight tilt of his head caused the image to vanish. He gasped, finally grasping the meaning of fate, inwardly cursing that only a beauty, fortuitously kneeling before this stone tablet to groom her hair, could potentially uncover such a mark. It seemed that both height and shortness were impediments, had it not been for Wenjin's keen observation. This great man would have never unraveled the secret. That as he scrutinized the fish, he noticed that the mark was slowly shifting, suggesting that within the stone tablet lay a mechanism that mirrored the rotation of the pool's wall, eternally directing towards the so-called heavenly gate. Realizing this, he urged Wenjin to keep watch while he illuminated the area with a flashlight, methodically locating each hidden gate. Upon reaching the third gate, Wenjin noticed that the mark aligned with the beam of light from his flashlight and shouted, "This is it!" A chorus of cheers erupted among the group, and even Zhang Qiling could not suppress a triumphant fist pump. He forcefully pushed open the hidden door and was the first to enter, finding himself in an exceedingly narrow passage that extended further into the darkness. Zhang Qiling exercised great caution, first feeling the walls to ensure no other mechanisms lay hidden before signaling for the others to follow. The passage, constructed of fine oak slabs, was only wide enough for a single person. Two slightly portly individuals could not traverse it side by side. Zhang Qiling, leading with the flashlight, observed how the darkened space melded with the color of the stone, creating an ethereal greenish hue, reminiscent of the netherworld. He focused all his attention, moving with utmost care, pausing at any strange sound to wait for a while to this moment. He had fully assumed the role of the group's spiritual leader. Everyone heeded his commands, and no one dared utter a word of dissent. They walked for what felt like half a cigarette's worth of time, enveloped in utter darkness, when Zhang Qiling sensed that the entire universe had shrunk to just a few of them. Gradually, the passage began to incline upward, and as he gazed ahead, he spotted a faint light in the distance, a warm, golden glow reminiscent of the setting sun, not overly bright, but inviting. That he understood that they were nearing their destination and called out, hastening his steps toward the light, which grew closer with every stride. Suddenly, the ground leveled, and the entire world appeared to be enveloped in a golden radiance. That he squinted and let out a startled gasp. Nearly kneeling in awe, before them lay an immense square chamber, its vastness transcending mere size. It exuded an overwhelming grandeur that compelled one to submit in reverence. Each side of the room was adorned with 10 towering pillars of golden silk nanmu, each so thick that 3 men could not encircle them. The entire structure was built from yellow clay bricks, measuring 10 zhang in width, with intricately carved beams and eaves, where 10 5-clawed golden dragons glimmered in resplendent glory. Above, the nearly 10-meter-high vaulted ceiling was embellished with a map of 50 stars, each star a dazzling luminous pearl, roughly the size of a goose egg, casting a soft yellow glow. What astonished them most was a colossal stone disc placed in the center of the room, upon which rested a grand model of a palace. Though merely a model, it boasted an intricate design, complete with dragon towers and flowing waters, exuding a spectacular aura. Zhang Qiling dashed over, exhilarated, circling the model several times. Quickly discerning that this was a miniature of the celestial palace, that he had initially doubted that such an extravagant palace could exist within this ancient tomb. So he was not disappointed, though the mystery in his mind deepened. It appeared that Wang Songhai had indeed constructed a heavenly palace, but where could it be? Was it truly in the heavens? This revelation was astonishing, sparking excitement among the group, who shouted and cheered. A few of the young men playfully lifted Hualing onto the stone disc. That as she stood there, grinning foolishly, she suddenly shrieked and jumped down, exclaiming, "There is a corpse up there." Zhang Qiling was taken aback. Leaping onto the disc to inspect, in the center of the model lay a circular jade garden, within which sat a fully desiccated corpse on a stone seat, its clothing tattered and its blackened torso exposed. This was an exceptionally rare meditative corpse, naturally mummified to perfection. With a touch of gold powder, it could be enshrined in a temple. The corpse had one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, like other golden corpses. Its hair and nails continued to grow post-mortem, particularly the nails, which had elongated nearly to the length of the fingers, creating an unsettling appearance. That he leapt forward to examine the corpse's mouth. Discovering it was empty, he then grasped beneath its arm and pressed down, while Wenjin jumped up beside him, observing intently. She swiftly leaped to his back, softly questioning, "Zhang Qiling, what is your true origin? How do you possess such knowledge of tomb raiding?" Zhang Qiling glanced at her, but offered no response, when Jean, incensed, grasped his hand, asserting, "You are clearly a tomb raider. Otherwise, you wouldn't remain so composed in an ancient tomb. What is your purpose in following us?" Zhang Qiling gestured for silence, pointing at the corpse, saying, "This is irrelevant. Look." With that, he removed the corpse's clothing, revealing a long scar on its abdomen that stretched from the last rib on the left to the dantian. He pressed on the corpse's belly, then took Wen Jin's hand and pressed it there as well. She shivered, realizing that something was indeed concealed within the corpse. Zhang Qiling extended his unusually elongated fingers and gently tapped the dried corpse's abdomen. At first, he believed it might be a book box or perhaps a rolled bamboo tube, but upon listening more intently, he felt otherwise. The body had completely desiccated, rendering it impossible to discern a precise concept through the corpse's skin. Nevertheless, Zhang Qiling remained cautious, contemplating that the metallic feel accompanied by what could signify not only a book box, but also a common mechanism that in novels from the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was referred to as the nine-turn linking cannon, a contraption that had existed since the Song dynasty and had reached its zenith by the Ming dynasty, that if he were to recklessly disembowel the corpse, it might very well explode into fragments. The presence of such a formidable mechanism indicated the tomb owner's great concern for their burial items. Should he proceed with reckless abandon, he could unknowingly unleash unforeseen consequences, potentially causing the entire tomb to collapse. With a sigh, Zhang Qiling resolved to abandon the endeavor. He took a step back and bowed his head to the corpse. However, when he raised his head again, he suddenly perceived something amiss with the body. But he glanced left and right, drawing in a sharp breath as he realized the dried corpse was inexplicably wearing a grotesque smile. This was truly unprecedented, even with Zhongzi. He had only ever seen them bounce and leap. Never had he encountered one that smiled. Zhang Qiling felt a tightening in his chest and hastily retreated a step, his body brimming with vigilance, prepared to confront its next move. Unexpectedly, the corpse's hand, which had originally pointed skyward, suddenly shifted to a horizontal position, pointing east. At that moment, the entire room plunged into darkness, the luminous pearl atop the treasure dome extinguishing for reasons unknown. When they had entered, they had turned off their flashlights to conserve battery, causing the others to scream in terror. Zhang Qiling noticed that although the room had dimmed, it was not entirely black. He looked up to see that the four luminous pearls closest to the walls remained lit, casting a faint glow like dim street lights on a darkened street, illuminating only a small area. At that moment, a trembling voice from beside him exclaimed, "There's a face on the wall." Zhang Qiling felt a jolt of alarm and quickly turned to see that the yellow mud brick wall, illuminated by the eastern luminous pearl, had transformed, inexplicably revealing a gigantic, pallid human face. Zhang Qiling recognized it as yet another trick and, somewhat exasperated, leaped down from the stone platform to inspect the eastern brick wall. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was, in fact, a shadow painting, created when light from a fixed angle cast shadows from the wall's grooves that if the angle of the light was incorrect, the image would not appear. However, the lines were so peculiar that, under heightened tension, they could easily be imagined as a terrifying visaged. As he scrutinized the painting, he felt a stirring within. It appeared to be a narrative illustration depicting the scene shortly after the completion of the celestial palace atop the clouds. He observed that the so-called palace was constructed upon a steep mountain, shrouded in mist at its peak, lending the entire edifice an illusion of floating above the clouds. Zhang Qiling gazed upon the mountain's landscape, seemingly blanketed in snow, indicating a considerable altitude, though he could not determine which mountain it was. Turning his head, he noticed that shadow paintings had appeared on all four walls. He hurried to the southern brick wall to continue his examination, where he found another illustration depicting numerous stone caves interconnected by walkways along the cliff beneath the celestial palace that a group of workers was using a winch to hoist a massive coffin upwards, one cave at a time, while a funeral procession lined up, laboriously ascending the walkway. Zhang Qiling gasped. Could this celestial palace actually be a tomb? If so, whose remains lay within that coffin? Continuing onward, he reached the illustration on the western wall, which was even stranger, that he saw that flames had erupted along the cliff's walkway. This must have been the soldiers guarding the tomb, who, following the completion of the burial rites, set fire to the only path leading to the celestial palace to ensure its safety. This action would effectively deter any small-scale tomb raiding attempts, as no faction, north or south, would possess the capability or motivation to scale such a high cliff to plunder. He had never encountered such a tomb, leaving him astonished that he rushed to the final illustration and was amused to find it extraordinarily simple. The celestial palace atop the mountain had suddenly vanished, leaving only a blanket of pristine white snow. Furthermore, even the cliff was concealed beneath the white layer. Although the depiction was not very vivid, Zhang Qiling understood it to signify an avalanche, that he speculated that perhaps the fire had caused a rise in temperature, loosening the snow accumulation above the palace, resulting in a massive avalanche that not only buried the celestial palace beneath the snow, but also shrouded the entire mountaintop, transforming the palace into a genuine grave. Upon realizing this, he exhaled deeply, never expecting that the fate of this celestial palace atop the clouds would unfold in such a manner. It seemed that Wang Songhai was also haunted by this memory. His remarkable creation had been buried by an avalanche shortly after its completion, a sufficient cause for lifelong discontent. It was no wonder he would choose to record this event in such a clandestine manner. This must be the tomb of a person of great stature. He could not reveal this work to the public. Yet, given his penchant for ostentation, he would undoubtedly find a way to let future generations know that within his creations lay a magnificent celestial palace. The only mystery that remained was the identity of the person interred within this tomb. Zhang Qiling took a deep breath when he suddenly noticed Wen Jin and the other two attempting to move the large mirror in the southeast corner. Intrigued, he inquired about their actions, to which Wen Jin anxiously replied, "I just saw Sansheng hiding behind this mirror. He flashed out of sight." Zhang Qiling remembered the matter concerning his third uncle and hurriedly assisted them. The 2-meter-tall gilded copper mirror, adorned with the character for good fortune, was exceedingly heavy. They exerted all their strength, managing to shift it only half a meter as they peered behind the mirror. They discovered a square hole, taller than a person, in the corner of the wall. Zhang Qiling shone his light inside, only to find an abyss of darkness. Unsure of where it led, that Wu Sansheng had not discovered this substantial room when he planned the underground palace a few days prior. But Zhang Qiling had long been aware that the tomb was not as simple as Wu had envisioned. Unlike terrestrial burials, ship burials involved a process where the vessel must maintain absolute balance, necessitating high symmetry within the tomb structure. Although Wu Sansheng's plans were not fundamentally flawed, they were evidently top-heavy, and utilizing such a design for submersion would likely cause the entire tomb to topple into the sea. He had been too disinterested to point this out to Wu Sansheng at the time, but now, the existence of a passage for balance seemed unsurprising, that he briefly explained to the group. Then, flashlight in hand, was the first to step into the passage as the flashlight had been on during their entry into the tunnel. Its battery was nearly depleted, prompting Wen Jin to suggest they each turn on a flashlight while the others switched theirs off. The stone pathway was notably wide, allowing 4 people to walk side by side. Hualing, noticing Zhang Qiling and Wen Jin walking closely together, felt a twinge of discomfort and squeezed At that moment. Zhang Qiling sensed that something was amiss. He vaguely perceived movement within the darkness ahead. Simultaneously, the increasingly potent fragrance in the air drew his attention, as if they were approaching the source of the scent. After taking a few more steps, the aroma became so intoxicating that he could hardly concentrate, that he turned to ask Wen Jin, only to find that the others had collapsed to the ground. Wen Jin leaned against him, casting a dazed glance before suddenly collapsing into his arms. Zhang Qiling's heart sank. He quickly held his breath, but it was too late that an irresistible wave of drowsiness surged over him, compelling him to lean against the wall as he gradually lost consciousness in a hazy state. He saw his third uncle crouching down, expressionless as he gazed at him. At this juncture, the mute oil bottle inhaled deeply and fell silent. He continued, "When I awoke, I found myself lying in a hospital bed, devoid of memories, completely unaware of my surroundings. It wasn't until months later that fragments of recollections began to resurface. Years passed before I realized something was amiss with my body. I could not help but interject, inquiring whether he had discovered that he would not age. However, He did not afford me that opportunity and continued. I still cannot disclose the nature of the issue, but 3 months ago, I encountered your third uncle and found him strikingly familiar. In an effort to recall more, I followed you all to the royal palace of Lu. At this point, he abruptly turned to me, stating, "In the royal palace of Lu, I discovered that your third uncle was quite suspicious." I was taken aback, unsure of his meaning, and he elaborated, "The piece of silk with golden threads you retrieved from the bronze coffin is, in fact, a forgery. Your third uncle had long since swapped it out." I was stunned, exclaiming, "Nonsense! That was swapped out by you." The mute oil bottle cast a dispassionate glance my way and replied, "No, it was your third uncle himself that he dug a hole from behind the tree, directly into the bottom of the coffin. This is likely why the Kue had to die." As I listened, an icy chill enveloped me, and I felt more anxious than ever, although I still wished to side with my uncle. My mind was racing with an electric flash, conjuring countless images that I recalled how Big Ka had been poisoned, and pondered why Pansy had appeared so lucid before climbing the tree, only to be found deeply unconscious when we reached him. I remembered that while Fatty and I were still struggling to crawl out of that narrow crevice, he had already dashed over with a gasoline canister in hand, but my thoughts spiraled into chaos. And I could no longer think clearly. The world felt upside down, that I was unsure of who spoke the truth and who was deceiving me, and I questioned whom I should trust. My mind was a tumult of confusion, and I found myself muttering uncontrollably, No, this isn't right. Things can't be this simple. What motive could my uncle possibly have for this?" The muted voice of the oil bottle interjected calmly, "If this person truly is your uncle, then indeed there is no motive." However, he sighed at this point, that I did not grasp the full meaning of his words. Yet somehow, I found myself inclined to believe him, that a bitter smile crossed my lips as I realized that I had been preoccupied with how many lies my uncle had spun. Now, I had to consider how many truths he had withheld. The situation had shifted dramatically, a turn I had not anticipated. However, upon reflection, I realized that pondering such matters was futile, regardless of who was genuine or false. It would only be relevant once we managed to escape. Otherwise, knowing the truth would be meaningless if we perished here. With this thought, I steadied myself and attempted to relax at that moment. I noticed Fatty had approached the monument, awkwardly squatting before it, delicately twirling his fingers as he attempted to groom himself, that I furrowed my brow and called out, "You fat fool, what the hell are you doing? Can't you just keep still for a moment?" He turned his head and replied in a mock feminine voice, "I am merely tending to my hair. It won't take your life, so why fret?" I was at a loss for words and asked him, "Do you really intend to see what lies beyond that heavenly gate while grooming your hair?" Fatty responded, "Of course. Such a magnificent sight. How could I possibly miss it? Besides, considering how arduous our descent was, and with that woman having fled, it seems our commission is now a lost cause, that no matter what, we should at least retrieve a few luminous pearls. After all, one mustn't venture into the tomb empty-handed." I retorted, "So all you heard after eavesdropping for so long was about a luminous pearl?" He was indignant and replied, "Hey, you can't say that. There is another very important reason why I, Fatty, want to enter this heavenly gate. Do you know what it is?" I told him, "Who knows what schemes you have brewing? Speak if you wish, but remember, we are still in dire straits. Let us avoid any frivolous distractions." Fatty urged, "Don't be hasty. What I have to say is closely related to our current predicament. Did you not hear that this path to the heavenly gate is an incline, and that room housing the celestial palace model is exceedingly high, at least 12 meters? Just think about how deep this ancient tomb is. I suspect the ceiling of that room is likely at the very top of the tomb, that if we wish to escape, we must devise a plan from there." Upon hearing this, I felt a spark of realization and quickly estimated the situation. When I first descended into the submerged tomb passage, I had checked the pressure gauge, which indicated we were 13 meters underwater. Now, being at the bottom of this pool, we must be between 20 and 30 meters below the surface. Thus, the room with the celestial palace model would be no more than 10 meters from the seabed. Just as Fatty had suggested, I had been so engrossed in the story that I had overlooked these details. I couldn't help but regard Fatty with newfound respect. Despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, his mind was remarkably clear, it appeared I could no longer conceal matters from him in the future. With this realization, I addressed them. Fatty has indeed made a valid point. However, knowing this now does little good. We are unarmed. Not only would climbing up to that ceiling be challenging, but even if we managed it, we would have no means to break through the upper layers of bricks, that we must first find a few decent metal funerary items to expedite our plan to counteract the thieves' tunnel. Otherwise, if we linger too long, we may miss the opportunity presented by the tide. Despite my words, I was plagued by uncertainty. Throughout our journey, we had encountered nothing but porcelain and stone artifacts. Not a single metal item had appeared, which felt illogical. I had a nagging suspicion that perhaps the tomb's owner had deliberately arranged it this way. Our only option was to search in the rear hall, and if we found nothing there, it would truly be a sign that fate had turned against us. Fatty chuckled heartily at my words. I've already considered that. Isn't there a gilded copper mirror with a fortune character pattern in that grand room? As someone who deals in antiques, you must know what that mirror looks like, right? We can dismantle that mirror's legs. It's heavy and could certainly serve as a hammer. The name sounded familiar, and it struck me that I had indeed encountered such items before, though I couldn't quite recall their specifics. Seeing Fatty's confidence, I felt reassured and replied, "Very well, we shall proceed with this plan. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. However, once we arrive at that location, you must refrain from touching anything. Absolutely. This place is riddled with traps, and we have many years ahead of us. It's not worth risking our lives over a few trinkets of the deceased." Fatty nodded in agreement. Promising not to touch anything except the bricks, that I reiterated my warnings, particularly emphasizing the need to avoid the luminous pearls, until he expressed his annoyance that I clarified the structure of the location, detailing the possible scenarios we might encounter and the necessary precautions we should take. Then, the three of us proceeded according to plan, first locating the heavenly gate. Fatty took the lead, with the oil bottle following, while I positioned myself in the middle as we ventured into the narrow path to the heavens. Having heard the oil bottle-less descriptions of the heavenly path, entering it myself brought an entirely different sensation. Initially, I felt no discomfort. It merely reminded me of walking through the stone lanes of Shitong in Jiaxing, albeit narrower. However, as we continued, the surrounding darkness began to close in, and I felt a sense of panic rising that I walked in the middle, unafraid of the darkness, but the eerie silence was unsettling. Our flippers made a strange sound as they splashed against the ground, echoing in the elongated corridor, almost as if some monstrous creature was trailing us. Fatty, oblivious to such feelings, merely complained about the path's tightness, grumbling, "Who the hell designed this stone path? It blatantly discriminates against us heavier folks. How could the path to the heavenly gate be in such a sorry state? If the heavenly path is like this, even myriad Buddha wouldn't want to step outside." I replied, "We should not dismiss it so lightly. There must be a reason for its design. This is a ship burial, and regardless of its size, there are limits that it seems they intended to accentuate the celestial palace, leaving other areas to be cramped. Historically, tomb raiders have always been short and slender. Who would think a hefty fellow like you could partake in this trade?" Fatty beamed at this compliment, declaring, "That's right, when it comes to the art of tomb raiding, Fatty, would certainly rank first in stature. However, being hefty does not impede my agility. You know, this is called a..." Suddenly, Fatty froze mid-sentence. Unable to move, I looked back to see that his shoulders were wedged against the stone walls. Trapping him in the corridor, I burst into laughter. "Serves you right for bragging. You've slapped yourself in the face." Fatty attempted to push forward but remained stuck, bewildered. "Xiao Wu, don't laugh just yet. Something's off. I was moving fine just a moment ago. Why am I stuck now?" I surveyed the surroundings and said, "It appears this stone path is not uniform in width. The initial stretch was slightly wider, but it seems to be narrowing now. Step back a few paces and see if you can free yourself." Fatty wiggled his ample backside and attempted to inch backward, yet it was to no avail. He insisted, No, that is not it. This path is clearly narrower than before. I suspect there is something amiss with the walls. Xiao Wu, I fear the situation might be dire." Having blindly pressed forward until now, I hadn't paid attention to the walls. His words sparked my realization that indeed, it felt as though the walls were closing in slightly, I placed my hands against either side, and felt a peculiar sensation. I gasped, Oh no. It seems these walls are converging. The oil bottle also touched the walls, nodding. It appears something has gone awry, that we have no time. Let us retreat and devise a new plan. Panic surged through me as I realized the gravity of our predicament. If those walls closed in on us, we would be crushed into oblivion. Without hesitation, I turned and bolted, and seeing my frantic escape, Fatty urgently called out, "Wait for me, don't just run off." I had never run so fast in my life. Nearly rolling and crawling, using every ounce of strength I had to be by the time I reached the exit. The walls had significantly closed in, forcing me to squeeze through sideways. Fatty, unable to do the same, was forced to shuffle sideways like a crab. The muffled voice of the oil bottle reached out to open the concealed door, struggling with it for a moment before cursing loudly, turning to me and saying, "Someone outside has jammed the door hinge." Upon hearing this, the rotund fellow's face turned pale, and he shouted, "This damned heavenly gate is the end for us. Quickly think of a way out, or else we will meet our demise today." My heart raced as I watched the stone wall inch closer, feeling a torment far worse than death. Yet, what could be done in such a dire situation? Unless a miracle occurred, even the most powerful deities would be helpless, that I suggested. "What can we do? Let us run forward. Perhaps we might find a slim chance of survival." The oil bottle seized my arm, shaking his head as he replied, "It would take at least 10 minutes to get there. We want to make it in time. Let us see if we can climb upwards." With that, he pressed his feet against the walls and began to ascend. That I looked up and saw nothing but darkness above, with no signs of a widening space, that I was unsure of the purpose of climbing up. But at this point, it was certainly better than waiting here to die, that I motioned for the rotund fellow to join me in the ascent. The narrowing passage made it almost as easy to climb as to walk, and within minutes we had scaled several meters. The rotund fellow gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It seems our young friend is quite quick-witted. Now we can take the leap before we are crushed into pancakes, sparing ourselves the agony of a slow demise." I couldn't decipher whether his words were sincere, but the thought of being crushed into a meat patty turned my stomach. It was not a pleasant way to die. I would rather perish from a fall than be slowly suffocated. At that moment, the oil bottle called out from above, "Stop your nonsensical thoughts. We still have time. Do you remember the tomb raider's hole beneath the coffin?" The rotund fellow replied, "Of course I remember. But what does that have to do with us?" Upon uttering those words, he suddenly understood, saying, "I see. You mean we should emulate his spirit and never give up until the very end, correct?" The oil bottle clarified, "No. It's because no tomb raider would neglect the underground chamber, opting instead to drill through the walls of the tomb. That if that's the case, it must mean he encountered some predicament that forced him to carve a hole in the wall to escape." Realizing this, I felt a jolt of understanding and remarked, "You mean the person who made that hole was also compelled to do so under similar circumstances as ours?" I couldn't help but admire the oil bottle's quick thinking and understood why he had suggested climbing up. The floor and walls were made of hard oak stone. Unless we had explosives, there was no way to break through. The only feasible option lay in the unseen ceiling that we continued to climb. We reached the top, where we found a layer of blue bricks. That I tapped on it and felt a surge of joy. Our assumptions were correct. It was hollow. These bricks could withstand pressure, but could not be chiseled. With the right tools, creating a hole should be quite feasible. However, as I surveyed the surroundings, I found nothing but darkness, with no sign of the tomb raider's hole. The rotund fellow said, "This is bad, young friend, if this stone corridor is so long. What if he made the entrance at the far end?" The oil bottle responded, "Anyone in such a situation would naturally run towards the exit. Only upon discovering the door was jammed would they resort to the desperate measure of drilling a hole. Therefore, the entrance must be nearby, that if he drilled it on the other side, we would have no choice but to accept our fate." His words were highly persuasive. The rotund fellow and I nodded in agreement, steeling ourselves to search the vicinity. At this point, the situation for me and the oil bottle was still manageable. We could still fit with a fist's width on either side. However, the rotund fellow was nearly at his limit, having to suck in his stomach just to maneuver in this tight space. That I could see the immense pressure weighing on him. That I tried to reassure him, saying that the compressibility of fat was significant, as long as the walls didn't crush his bones. He would be fine. That he turned pale at my words and waved me off, signaling me to stop talking nonsense, that we began our search from the outermost edges, crawling inward for several meters, but found nothing. In truth, moving sideways consumed more energy than climbing upwards, and my legs began to weaken, nearly causing me to slip several times. That I realized that if the walls closed in even a little more, I would no longer be able to bend my knees, making movement increasingly difficult. Ahead loomed darkness, and I had no idea where the Tomb Raider's hole might be as the oil bottle suggested. It was indeed at the other end of the corridor. I truly wouldn't know how to face such a demise. Had I known this would happen, perhaps it would have been quicker to be bitten to death by the sea monkeys. People often speak of how terrifying the Zongzi ghosts are. Now, I would rather encounter a dozen of them than be crushed to death without any means of escape. That moment. The oil bottle suddenly shone his flashlight on me, signaling us to come over. The rotund fellow and I thought we had finally found something and were filled with joy as we squeezed to his side. Upon looking up, we were taken aback to see a line of blood written on the blue bricks above. Wu Sanqing harmed me. With no way out, I died wronged. Heaven and earth bear witness. Jielian Huan. My heart raced at the sight. I thought to myself, this isn't a martial arts novel. I asked, what does this mean? Who is this person? Why does he say Sanqing harmed him? The oil bottle replied, this Jielian Huan was also part of the archaeological team. He was the one who held the snake-eyed copper fish and died among the coral reefs. I exclaimed in realization. My mind swirling. The oil bottle nudged me, saying, since he left these words here and wasn't crushed, it means the Tomb Raider's hole must be nearby, but we don't have time to ponder the meaning of his words. Let us move forward. I crawled a few steps and suddenly recalled the name Jielian Huan, which felt eerily familiar, as if I had heard my grandfather mention it. As I racked my brain, I remembered who Jielian Huan was. That it turns out that the GF family had some connection to ours. Possibly through distant relatives. That as the saying goes, 1 degree of separation can span thousands of miles. By my generation, we were not particularly close, but they were indeed an ancient family of tomb raiders. Jielian Huan seemed to be a second-generation member who was rather close to my uncle. I had only seen him a few times. However, my grandfather often spoke of the GF family when reprimanding my uncle, lamenting that because of my uncle, our Wu family could never hold our heads high before them. It was unfortunate that Jielian Huan had encountered misfortune. Looking back, it made sense why my grandfather forbade me from following my uncle. It turned out there were past issues with the GF family. The rotund fellow pushed me from behind, and I could no longer afford to dwell on these thoughts. Clenching my teeth, I moved a few more steps forward, and a dark hole appeared in the brick ceiling. The rotund fellow joyfully shouted, though his time was running out. He was now bloodied from scraping against the oak stone, as if he had just emerged from a Turkish bath. My condition was hardly better. My legs barely able to support me. Yet, there was no time to waste. The oil bottle ventured up first, probing the Tomb Raider's hole and kicking the walls to ensure they were sturdy before pulling me in. The rotund fellow faced a bit of trouble. I couldn't pull him up alone, but he mustered his strength, shouting as he forcefully pushed himself upward, scraping off a patch of skin in the process. Once we steadied ourselves and looked down, we couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. The space between the walls had shrunk to a mere crack. That I shuddered at the thought of what would have happened if I hadn't managed to escape in time. This truly was a narrow escape. Had we delayed just a few more minutes, even if we had found the hole, we wouldn't have been able to squeeze through. I raised my gaze upwards again and saw that the Tomb Raider's hole ascended vertically for about a person's height before angling off to the east. It was likely connected to the upper Tomb Raider's hole. My legs felt weak, and I knew I couldn't hold on much longer. I urged the oil bottle to hurry up. The three of us reached the slanted section, and the exertion took its toll. We leaned against the walls, panting heavily. That moment, the sound of the stone wall fully closing echoed behind us. I exhaled deeply, rubbing my legs and tapping my taut calf muscles. Trying to relax. The tension from earlier had been overwhelming, and now that I was finally easing up, I felt slightly dazed, yawning uncontrollably. The rotund fellow leaned against the wall, looking ashen and battered, gasping as he said, "Consider this a lesson learned. When we get back, I must shed a few pounds, or else I'll be riding Wong upside down." They had mentioned that the craftsmanship of this brick Tomb Raider's hole was remarkable. It seemed Jielian Huan was no ordinary individual. I looked upwards and observed that the entire Tomb Raider's hole zigzagged upwards, In architectural terms, this design would minimize danger even in the event of minor collapses that a direct vertical shaft would lead to the entire structure crashing down, resulting in consequences akin to being struck by a pile driver. After resting for a moment, the rotund fellow asked the oil bottle, "Tell me, young friend, what in the world happened? How could the passage be perfectly fine 20 years ago? Yet this time we nearly got crushed. Did you lead us the wrong way?" The oil bottle, closing his eyes to rest, pondered for a moment and replied, "That is unlikely unless the markings indicating the exit in the stone tablet have been altered. Given how perilous our situation was earlier, it's likely we stumbled into a dead end." The stout man pondered aloud. Could it be that the woman has realized we are still alive and is plotting against us once more? I shook my head. While I would concede that she is indeed ruthless, I find it hard to believe that she possesses the capability to manipulate the ancient mechanisms of a tomb that dates back centuries. That notion is simply preposterous. Yet, with no fifth person present, I began to harbor some doubts. Could it be my uncle? The quiet man, noticing my unease, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Actually, I have a hypothesis regarding this matter. If it troubles you so much, why not allow me to share my analysis?" He had been involved in this situation and had experienced the most critical parts firsthand, so I was more than willing to hear his thoughts. I nodded in agreement, encouraging him to continue that he began. "Let us assume that 20 years ago, my uncle and Cielian Huan were acquainted, perhaps even very close, though they did not display it outwardly. During our initial search, Cielian Huan may have already discovered the existence of the underwater tomb, but chose to reveal it only to Wu Sanxing. Both were seasoned tomb raiders and would certainly not let such an opportunity slip away. Thus, they seized a moment of distraction and stealthily infiltrated the ancient tomb. Being both highly skilled, this should have posed no challenge for them. However, once they entered the tomb, unforeseen events transpired that incited my uncle's murderous intent against Cielian Huan. The exact details remain unknown to us, but it is certain that when Cielian Huan found himself cornered, he inscribed a blood message upon the bricks of the tunnel, only to discover that the bricks were hollow. He must have had some tools on him, allowing him to swiftly create a tunnel for his escape, thus preserving his life. That I nodded, acknowledging that this analysis was indeed flawless. And he continued, "After Cielian Huan's escape, he sought to flee through this tunnel. Drawing upon his experience after several failed attempts, he ultimately managed to escape the tomb. Naturally, he sought to confront Wu Sanxing for retribution, only to be unexpectedly killed by him. Wu Sanxing then disguised Cielian Huan's corpse as a victim of an accident. Ensnared by coral reefs that as I listened to his analysis, I felt a twinge of discomfort, yet I could not find a valid argument to counter him, especially since he had stipulated that it was merely a hypothesis. Steadying myself, I continued to listen. Subsequently, Wu Sanxing, perhaps for some ulterior motive or genuinely to evade danger, led us all into the underwater tomb and feigned sleep. At that moment, I uncovered the secret of the porcelain, bringing everyone down to the bottom of the pool. A move he likely did not anticipate. With no other option, he resorted to pretending to be possessed by a vengeful spirit. Luring us into the chamber where the models were kept, and in the passage behind the mirror, he incapacitated us all. After we fell unconscious, he must have done something to us, yet I cannot ascertain how I managed to escape or what happened to the others. However, I am certain that they, like me, must have lost their memories. Over the past 20 years, even if we were to meet, we would only feel a sense of familiarity. At this point, I posed a question. Why didn't my uncle simply kill you all back then? Wouldn't that have resolved everything? The quiet man replied, I cannot fathom it either, but perhaps he believed there was no necessity to kill us, as we were, after all, unaware of anything. His hypothesis painted my uncle as a cunning mastermind with malicious intent, a notion I found hard to accept. In my mind, my uncle was certainly not that kind of person. Hearing this, the stout man seemed to have a sudden realization and said to me, Xiao Wu, something just came to mind that might explain the situation, but please don't laugh at me when I share. Upon hearing this, I thought it was indeed a time for collective brainstorming. The stout man, known for his straightforwardness, might just think of something I had overlooked that I urged him to speak quickly. That he feigned mystery and whispered, I believe this matter is quite simple. After your uncle arrived in this place, perhaps he encountered something unclean and fell victim to it. Didn't the young master just mention that your uncle learned to braid hair from women? Think about it. Isn't that a hint for you to find the way to the heavenly gate? The one who knows this best would be the old ghost in the tomb, that I suspect your uncle has been controlled by the vengeful spirit of the tomb's owner, that if you find your uncle, just douse him with a bowl of dog blood, and that ghost will be forced out, and everything will be fine. As he spoke, his ideas became increasingly absurd, and I retorted, your explanation is so ludicrous it rivals the tales of strange stories from a Chinese studio. I have known my uncle for over 20 years and have never once perceived him as feminine. Your argument does not hold water. The stout man replied, I never claimed that the ghost must be a woman. Even a madman can behave differently in public and in private. Perhaps your uncle appears completely normal in front of others, but secretly applies rouge while engaged in embroidery. As he said this, he raised his pinky finger in a dramatic fashion that I couldn't help but laugh and said, do you think he is like Dongfang Booby embroidering? That makes no sense. The quiet man, listening to the stout man's words, interjected, no, I find a certain likelihood in what he says. Such occurrences have indeed transpired within ancient tombs. Seeing that someone agreed with him, the stout man quickly grew confident, declaring, you see, I, Fatty, never speak without reason. I believe this is closely related to the tomb being submerged underwater. Feng shui, the so-called wind and water. When water meets wind, it halts the deal. You know why water ghosts seek substitutes. It's because their souls cannot escape. This ancient tomb is built in water. While the feng shui may be good, it is decidedly detrimental for the tomb's owner. As I listened to his elaborate theory, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. Responding, how about this? Let us remember these ideas, and if we truly find my uncle, I'll press a consecrated Buddha seal to his forehead and see if it has any effect. We each shared further thoughts, and at this moment we all began to regain our composure. The stout man glanced at his watch and remarked, let us not hold a conference here any longer if my theory holds true. And we starve to death here, our souls will surely be trapped, and we won't even have the chance to reincarnate. That would be quite the loss. As he said this, he scratched his back and asked me, Xiao Wu, did you notice that after entering this tomb, at some point, your body began to itch terribly? Just as I was preparing to climb, I heard his question and instinctively shrank my neck that I had indeed been too tense earlier to notice. In fact, while traversing the corridor, I had already felt signs of inflammation on the wound from the lotus flower arrow. But as the itching persisted, it seemed to have lessened that I lifted my shirt to examine the wound and found that the redness and swelling had receded. With no unusual sensations that I replied, I do feel something, but it's no longer itchy. Given the heavy humidity here, it may just be an allergy. The stout man, itching intensely, said, is there any way to temporarily alleviate this allergy? I broke into a cold sweat earlier, and now the itching is relentless. He continued to rub against the wall. Yes, I noticed blood beginning to smear from his back. I felt something was off and urged him to show me. As he twisted his body to turn around, still scratching, I swatted his hand away and shone my flashlight on his back. But to my horror, I saw that the wound from the lotus flower arrow had sprouted numerous white hairs, a truly disgusting sight. I blurted out, Fatty, how long has it been since you last bathed? He gasped, bathing? Why do you ask that? That is a personal matter, and I'm not comfortable discussing it. I retorted, you haven't bathed in ages. Have you? Let me tell you, don't be alarmed. It looks like you have mold growing on your back. White mold. What a sight to behold. At this rate, in a few months, you might even cultivate some Ganoderma. The stout man, utterly confused, exclaimed, what? White coal? Is there even such a thing as white coal? Stop speaking so convolutedly. Just tell me what is going on. Seeing the quiet man frown, I sensed the situation was dire and dared not continue my jest. The quiet man stepped closer, pressing down gently, and a dark substance oozed out. He whispered to me, this is troublesome. There is something suspicious about that lotus flower arrow. I found it strange, for I had also been hit by the arrow. Logically, I should be experiencing the same symptoms. Could it be that my grandfather's unique constitution had truly been passed down to me? I quickly exposed my own wound to express my doubts. The quiet man examined it, clicked his tongue, and was equally perplexed at that moment. The stout man, feeling anxious, turned to me and asked, what is this hair? Don't leave me hanging. Where is the hair? He reached to touch it again. I quickly grabbed his hand and cautioned, don't move. It seems you might have some skin condition. We should take a closer look. Whatever you do, don't scratch or you'll end up with scars." Despite his severe itching, he could hardly contain himself that I turned to the quiet man and said, "This can't go on. We need to devise a plan that I've heard of people who couldn't bear the itch of skin diseases and resorted to suicide." The stout man cried out, "I want to commit suicide right now. I am itching to death. Why don't you just perform a Guan Yu-style bone scraping on me and cut out those 2 pieces of flesh?" Having suffered from a skin condition in my childhood, I recalled a rather unpleasant home remedy that I replied, "No need for flesh removal. Do you truly believe you have an abundance of it? I'm no hua toa, but I do have some soothing lotion on me. Let me apply it to you first. It might sting a bit, so bear with it." The muffled voice of the oil bottle faltered for a moment, and the chubby man exclaimed, "This is precisely why you city dwellers are so precious. Damn it, even when digging, you bring along moisturizer. Next time, why don't you just bring a deck of cards? That way, when we find ourselves trapped, we can at least play a game of poker." Naturally, I could not possibly carry such items. I merely spat twice and smeared the saliva onto the chubby man's back, then donned my gloves to spread it to my surprise. He could not endure the pain. As soon as the spit made contact, he let out a wail and fled forward, cursing, "What the hell did you put on me? My grandmother. You might as well have carved me up. I swear, if I turn into a fat man, I am really going to lose it." Observing his reaction, I remarked, "Look at your pathetic self. Pain is far more bearable than itching. Are you still itching now?" The chubby man flailed about for a while, eventually calming down and said in wonder, "Hey Xiao Wu, what on earth is that stuff? It feels so much better now. What brand is that moisturizer?" Realizing that if he discovered it was saliva, he would undoubtedly kill me, I hurriedly replied, "Stop acting like a woman. Let us get moving." The oil bottle found it amusing and shook his head. It was the first time I had seen him not wear a bitter smile. I couldn't help but feel he seemed to have developed a bit of humanity. It appears that communication among people is indeed essential. However, after that brief smile, he reverted to his usual poker face and beckoned us to follow. The 3 of us navigated through the tunnel, climbing for what felt like an eternity, when the oil bottle announced, "Fork in the path." I squeezed forward and, indeed, there were 2 passages branching to the left and right. I glanced down the left passage and saw it ended shortly after, bricked up. A dead end. It seemed that the bricks were where the oil bottle and his companions had sealed off the path leading from the right chamber to the left. I wondered why it had been sealed. Were they afraid something might come through from that coffin? Nonetheless, since it was sealed, the exit from this tunnel must certainly be on the right. The oil bottle seemed to share my thoughts and pointed in that direction, and without a word, we continued to crawl. To be honest, I had never crawled for such an extended period in my life and was drenched in sweat. Typically, crawling through a dirt tunnel isn't this exhausting. Without anything pressing against my knees, it wouldn't hurt. Now, with the bricks and rubble beneath, it felt like punishment. My knees were burning, and it seemed there were advantages to being human. I would have to strive for that in my next life. Lost in my thoughts, the oil bottle suddenly halted and gestured for silence. The chubby man, unable to see ahead, whispered, "What's wrong?" I motioned for him to be quiet. At that moment, the oil bottle had turned off his flashlight. The chubby man and I, understanding the cue, immediately extinguished ours, plunging us into absolute darkness. That I remained remarkably calm, my heartbeat steady, still uncertain of his intentions. However, in this ancient tomb, it was wise to heed his guidance that we sat in silence for a while, our breathing steadying. As the sweat on our bodies dried, that moment, I heard something moving above us on the brick ceiling. Seemingly a person, that a jolt of alarm shot through me. We must be beneath the main hall or a passage. Who could it be? Could it be a Ning? Or perhaps Uncle San? As I pondered, I suddenly felt a tickling sensation at the back of my neck, and a chill ran down my spine. Did I grow hair? I quickly reached back to touch it, only to find something damp sticking to my neck. Assuming it was the chubby man crowding me, I cursed under my breath and shoved it away. When I withdrew my hand, I was taken aback to find my fingers sticky, with a faint fragrance wafting from it. Disgusted, I wiped the substance onto the adjacent brick, thinking that the chubby man must have sprayed a good amount of oil on his hedgehog-like hair. If we found a water source later, he would definitely need a thorough wash. Who knows how long that oil had been there? Just as I was lost in thought, the irritation on my neck returned. What on earth was this chubby man up to now? Anger surged within me as I grabbed the damp object and pressed it against the wall that moment. I sensed something was off. Why did the chubby man's face seem so small? Cautiously propping myself up, I felt a sudden dread as I realized those damp objects resembled heads that I groped again, only to discover that these heads were all intertwined. And as I reached in, I became ensnared that I swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out. The chubby man couldn't he possibly have this many heads? Whose heads were they? I recalled the scene in the water tomb with the group of flesh-eating heads. My breathing quickening as panic set in, that I dared not turn on the flashlight. The thing seemed to be just inches away, and if I illuminated it, I would surely meet its gaze, an encounter I could not withstand. Just then, I felt a slender, damp hand brush against my face. Icy cold, its fingers sharp as knives that my scalp tingled, and my facial muscles involuntarily twitched. The fingers grazed my neck before retracting. Moments later, I felt the damp head lean closer, pressing against my face that I was repulsed, clenching my jaw, fully prepared to scream, when suddenly the oil bottle-esque flashlight flickered to life, that in an instant, I beheld the thing I had been holding in my arms. And a wave of horror washed over me, my body brimming with goosebumps. The face was grotesquely pale, a massive countenance that seemed to have been submerged in water for countless years, the skin swollen and translucent. Most unsettling were its eyes, black orbs devoid of whites that nearly consumed the entirety of their sockets, resembling a grotesque corpse with its eyes gouged out. This sight nearly drove me to madness. I let out a blood-curdling scream. Shoving it away and desperately scrambling forward, my mind singularly focused on one thought: escape. However, the passage was too narrow for two people. The oil bottle and I became wedged together, unable to move. Seeing no way to squeeze past, I grabbed him and shouted, "Ghost, water ghost!" He swiftly covered my mouth and whispered, "Don't shout. Where's the water ghost?" I turned and frantically pointed behind me. Right behind us. Just mid-sentence, I froze, my heart sinking. There was nothing there. No face, no head, not even a trace of moisture. The finger nearly poked the chubby man's face, leaving him bewildered as I exclaimed, "Damn you, you're the water ghost." Stunned, I hurriedly looked around, searching left and right, but indeed found nothing. Yet it felt so real. It couldn't have been a mere illusion. Had I truly been driven to madness by this ancient tomb? My heart raced, and my mind was clouded with confusion, unsure of how to react. The chubby man, noticing my pallor, tried to calm me down. "What is going on? Don't panic. Take your time and explain." I stammered. "I just saw so many heads. A woman and a water ghost. It even tried to kiss me." My thoughts were a jumbled mess, and despite rambling on, I couldn't articulate my experience. The chubby man grew impatient, saying, "Xiao Wu, you're not dreaming. Are you? If there really was a water ghost, it would have had to crawl over me first." He patted my shoulder and added, "But you're in your 20s. Dreaming of a woman is normal. Even I, when I was young, had my fair share of such dreams. It's nothing." I cursed. "Don't mock me. That was definitely not a dream. Look, my neck is still damp. It was from that thing." As I spoke, I exposed my neck for them to see. The oil bottle, and the chubby man reached out to touch it and frowned. The chubby man even glanced up at the brick ceiling of the tunnel. Suspecting a leak, that I informed him that was impossible. The gaps between the bricks were sealed with white mortar, ensuring excellent water resistance. The chubby man pondered. "This is strange. There's only one path. Logically, if something crawled onto you, I would have noticed." I replied, "Could it be that you were asleep, not even realizing something crawled over you?" The chubby man retorted, "Get lost. Even if I were asleep, I'd still know if someone crawled over me. Besides, in a place like this, how could anyone possibly sleep? If you don't believe me, check if there are any footprints on my back." He turned around to show us his back. That I had just regained my composure and did not anticipate that creature would be lurking on his back. As the hefty man turned around, it swiftly pivoted its head, its maw nearly brushing against my nose. Fear seized me, causing my throat to constrict, and I emitted a faint squeak as I desperately retreated. However, I had barely crawled 2 steps when I felt a sudden constriction around my ankle. Looking down, I discovered that my calves had become ensnared by an abundance of heads that I strained to extricate my foot. But it was futile. Simultaneously, a multitude of heads began to coil around me, attempting to burrow into my mouth. My greatest fear in life was having something furry in my mouth, and I instinctively flailed my hands in a desperate attempt to block them. In that moment of chaos, the muted oil bottle yanked me by my collar, pulling me towards him. Yet, after only a few steps, his own hand became entangled in the mass of heads, rendering him immobile. I glanced back to see the hefty man ensconced like a chrysalis, writhing within, while that creature had vanished, leaving the tomb corridor filled with heads, resembling a descent into a dark web. The muted oil bottle forcefully withdrew his hand and urgently inquired, "Do you have a source of fire?" "It fears flames." I rummaged through my waist pouch and triumphantly produced a windproof lighter, elated by the realization that this item, procured from the captain while enjoying fish head hot pot on the boat, had become a lifesaver. With determination, I ignited the lighter and aimed to incinerate the heads clinging to me. Though damp, they caught fire readily, and with a few swift motions, I was freed that I dashed to the hefty man, intent on pulling him away, when suddenly a massive face emerged from the pile of heads beside me, lunging towards my back that I was paralyzed with terror, hardly having time to evade. Instinctively, I ducked and threw a punch. A reflex born from sheer dread, that I could not gauge the strength behind that strike, but I heard a resounding crack as the nose of the creature crumpled inward, releasing a torrent of dark liquid. Fortunately, the windproof lighter remained lit, and with gritted teeth, I prepared to strike again, only to see the creature recoil in surprise that a sudden spark of realization ignited within me. Indeed, malevolent spirits fear the strong. And this entity was no exception. That my mind clouded with excitement. I raised my foot and delivered a kick to its face, sending it staggering back into the mass of heads, fearing that another kick would ensnare me further. I took a few steps back, raising the lighter in defiance. The face, now concealed among the heads, wore a profoundly vengeful expression, yet it hesitated, wary of the flames. At that moment, the muted oil bottle produced several damp firecrackers. Igniting them against my lighter, which surged forth with flames, the creature let out a piercing shriek and began to retreat. That I seized the opportunity to incinerate the heads, ensnaring the hefty man. The muted oil bottle relentlessly pursued the creature, compelling it to vanish into the darkness before lowering his hand. Why now? The firecrackers were burning perilously close to his fingers. That I glanced down at the hefty man, only to find his nose and mouth obstructed, his face turning an ashen hue. That I hastily struck his chest, causing him to gasp for air, expelling a torrent of black matter from his nostrils. I exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the hefty man's lung capacity was substantial, allowing him to clear his airway on his own. Otherwise, I would never have sacrificed myself for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he coughed up the remnants from his trachea and, barely alive, asked, "My grandmother, what on earth was that creature?" I extinguished the lighter, which had become searing hot in my grasp, causing my skin to blister. The muted oil bottle was in no better condition. Shaking his hand, he replied to the hefty man, "That should be a jinpe." I recalled hearing tales from Old High of Hero Mountain regarding such entities. Incredulous, I gasped, "Is there truly such a thing as a jinpe?" The muted oil bottle nodded, stating, "I am uncertain how this creature comes into being, but many legends abound in this region, so it is unlikely to be mistaken." I found it peculiar and inquired further, but he merely shook his head, explaining, "A jinpe is birthed from the water. I know it fears fire, but beyond that, I am truly ignorant." Much like Zhongzi, we only know that they fear the hooves of black donkeys. Yet the reason remains a mystery. That I never anticipated this creature would possess intellect. We must exercise caution, for it undoubtedly lurks behind us. The hefty man, still shaken, drew closer to us and questioned, "It's strange, with such auspicious feng shui in this tomb, how can there be so many bizarre entities inside?" As for the tomb's feng shui, I was hesitant to assert anything definitively. However, I conducted some research on the jinpe in the mountain regions. It is often associated with shamans and mediums, while in coastal folklore, it is regarded as one of the most malevolent spirits. The reasons for this discrepancy elude me, yet the fate of a jinpe is generally more tragic than that of a human. If captured, they are typically dismembered and buried alive. The origins of the gene are often linked to pregnant women, and the ear chamber housing the coffin may be connected to this entity. Furthermore, Uncle 3 spoke of the mural depicting a bulging belly, suggesting that the gene Poe's presence here was not coincidental, but perhaps a deliberate placement by the tomb's owner. Contemplating this, the muted oil bottle urged us to press on, fearing the creature might return. I listened intently to the silence above the theft tunnel, uncertain if it had passed just moments ago. Given the commotion we had stirred, it was possible that we had already been detected. It was not prudent to linger. We needed to forge ahead. That I glanced at the hefty man, who indicated he was ready to move. Sensing his desire to leave, I instructed him to turn on his flashlight and attach it to his belt. Allowing us to remain vigilant, grasping the lighter firmly, I continued onward. After traversing further, the theft tunnel suddenly began to ascend in a zigzag pattern that I observed that it had indeed been carved from below, leading to the tomb wall, likely beyond which lay the sea. The only option was to change direction and seek an exit upwards, possibly mirroring our own thoughts of escaping through the tomb's apex. Since entering this theft tunnel, we had spent roughly half an hour here, and I surmised that this underwater tomb was not particularly vast. As I moved forward, I developed a rough sense of its dimensions. The tomb was not extensive in length or width, but its height was considerable. That I estimated it to be nearly 30 meters high, which according to modern standards, 3 meters per story, suggested that this tomb plunged about 10 stories deep into the ocean floor. While it was impressive, it hardly qualified as miraculous. With no means to retrace our steps, we had no choice but to continue our ascent. After laboring for a while, the muted oil bottle suddenly halted. I nudged him, and he turned to me, whispering, "There's no path left." That I was taken aback. It couldn't be possible. I hurried to see for myself, only to find that we had reached a dead end. Blocked by several massive slabs of blue granite, I pushed against them. They were extremely heavy, yet not entirely immovable. Together, the muted oil bottle and I exerted our strength to lift them, creating a small gap. To our astonishment, light began to filter down from the tomb chamber above. Just as I was processing this revelation, the stone slab directly above us suddenly vanished. This has become quite troublesome. Its bite was perfectly timed, its fangs piercing deeply into my flesh, causing a pain so intense that I felt I might faint, yet it did not injure my bones. Just as I was about to struggle, it yanked forcefully, dragging me entirely out of the thief's hole. The sea monkey held me aloft, seemingly without the immediate intent to kill me, but I knew that with a mere flick, it could rend me in two at the shoulder. At that moment, despite my fear, resistance became imperative. That I suddenly noticed the dart I had lodged into its shoulder. In a moment of desperation, I kicked, striking precisely at the right spot, and the dart was driven further in by 4 or 5 inches. It let out a pained grunt and flung me aside. That I exerted all my strength, rolling several times upon landing, which somewhat cushioned the impact. However, when I attempted to rise, my right arm was utterly powerless. Infuriated and humiliated, the sea monkey roared in rage and lunged at me, aiming directly for my neck, intent on severing my throat. Its speed was astonishing, and there was no time to evade. I could only use my hands to shield myself. An act as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Yet without this defense, I feared I might lose my head entirely. That moment, the stout man suddenly pounced from behind, seizing the sea monkey's legs and tripping it, causing both to tumble to the ground in a chaotic heap. The stout man, remarkably agile, attempted to emulate the legendary Wu song slaying the tiger by climbing onto its back, but the sea monkey's strength was overwhelming. It kicked him away effortlessly. Seeing the stout man unable to subdue it, I realized the situation was dire as another claw swiped past, and I knew that the mute oil bottle must possess the capability to handle this creature. So I was not overly concerned. He dashed forward a few paces, luring the sea monkey towards a Nanma pillar. Suddenly, he leapt, planting one foot atop the pillar, and with a fierce glare, executed a mid-air spin, bringing both knees crashing down onto the sea monkey's shoulders, forcing it to stoop low. Nearly kneeling, I was bewildered by this martial prowess, and though the sea monkey was exceptionally robust, this maneuver hardly seemed to faze it. However, the mute oil bottle was undeterred. Instead of jumping down immediately, he clamped his legs around the creature's head, twisting his waist with force that a sharp crack resounded as the sea monkey's head was grotesquely twisted to an unnatural angle of 180 degrees. Its neck bones shattered. This sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye, akin to a fatal strike. The stout man and I stood agape, feeling a phantom pain in our own necks, as if we had been wrenched in the same manner. The image of the bloodied corpse's head flashed through my mind, and I thought that it must have met a similar fate, causing me to involuntarily gasp in shock. Such brutality seemed utterly unwarranted for the sea monkey. After the mute oil bottle leapt down, he hurried back to shift the stone slab that I noticed ahead emerging from the thief's hole and quickly called for the stout man to assist. He employed his usual method, using a lighter to force the head back down, then joined the mute oil bottle in replacing the green sandstone over the opening. The female spirit below was clearly unwilling to relent, banging against the stone slab several times in an attempt to dislodge it. Fearing it might crack the stone, the stout man sat down heavily upon it, firmly sealing the entrance. The thudding sounds persisted for a full 10 minutes until, exhausted from the vibrations, the stout man collapsed onto the ground, motionless. With the danger seemingly past, I exhaled deeply, and at that moment, my right hand regained sensation, allowing for slight movement, that I observed the mute oil bottle making his way to the southeastern corner. And I hurried to follow. The mirror there had indeed been removed, revealing a dark hole in the wall, barely half a person's height, appearing exceedingly deep, its destination unknown. This entrance seemed to be a pivotal aspect of the entire incident. And the mute oil bottle's recollection ceased at this juncture. What lay within the cave, how he emerged, and whether others had similarly lost their memories remained shrouded in mystery that I scrutinized the whole carefully, externally. It appeared to be an ill-placed man-made opening. The interior was constructed of the same yellow clay bricks as the exterior, rendering it structurally mundane that I had seen countless such openings in the charcoal factories of Changsha, often serving as chimneys for brick kilns. However, its presence here, within the tomb's layout, seemed distinctly incongruous, leaving me puzzled as to its purpose. That I, in my recollection, nearly all tomb chambers were symmetrically designed, rarely featuring inexplicable passages or additional rooms unless the tomb's owner had peculiar inclinations. If that were not the case, only two possibilities remained. First, I speculated that it might house some secret burial objects, which would not be unusual to I in my grandfather's notes. Many individuals designing hidden chambers within their own tombs were mentioned. However, these chambers were typically well concealed. This opening bore no secret door or disguise, merely a mirror placed outside, which seemed rather juvenile. The second possibility was related to feng shui. I deduced this from the importance of mirrors within feng shui practices, suggesting that a certain energy was to be drawn or released through this doorway. This notion pertained to minor feng shui, contrasting significantly with the grand principles of ancient feng shui, akin to the differences between Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism. Minor feng shui focuses on transformation, employing specific methods to rectify localized imbalances. That I found this aspect intriguing and believed I possessed greater knowledge of it compared to the broader principles. That I followed the diagonal of the mirror to explore other areas, hoping to uncover further hints. The arrangement of the entire room mirrored the description provided by the mute oil bottle. Yet, since it retained its form from 2 millennia ago, illumination was limited to 4 corners, with the central celestial model obscured in darkness, only visible in parts by flashlight. After surveying the room, my gaze was drawn to the shadowy paintings on the wall that I had previously described their content. But at the time, my understanding was vague, relying solely on the mute oil bottle's depiction. Now, upon closer inspection, I realized the paintings were remarkably lifelike. With sufficient attention, one could discern numerous specific details. First, I instantly recognized that the snow-capped mountains depicted were likely the northern slopes of Changbai Mountain in Jilin. This was not due to an exceptional memory, but rather the distinctive features of the main peaks, recognizable to anyone who had visited. Secondly, I noted that in the second painting, the funeral procession was adorned in Yuan dynasty attire, indicating that the individual within the coffin was a person of considerable status during that period. This suggested that the construction of the Celestial Palace likely coincided with the transitional period at the end of the Yuan dynasty, implying that the tomb's owner was undoubtedly remarkable. The third detail astonished me. The entire funeral procession consisted solely of women. which was decidedly unusual. I was unfamiliar with Mongolian burial rituals, but a procession entirely composed of women was unprecedented. Numerous other subtle details emerged, leaving me unsure if they were intentional clues left by the sculptors or indicative of their customary practices. At this juncture, I felt increasingly certain that, armed with these clues, finding a local villager familiar with the terrain could potentially lead us to the palace's location. However, buried beneath layers of centuries-old snow, the frost-laden earth was perilously soft. A moment's carelessness in excavation could result in a minor avalanche, entombing one forever beneath the snow. Yet, these hints seemed unrelated to the hole in the corner. So I proceeded to inspect the mirrors and walls and other corners. Discovering nothing particularly noteworthy, it appeared that the only way to uncover answers lay within that hole. Returning to the entrance, I found the mute oil bottle still gazing intently, an uncommon hesitation flickering in his eyes as if contemplating some matter. Upon noticing my approach, he suddenly said, "I may need to go in again." "No," I exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? If you lose another 20 years of memory, it will all be meaningless." He replied calmly, "I am different from you. For you, this experience is merely a peculiar episode, but for me, it is a profound mental block. If it remains unresolved, even if I recall everything else, I shall never find peace in this lifetime." Hearing this, I felt a surge of urgency and insisted that it was not a feasible course of action. Although I could empathize with his plight, our current circumstances demanded that we prioritize escape. After all, what value would it hold to possess all the world's secrets if we suffocated due to depleting air? I conveyed my concerns to him, and he appeared somewhat conflicted, asking, "How confident are you that we can escape?" His question reminded me that I had yet to thoroughly examine the ceiling of this treasure chamber, prompting me to look up with renewed focus. In all the notes I have perused, the apex of the tomb has been described as exceedingly robust, characterized by the so-called 7 horizontal and 8 vertical supports. It is my belief that this treasure dome, in order to withstand pressure, should have been constructed with an arched structure, high in the center and lower at the sides. However, it now appears that it has adopted the 6-chambered subterranean method, resulting in a flat top. Consequently, creating an opening at any location does not pose significant concerns. The dome looms over 10 meters above us, and there is nothing available to serve as a foothold. Thus, we must first manipulate the adjacent columns, using the mirror leg to carve out several depressions atop them, allowing us to ascend and chip away at the brittle surface of the white clay. We need not exercise excessive caution. As long as we time it correctly, damaging the load-bearing structure above will naturally lead to a collapse, creating an opening. Once the sea has filled this tomb, we shall have an easy escape. The crux of this plan hinges on meticulous timing. Should we fail to act during low tide, the moment the load-bearing structure is compromised, it is conceivable that the entire dome could be inundated by the rushing seawater, potentially trapping us inside. I conveyed this to the mysterious oil bottle, emphasizing that our chances of escape are quite substantial. However, once we do escape, the tomb will be irrevocably destroyed, but it will not vanish entirely. Whatever treasures lie within will remain. He could easily prepare his equipment and return in a few days, so there is no need to rush. He nodded, finally persuaded by my argument. The stout fellow could hardly contain himself, stating, "If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed immediately and secure this column, lest we find ourselves in a flurry later on." I glanced at my watch, with 6 hours remaining until low tide. We had ample time. I raised my head and remarked, "We have expended considerable energy and consumed not a morsel. Our physical state is rather depleted. It would be prudent to rest well now, for we know not what awaits us outside. The vessel above may have already departed, and if we lack the strength to escape, we may very well drown." The stout fellow, initially brimming with enthusiasm, found my reasoning compelling, scratching his head in frustration as he muttered, "Damn it, do we have to wait? Fine, I'll catch some sleep. Just wake me when it's time to get to work." I too sought a place to lean against, but my mind remained in motion as I contemplated the potential pathways should the seawater begin to surge in. The passageway to the stone tablet at the pool's bottom had been sealed, while it was not airtight. Water ingress would undoubtedly be slower than water influx, that a considerable volume of water would likely rush into that peculiar wall opening first, but I pondered where that low passage might lead. If it connected with other chambers, it could spell significant trouble, potentially creating a whirlpool that would ensnare us entirely. Lost in thought, I involuntarily cast a glance into the depths of the opening. Mulling over what means there might be to obstruct it, an idea struck me. We could pile up those models together, that I estimated the height and width of the opening, contemplating how best to arrange them for effective blockage. However, in that moment of concentration, an exceedingly strange sensation surged within me. From the darkness of the doorway, an unseen force was powerfully drawing my gaze. This force was not only intense, but bore an element of compulsion. I attempted to turn my head, yet found my neck immovable, my eyes unwilling to shift. Simultaneously, a wave of agitation washed over me, a sensation that is difficult to articulate, akin to a famished individual grasping a package of food, yet unable to tear it open. This agitation swiftly transformed into a powerful urge to step through that doorway and explore. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, with no forewarning that by the time they sensed something amiss. It was too late. I abruptly shoved the mysterious oil bottle aside and charged into the opening. Being so close to the entrance, I plunged into the darkness in mere strides, leaving no time for him to intervene. In that moment, I was entirely oblivious to my actions, fixated solely on reaching the innermost depths of that tunnel, that I did not even switch on my flashlight, running recklessly into the void without regard for the ground beneath me. Nor did I pay attention to whether anyone was pursuing from behind. Yet after only a few paces, a sudden gust of wind swept past me, and an excruciating pain shot through my left knee, rendering my foot powerless and causing me to crash to the ground. The fall was quite severe. My forehead struck the floor with such force that my head buzzed painfully, and blood spurted from my nose. However, after that tumble, the agitation in my heart abruptly vanished, and everything returned to normal. That my heart skipped a beat as I sensed an indescribable strangeness. This cave was astonishingly potent, for merely gazing into that abyss of darkness could lead one to lose their wits. I had been entranced by the sight, falling victim to its allure. Turning back, I saw the mysterious oil bottle, and the stout fellow had already pursued me inside, one flashlight lying nearby, which appeared to have struck my knee. They reached my side without uttering a word, attempting to drag me out. Yet, with one knee injured, I was unable to stand, and their efforts to lift me were in vain amid the dim light and chaotic scene. The stout fellow, realizing one hand was too cumbersome, wedged the flashlight under his arm and used both hands to carry me. His movements were exceedingly forceful, nearly rendering me unconscious from the strain. At that moment, the beam of his flashlight swept across a certain area, and my eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure crouched in the darkness. The light flickered too swiftly for me to discern clearly, but I was certain it was a person. Instantly, I thought of third uncle and shouted, "Wait, there is someone ahead!" The stout fellow turned back to shine the light, illuminating a silhouette that had already risen and was swiftly retreating deeper into the tunnel. In that moment, all three of us saw clearly, yet none could identify who it was. The mysterious oil bottle reacted the quickest, yelling, "Quick, pursue!" Without hesitation, he darted after the figure, and the stout fellow cursed before following suit. I mustered my strength, managing to stand, albeit limping, and at that moment, the mysterious oil bottle had already engaged in a struggle with the figure, soon joined by the stout fellow, who tackled the person from behind, pinning them to the ground. When the stout fellow illuminated the scene with his flashlight, he gasped, exclaiming, "It's Anning!" I hurried over and was taken aback. There she was, disheveled, her diving suit torn, emanating an unpleasant odor. With blood at her nose and mouth, I could scarcely fathom what calamity she had encountered to end up in such a state. Yet, I soon realized that we three were not in much better shape, particularly the stout fellow, who was covered in wounds, a ghastly sight. Upon seeing the woman, the stout fellow erupted in anger, pointing a finger at her nose and berating her. However, before he could utter more than a few words, the mysterious oil bottle abruptly intervened, stating, "Wait, there is something off about her." The moment he spoke, I noticed Anning's expression, which was utterly vacant, almost catatonic, a stark contrast to her previously vibrant demeanor. now pinned to the ground by the mysterious oil bottle. She neither struggled nor spoke, nor did she even glance at us, as if this entire situation were of no concern to her. The stout fellow found this peculiar and remarked, "It's damn strange. I've been hurling insults at her, and she hasn't reacted at all. Normally, if I teased her a bit, she would kick me already." I, sensing the gravity of the moment, queried, "Did you strike her hard? She seems utterly speechless. I suspect you may have hit her too hard and knocked her senseless." The stout fellow, incensed, retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Would I treat a lady so poorly? I merely held her foot, gently, without leaving a mark. If you don't believe me, ask the young brother." The mysterious oil bottle urged us to cease our bickering, assuring us, "Rest assured, she is not seriously injured. Her mind is just a bit scrambled. Perhaps she has undergone some form of trauma." Saying this, he waved his hand in front of her and snapped his fingers. Yet Anning showed no sign of response. The stout fellow scratched his head, puzzled, and suggested, "Could it be that she witnessed something that frightened her into a stupor?" I countered, "This woman is fiercely capable. As you've seen, how could she be so easily frightened? Be wary. She may very well be feigning this state." Upon hearing this, the stout fellow began to harbor doubts, saying, "You make a valid point. The most treacherous hearts lie beneath a woman's exterior. We ought to exercise caution. Otherwise, perhaps we should each give her a slap to see how she reacts. This woman is quite proud. A few slaps, no matter her virtue or strength." "Should," I interrupted, exclaiming, "Enough! You've watched too many revolutionary films. Do you wish to emulate the nationalist spies? Look at her. How could you bring yourself to strike?" The stout fellow raised his large palm as if to strike Anning's delicate face, but ultimately found himself unable to do so, muttering in frustration, "It's a pity I've never hit a woman. What do you suggest we do?" I had not spent ample time with her to judge her sincerity by her actions, so I proposed we should bind her and take her outside. Once there, we can alert the authorities to handle the situation. The stout fellow erupted in rage, retorting, "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? We are tomb raiders. Do you comprehend what that entails? We can't just hand this over to the police. Have you banged your head against a pig?" I was indeed left momentarily dazed. Upon being addressed by the corpulent individual, I felt an overwhelming urge to slap myself, inwardly lamenting my inability to adjust my mindset as I momentarily reverted to the role of a small-time antiques dealer. I hastily responded to the rotund man. In my previous encounters with the hidden tunnels, I was merely thrust into the fray, all the while deluding myself into believing I was a model citizen. I had grown accustomed to seeking assistance from the police during times of trouble, and in a moment of candor, I inadvertently let slip my thoughts. "You may consider it mere folly on my part, and I shall rephrase." The rotund man waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Enough of that. It seems you have no viable solutions. Let us focus on this young gentleman instead. Relying on you is akin to watching a pot of yellow flowers wilt." His words left me speechless, forcing me to divert my attention to the enigmatic figure, who was currently shining a flashlight into her eyes. Upon noticing our gaze, he remarked, "There is no need to argue. Her pupils are dilated, and her reactions are significantly slower, far more severe than mere shock. This cannot be a fade." Sensing his confidence, I found no reason to doubt him and inquired, "Can you ascertain the cause?" The enigmatic figure shook his head, replying, "My understanding in this area is rather superficial. I've only gleaned insights during my own examinations to make a further assessment. I would be utterly powerless. That we must seek a professional medical facility." I exhaled deeply, recalling the radiant demeanor of this woman in times past, and could not help but exclaim, "Very well, it seems that we shall not uncover the root of the issue in the immediate future. Let us refrain from idle speculation and first escort her outside." This proposal met with unanimous approval, and the rotund man instructed the enigmatic figure, "Let us proceed with this plan without delay. This place is decidedly eerie. We should explore briefly, and if we find nothing of interest, we must hasten our exit." The moment he spoke, I was jolted back to the reality of our surroundings, feeling a chill run down my spine and a strong desire to flee. However, recognizing that both of them had their respective motives, I refrained from voicing my apprehensions and nodded resolutely. The rotund man promptly turned, directing his flashlight into the depths of the tunnel. Following the beam of light, I observed that the tunnel was not particularly long. Merely a few dozen steps away, the bottom was already visible, albeit only in outline due to the flashlight's limited penetration. My eyesight paled in comparison to that of the rotund man, and I had no idea what lay within. I could only hope he would see nothing of consequence and abandon this endeavor. I had no intention of lingering in this earthen passage for even a minute longer. After scrutinizing the space, the rotund man suddenly furrowed his brow, as if he had spotted something. Following his gaze, I saw nothing of note, but I heard him softly inquire, "Gentlemen, do you see what appears to be a tree at the far end?" I gasped, exclaiming, "How could there possibly be a tree in a tomb? There is no sunlight, and no one to water it. If it actually existed, it would have rotted away long ago." The rotund man peered intently for an extended period, perhaps too uncertain to affirm his observation, and insisted on pointing it out to me. With no other recourse, I obliged, though I truly could not discern what it was that my eyes strained to the point of exhaustion. And I could only vaguely make out something resembling a branch-like structure, its outline oddly familiar, but eluding my memory, that I declared, "I cannot see clearly, but that is certainly not a tree." The rotund man illuminated it further, stubbornly asserting, "I perceive it to resemble a tree. Look, it even glimmers with golden light, that if you doubt me, let us venture closer and see." Realizing that his intentions were not as innocent as they appeared, I retorted with irritation, "Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes. Even if it were a golden tree, how would you carry it away?" Caught in my revelation, the rotund man brushed it aside, stating, "Whether it can be transported or not remains to be seen. Perhaps there are smaller, more manageable items nearby that if we had not entered, it would be one thing, but now that we are here and have glimpsed something enticing, we must at least take a closer look. Besides, we have traveled this far. If something were to go awry, it would have done so already. There is nothing to fear, wouldn't you agree?" My heart brimmed with frustration, yet I felt powerless against his logic. I understood his inclination to explore, to observe, and then to seize whatever treasures lay in wait. This man was truly a reincarnation of mischief. Misfortune awaited anyone who crossed his path. Just as I contemplated delivering a scathing remark, I noticed the enigmatic figure making a gesture for silence, softly instructing, "Everyone, follow my lead. Do not lag behind." With that, he turned without looking back and strode purposefully into the darkness. The rotund man, elated, hoisted a ning onto his back and followed suit, leaving me perplexed. However, given the urgency of the enigmatic figure's pace, I had no time for contemplation and begrudgingly hobbled along behind them. The enigmatic figure led us swiftly forward. The brick tunnel maintained a consistent width from entrance to exit, and we soon found ourselves facing what was purported to be the tree. This marked the innermost part of the tunnel. As the enigmatic figure raised his flashlight, we beheld the true nature of the object. That it was a colossal white coral formation, towering over a person, branching into 12 limbs, resembling a tree indeed. The coral had been meticulously carved, but was composed of rather ordinary material. Lacking any extraordinary value, it rested in an immense porcelain basin, weighed down by pebbles. And from its branches hung numerous small golden bells. The golden light that had captivated the rotund man was likely a reflection from these bells. However, these bells were by no means crafted from gold, for verdigris had begun to appear in their crevices, indicating that they were likely made of brass, with a gilded exterior to maintain their current luster. The rotund man's hopes of discovering a golden tree dashed. He was visibly disappointed, yet he remained undeterred, illuminating other areas and inquiring, "Xiao Wu, do you reckon this coral possesses any value?" I had some knowledge in this domain and, recalling his earlier demeanor, felt inclined to tease him, replying, "Not to dishearten you, but at this quality, the market price is around 16 yuan per gene, which is already considered decent." The rotund man listened, half skeptical, and turned to the enigmatic figure for confirmation. The enigmatic figure nodded, and the rotund man's expression darkened in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, I thought this time we had struck gold, only to find ourselves empty-handed once more." I chuckled lightly, saying, "Do not lose heart, my friend. While the coral may be of little value, those bells you see are indeed treasures." The rotund man remained unconvinced, stating, "I can see the mischievous glint in your eye. Do not spin fanciful tales. I have come across numerous such bells before, and they fetch only a few thousand at best. What makes you think these are valuable?" I replied, "With your limited business acumen, it is no wonder you cannot discern their worth. To be frank, I cannot estimate their exact value, but I am certain they are worth more than an equal volume of gold. Observe the intricate patterns on these bells. Their age predates the Ming dynasty, making them antiques in their own right. Do you grasp my meaning?" The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the veracity of my claims, but I savored the satisfaction of my words without divulging the truth. In all honesty, I too could not ascertain the true origin of the bells. Bells are often considered a niche within the realm of antiques. Most collections consist of porcelain and pottery, while metallic items risk rusting without proper preservation techniques, knowledge typically reserved for large museums. Even the wealthiest households could hardly endure such meticulous care. Moreover, bells, being more intricate, with numerous small components, are exceedingly rare in complete condition. After pondering for a moment, the rotund man still doubted my assertions and attempted to pluck one from its perch. The enigmatic figure swiftly restrained him, exclaiming, "Do not touch that." The rotund man had already placed 1 foot atop the basin filled with pebbles when he was forcibly pulled back. Perplexed as to the sudden intervention, the enigmatic figure ignored him, instead asking me, "Do you recall where you have seen such bells before?" In that instant, I was reminded of an incident from several weeks prior. We had been preparing to explore the Ruwang Palace when we encountered a large corpse insect in the corpse cave that a bell of this type had dangled from its tail, and within it resided a large green centipede. The sound it produced, akin to whispering voices, was haunting, as if imbued with mysterious power. We were nearly entranced by the sound until the enigmatic figure, in a moment of clarity, kicked us into the water, awakening us from our stupor. Our uncle later examined the object and concluded that its origins predated the Warring States period, though the exact dynasty remained a mystery. However, given the gravity of the situation at the time, I had not given it much thought. Our subsequent experiences in the Ruwang Palace resembled a nightmare, and I was fortunate to have emerged unscathed, leaving little room for reflection. Nevertheless, now that I was tasked with identification, I felt uncertain, as the dim lighting of the corpse cave had mirrored our current surroundings. The bell had been destroyed shortly after its removal, crushed under Pansy's foot, making any comparison impossible. Thus, I could only glean a vague impression that if this bell truly resembled those seen in the corpse cave, the consequences of the rotund man's earlier curiosity could have been dire. At that time, one bell had bewitched us to the point of losing control. Here, there were at least 40. The mere tremor could unleash untold chaos. Noticing my contemplation, the enigmatic figure remarked, "There must be more to the mysteries of the corpse cave. After all, that accumulation of remains was essentially a grand burial chamber. Yet it remains unclear how it relates to Wang Tsanghai." The rotund man, aware of our previous discussions, pondered aloud. Did we misinterpret the situation? How could an artifact from before the Warring States period appear here? This seems too coincidental. Could it be that Wang Tsanghai is also a tomb raider? Upon uttering these words, both the enigmatic figure and I fell silent for a moment. In light of this, there is a distinct possibility, the enigmatic figure mused. What he has been up to remains a mystery to us all. Given his expertise in feng shui, if he were indeed a tomb raider, it would likely come as second nature to him. However, I recall that his family background is quite illustrious. For generations, they have been esteemed masters of feng shui, living without the slightest worry for their livelihood. They would never stoop to such menial work. As the words menial work escaped the lips of the sullen oil bottle, his expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently included us in his scorn. I replied, "I find it highly improbable. Those who excavate graves would undoubtedly leave some form of marker in their own tombs, a cautionary sign for future generations. Have you noticed anything of that sort around here?" The sullen oil bottle shook his head, stating, "I was attentive earlier, and indeed, there are no signs whatsoever." His expertise in this domain is profound. When he asserts that there are none, I am compelled to accept it as truth that I remarked, "Then how do we explain the presence of such an object here?" Could it be that he himself was an antiquities enthusiast, choosing to accompany his cherished collection in death? Throughout our journey, we have seen no other antiques. Your assertion is flawed, that I suspect it may be a different scenario. The rotund man appeared to have an epiphany, his face lighting up with smug satisfaction. In fact, aside from grave robbers, there exists another type of individual who frequently encounters ancient tombs that do you know who they are? Upon hearing this, I immediately grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that he unearthed these items while working on a construction site? The rotund man nodded. This individual was the largest contractor of his time. It is quite possible he encountered such circumstances. A simple review of the records would reveal whether he had traveled to the Gwazi temple in Shandong back then. His reasoning was sound, and I couldn't help but admire his insight. However, it was clear that these objects should not be trifled with. That I speculated that perhaps Ning had come into contact with this coral tree, triggering the cacophony of bells that led to her mental unraveling. Yet, I remained curious about the visions these bells conjured in her mind, resulting in such a profound effect. Humans are inherently susceptible to suggestion, particularly in a setting as enigmatic as an ancient tomb, where the atmosphere is steeped in mystery, that a slight fragility in one's nerves could drive one to madness, that I even pondered whether the amnesia afflicting the sullen oil bottle could be attributed to these artifacts. For I noticed that the cords of the bells were meticulously bound with copper wire to the coral tree. Since coral contains natural cavities that amplify sound, it seemed plausible that the presence of such an object could produce myriad tones, one of which might induce forgetfulness. Nevertheless, these musings felt somewhat fanciful, and I hesitated to voice them aloud. After a moment of silence, the rotund man declared, "It appears that the depths of this cave hold little intrigue. The real mystery lies with these bells. Shall we not delve deeper?" With the absence of any sinister apparitions in the cave, I felt a measure of relief, rendering our decision to leave less pressing. However, glancing at my watch, I noted that the tide would soon recede, and lingering here served little purpose. The four of us began to retreat, that as we walked, two questions lingered in my mind. First, when the sullen oil bottle entered this wall cavity 2 decades ago, he was let in by Uncle Three. That what became of those who fainted alongside him? Did Uncle Three transport them away? Secondly, upon entering, the sullen oil bottle had detected a peculiar fragrance, which now seemed to have vanished. Did this signify that 20 years ago, the cave housed something else? These answers could only be uncovered when we located Uncle Three, yet he was currently missing. Finding him could take an eternity. Perhaps he would never return, leaving these questions to become eternal mysteries. That if what the rotund man suggested were true, that Uncle Three had been ensnared by the tormented souls within this tomb, where might he have gone? What did he mean when he said, "I understand," upon seeing the sullen oil bottle's photograph? As I contemplated, I felt that something essential was missing. With just a bit more information, I could piece everything together. My intuition hinted that this missing element might be related to the royal palace of Lu. I mused as the four of us emerged from the narrow cave, and the rotund man gently set Ning down, stating, "The time seems ripe. We must take action." I realized that our escape was of utmost priority, and I refocused my thoughts to outline our plan. Having never truly opened a tomb's treasure chamber, I felt uncertain, resigned to a step-by-step approach. After articulating our strategy, the three of them proceeded as instructed. The rotund man, bursting with pent-up energy, seized a tool and struck a column, but he underestimated the resilience of the golden silk Nanmu wood. After several attempts, he was left panting, having barely made a dent in the column. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, this column is far too sturdy to at this rate. I won't even make progress in a week." I replied, "Do not rush. As long as you chip away the outer layer, the inner part will be manageable." The rotund man, albeit skeptical, exerted all his strength, and after a few more strikes, he finally managed to create a space large enough to accommodate a foot, now aware that the tunnel was a dead end. With seawater seeping in through the brick seams, I felt reassured that we need not worry about whirlpools forming, and I joined him in his efforts. After a couple of strikes, I realized that this task was indeed best suited for him. Not only was he strong, but his endurance was remarkable. Despite the exhausting endeavor, he seemed as vibrant as ever, while I, standing beside him, was utterly spent. After 3 arduous hours, we finally carved out a foothold in one of the columns. The work below was manageable, but ascending required stepping on already established footholds, and suspended in midair, we struggled to exert any force. Ultimately, we could only create a shallow imprint suitable for the sole of a foot. Regardless, we managed to complete our task that we removed our diving suits, which were quite elastic, and cut them into strips to fashion a makeshift rope, akin to the tree-climbing Mexicans. The three of us secured the rope around the column from 3 different angles and began to ascend. The ascent was bewildering. Each inch felt like a brush with death. The rotund man, thoroughly exhausted, bellowed, "Why are you two following me? I can manage the chiseling alone. Once the water rises, you'll float anyway. And this rope is close to pinching me into a dumpling. Xiao Wu, for heaven's sake, just go back down. I can't hold on much longer." I retorted, "Do you think I want to go up? I simply don't want to see you perish, that we have no idea if there are voids above. If there are, one wrong move and the quicksand could bury this entire chamber." My warning was grounded in reality. The layers of quicksand within tomb walls are a common anti-grave robbing measure. As previously mentioned, and they are notably effective, that a tomb with quicksand layers requires a sand release shaft to be opened when digging downward, sometimes taking days or nights to empty a single wall, indicating the staggering volume of quicksand. Given our current situation, we had no such provisions, and should we encounter such a crypt, we would have to devise another plan that if the upper layer were not quicksand, but rather caustic acids or flammable liquids. The situation would be even more dire. The rotund man, having faced many challenges, understood the validity of my concerns and gestured for us to continue climbing. Gritting our teeth, we spent another half-hour reaching the summit. Once the rotund man steadied himself, nearly spent, he clung to the column, declaring, "If this continues, I shall surely perish." I allowed him a moment to recover, knowing that I would need his strength to chisel the bricks. Cautiously, I began to tap on the treasure chamber's ceiling. The sullen oil bottle signaled me to persist, pressing his finger against the top to gauge its solidity before announcing, "It's solid." Upon hearing this, the rotund man, too fatigued to pause, wasted no time and commenced chiseling at the white plaster above. He was careful not to apply too much force, aware that the rope was not entirely secure. Should it snap, we would all plummet to grievous injuries, that we kept our hands on his shoulders, ready to catch him in the event of a fall, but his slick, oily sweat suggested that if he were to slip, we would be unable to grasp him. The white plaster was brittle, and after only a few strikes, he dislodged a substantial section, revealing the blue bricks beneath. The rotund man glanced at it and suddenly exclaimed in alarm, urging me to touch it. Upon reaching out, I was taken aback. Between these bricks flowed an iron slurry. Chapter 39. Bombs. The three of us exchanged glances, our expressions grim. Once the bricks are encased in iron slurry, they become as impenetrable as reinforced concrete. Even with a sledgehammer on solid ground, it would make little difference, let alone in our current predicament. Above us, there were at least 7 layers of such structures, interspersed. Without modern equipment, chiseling through here was utterly impossible, that I felt a pang of regret, chastising myself for not having considered this layer. Flat ceilings possess far less compressive strength than arched ones, and the bricks above were undoubtedly reinforced. The methods employed in tomb construction offer little recourse against such a setup. Relying solely on a notebook and rudimentary architectural knowledge, I had engaged in mere theoretical discussions. Now facing the bitter consequences of my naivety, the rotund man observed me and inquired, "Architect, what now? Do you have a plan? What can be done? We must treat a dead horse as a live one. Let us gather our tools first," I replied, still clinging to a shred of hope. It has been over 200 years. I refuse to believe it remains so steadfast. The rotund man observed me without much alarm, presuming that the situation was not overly dire. He proceeded to strike the bricks, which were hollow and easily shattered. However, once the bricks crumbled, the iron rods formed from solidified iron paste remained intact. Despite his considerable strength, he could only leave a few dents on their surface. Recognizing that something was amiss, he remarked, "This won't do. These iron rods are at least a palm-s thickness. Even if you brought a heavy-duty truck, it might not break through." That I too struck a few times, my hands growing numb. Realizing that brute force was insufficient to resolve this issue, that I sighed, It appears we have underestimated the craftsmanship of ancient architecture. The purity of this iron rod is remarkably high, and it's simply unbreakable. The rotund man suggested, "What if we try grinding it down? Didn't the ancients say that with enough effort, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle?" "Let us not be foolish," I retorted. "With a rod this thick, you'll be grinding until the next century," that I continued. "In 20 minutes, the tide will recede, by the time you finish grinding, we'll have already been rescued." The rotund man grew irate. "What do you propose then? Didn't that woman mention that this area will soon be affected by the winds, which could last at least a week? If we can't escape now, we'll just have to endure 7 days down here." That he emphasized, 7 days. Damn it, we'll either starve or go mad. Aware of the gravity of our predicament, I asked them, "Given your extensive experience, what would you do if you encountered a wall like this during ordinary circumstances?" Without hesitation, the rotund man and the quiet one replied in unison, "Dynamite." The rotund man noted my surprise and explained, "Don't be bewildered. The sturdiness of this wall surpasses your imagination. That in the past, when I faced such walls, the openings were usually made at the bottom, that if one insists on breaking through this wall, dynamite is the only solution." That my heart sank upon hearing this. I was acutely aware of the situation he described, but where could I possibly procure dynamite in this ancient tomb? Regret washed over me as I recalled that just before we entered the water, and Ning had asked if I wanted to bring some along that time. Still days from the explosion at the King Lu's palace, I had vehemently rejected the idea and tossed it back into the storage. Had my uncle been present, he would surely have insisted on bringing it. In retrospect, my earlier reasoning seemed naively simplistic. If I had another chance, I would never treat such matters so lightly. With no hope of escaping through the top, I resigned myself to the situation. It seems this approach is futile. We must devise a long-term plan. Long-term? We have barely 20 minutes left, the rotund man exclaimed. If all else fails, we might as well retrace our steps. Perhaps the chamber where we left our diving gear has returned. That I nodded, reluctant to re-enter that thief's tunnel, but recognizing there were no alternatives. Facing the creature lurking within that tunnel was a truly vexatious prospect. That moment, the quiet one suddenly declared, "Wait! You all stay here, and don't move. I think I know a place that might have dynamite." Before we could react, he swiftly loosened the rope and slid down the pillar. The rotund man glanced at me, bewildered, and I shook my head, indicating my confusion as well. The quiet one, with his serious demeanor, was unlikely to jest, yet it was difficult to fathom where he believed dynamite could be found. Now stripped down to nothing but a pair of underpants, he had no place to hide anything. I watched him intently as he leaped onto the central stone plate of the room. Following his beam of light, I saw him crouching before a sitting corpse, meticulously feeling around. This corpse must be what he referred to as a sitting enlightenment body. I wondered what he was searching for, and suddenly it dawned on me. Could it be? At this moment, the quiet one carefully lifted the entire corpse, which, having dried out, was nearly just bones and required little effort to raise. The rotund man asked, "What on earth is he doing?" I replied, "I can only speculate. There may be a mechanism within the corpse triggered by the 8 treasure rotor, potentially containing dynamite, that if one disrespects the corpse and attempts to retrieve its treasures, it may lead to an immediate explosion." The rotund man gasped in astonishment. How could he possibly know such things? 20 years ago, when he examined this corpse, he might have already known. Notice how he only said possibly, indicating he is not entirely certain. That I added, "I just hope the explosives from centuries past are still functional." Yes, I spoke. The quiet one had already brought the corpse to the base of the pillar and instructed us, "Come down and help me." Realizing it would be too cumbersome for the rotund man to descend, I went down myself. The quiet one placed the dried corpse on my back, securing it with a rope, and cautioned, "Be extremely careful. If the mechanism still works, it could trigger at any moment." Seeing the sitting enlightenment body up close, I felt the quiet one's description fell short of reality. The corpse was entirely black, with a sheen that made it seem less like flesh and more like something sculpted from a smooth material. Its muscles had withered, particularly the corners of its mouth, which bore a semblance of a smile that sent shivers down my spine. In a word, this corpse bore no resemblance to the esteemed monks seen in temples. It was decidedly ominous. I hesitated to touch it and asked, "Are you certain this corpse is safe? I can't shake the feeling that it harbors some trick." Just look at its expression. It's so eerie. The quiet one interjected, completing my thought that I too find this corpse unsettling. But it has dried out and cannot undergo any transformation. That I nodded, cold sweat trickling down my brow, and inquired, "That's good. Are you certain the explosives within can still function?" He replied, "As long as the 8 treasure rotor is operational, the dynamite should work. What worries me is whether the mechanism has deteriorated. Carrying the corpse on my back made me feel distinctly uncomfortable, especially when I noticed its long nails jutting out before me. Ghostly and chilling that I recalled the corpse handlers of Changsha, who bore corpses similarly, but they were wrapped in layers of cloth. Here I was, bare-skinned and pressed against a naked corpse. The dry, bony sensation was utterly chilling. Yet, there was no alternative. Thankfully, the light was adequate, allowing me to see clearly and stave off any irrational thoughts. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to treat it as if I were merely carrying a heavy sack, and began to climb step by step. The quiet one followed closely behind, ready to catch me should I slip. After 5 or 6 steps, I sensed something unusual about the corpse. Pressed against its skin, I felt as if the body had suddenly expanded slightly. That I paused to scrutinize the sensation, but could not discern anything particularly out of the ordinary. Turning to glance at the quiet one below, I noted he seemed oblivious to anything amiss. Perhaps I was just being overly cautious. That IT was understandable, given that I was burdened with such an eerie corpse. As I pondered, I heard the rotund man urging me from above, compelling me to continue. That my nerves were frayed, causing my legs to tremble, and I longed to conclude this ordeal. That I quickened my pace. Finally reaching the summit, the rotund man, seasoned in handling corpses, also displayed discomfort upon seeing this one. That after all, when one is tied up with a corpse, there is usually a couple of fist distance between them. Now it felt akin to a close dance. Surely an unpleasant experience. Steeling myself, I instructed him, "Secure this to the treasure platform, then come back down quickly. That will detonate it from below. If the mechanism still functions, it should pose no issue." The rotund man surveyed the treasure platform and remarked, "Are you jesting? How am I supposed to secure it? Do you want me to be like Dong Sunrui?" I looked up and realized there was nothing to latch onto at the top of the platform. To maximize the explosive force, the entire corpse would need to be pressed tightly against the platform, which presented a challenge. After some contemplation, I suggested, if all else fails, tie it upside down to this pillar. "Hurry, time is running out." The rotund man carefully accepted the corpse, adjusted it, and asked, "Hey, this is strange. Why does this corpse have a tail?" "What do you mean a tail? I didn't see anything earlier," I replied, thinking he was trying to pull my leg. To "Don't joke with me. This is it," the rotund man replied earnestly, pointing it out to me. "Your eyesight is quite remarkable if you couldn't see this obvious protrusion." Following his finger, I gazed at the base of the sitting enlightenment body, where indeed there was a 3-inch long protrusion, about the thickness of 2 fingers, dark and seemingly as dried out as the corpse itself, resembling a hardened cow's tail, curving upwards. That I felt perplexed. I hadn't noticed this during our earlier handling. Had it just sprouted? Reflecting on the moment, I found no resolution. That I in my heightened state of anxiety, I could not recall whether I had seen it before. A chilling sense of foreboding washed over me, accompanied by an ominous feeling. That I promptly reminded myself that now was not the time for frantic haste and confusion. Furthermore, with such a meager object at hand, it was impossible to ascertain whether it was indeed a tail. Thus, I addressed the corpulent fellow, saying, "Do not rush to conclusions. How could a human possibly grow a tail? Pray, take a closer look." "To hell with you," the rotund man chuckled heartily. "If it can sprout from the backside, then who knows who could die like this?" Realizing his intended words, I quickly interrupted. "Enough, regardless of what it is. Once the explosion occurs, there will be nothing left but remnants. That if you continue your inquiries before long, there will be others studying us." The rotund man, reminded by my words, snapped back to reality and ceased his fixation on the peculiar object. Hastily attending to his task, that I assisted him in turning the corpse over, removing the rope initially meant for climbing the pillar, and laboriously securing the dry corpse to the column. At this juncture, it was impossible to gauge the intensity of the impending explosion. However, I recalled from listening to tales of the brave heroes that the 9-linked cannon could shatter the 10 levels of adamantine rock. This contraption, by all accounts, should not fare much worse. After securing it, I tugged at the bindings with a sense of urgency, though not particularly robustly. Nevertheless, it should suffice for a time that I had no desire to linger atop the column any longer. And after a thorough inspection, I deemed everything to be in order and prepared to descend. The thought of the impending explosion instilled a palpable anxiety within me. Our fate hinged on this singular maneuver. I could only beseech divine providence for our safety. Other matters could be addressed later. I did not dare to wish for everything to unfold smoothly. At the very least, I hoped to preserve my own life. Lost in my thoughts, the rotund man halted me, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, I've overlooked something." I had just conducted a comprehensive check and was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly be missing? Everything seems to be in place. He insisted I refrain from descending, then turned to the lifeless body, addressing it. "Oh, venerable tale-bearing ancestor, whether you are human or simian, you have departed this world. This foul vessel is of no use to you now. While it may be a tad excessive to utilize you as a detonator, circumstances have compelled us. Please, in your magnanimity, do not hold this against us. Shortly, you shall simply enjoy a sauna, free from worldly concerns." After this, he offered a perfunctory bow to the gilded figure that my fury ignited. I yanked at his trousers, cursing, "What the hell? At a time like this, you still have the mind to engage in such nonsense." He slid down beside me, retorting, "You do not comprehend. This thing looks sinister, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of it bringing us misfortune. Moreover, it was inappropriate of us to use it as a detonator. A few formalities must be observed." As I climbed down, I berated him. "Spare me. Where were you when we moved the 12 corpses? I did not see you bowing to them then. Now, merely because this one has sprouted a tail, what is the fuss about?" This clash between the northern and southern factions arose from such ideological differences. The rotund man, displeased, huffed and turned away from me that we descended to the ground, where the enigmatic individual hoisted a Ning onto his back, beckoning us to a corner of the tomb that we positioned the remaining bronze mirrors before us, using them as shields against any debris should the explosion prove excessively powerful. Everything was set. We awaited the appointed time, relying on the precise skill of the enigmatic individual to launch a mirror leg that would ignite the mechanism within the gilded figure's belly. He had nearly pinned the rotund fellow with a flying knife in the royal palace. This should pose no problem, and at this juncture, contemplating alternative methods was futile that I prayed fervently, focusing intently on the timepiece. The rhythm of the sea's tides is as follows. There are 2 high tides each day, separated by 12 hours. High tide typically lasts for over an hour before receding, with the lowest tide occurring between the 2 high tides. At this moment, the sea level is at its nadir, sometimes revealing the seabed. However, the seabed here should not be so shallow. Otherwise, the number of stranded vessels would be far greater than it currently is. I estimated that if the water could drop below 2 meters, it would be ideal, that I was uncertain how long the low tide would persist. In my recollection, it was a rather brief period. We needed to wait for the water to wash away the breach above, which would take some time, and thus we could not afford to delay even a minute. This was still a rather optimistic estimate. Other unforeseen circumstances could arise, and we would have to adapt on the fly. I pondered, my confidence waned. I had been speaking recklessly at the critical moment. The situation did not unfold as I anticipated, and instead, the entire structure collapsed. I would truly owe an apology to the others. With this thought, I felt a growing tension within me. The rotund man, observing my expression, seemed to sense my unease and inquired, "Gentlemen, tell me honestly, do you have any real assurance?" I was at a loss for words, offering a perfunctory reply. In this situation, it is hard to say. Regardless, the arrow is knocked. Just wait and see. He sighed. "Truly, your words only heighten my anxiety that if this contraption does not detonate. Do you have any contingency plans? Please let me know to ease my mind." I replied, "There are indeed options. As you mentioned earlier, we could retrace our steps and inspect the tomb chamber from whence we entered to see if it has reopened. Alternatively, we could simply remain here and await the arrival of a third party to rescue us." The rotund man retorted, "We cannot afford to wait. If they do not arrive, what shall we do? We would become mere corpses at the bottom of the Changsha Sea, the masters of tomb raiding fading into legend." I reassured him. Though this place is perilous, and we cannot escape immediately, we shall not perish right away. As long as we have time, we can devise a plan. The space here is ample, and the air supply should last several days that I believe we can manage for a week without significant issues. We should sleep more and move less to conserve our resources. The rotund man was unconvinced, saying, "Air may be sufficient, but we still need sustenance. This is not a remote mountain forest. There is nothing here, not even a sip of northwest wind, that I would rather suffocate than starve." I chuckled. Solutions are born from human ingenuity. Look at this ample physique. Starving for a week would hardly be fatal, that if you truly cannot endure hunger, we have a sea monkey to feast upon, and if that fails to satiate your appetite, we can always catch that banshee below and skin her. The rotund man chuckled in response. He thrived on banter, and he slapped my shoulder, declaring, "Well said, this sentiment embodies my own spirit. In revolution, one must fear neither heaven nor earth. That it appears at this time, you have indeed matured considerably." I was taken aback by my own words. How had I begun to speak in such a manner? It seemed I had been influenced by the rotund man's attitude. I must resist becoming like him. Resolutely, I ceased the banter and returned my attention to my watch. Only 5 minutes remained. At this juncture, if we were to detonate, it would not significantly alter the outcome. That I advised the enigmatic individual to prepare himself, cautioning that we must avoid any mishaps. The bindings on the gilded figure were not particularly secure. If it were to fall from the column and explode below, it would be no trivial matter. The enigmatic individual nodded in agreement, weighing the object in his hand. Suddenly, the rotund man exclaimed, "Where's that corpse?" We all froze, lifting our heads in alarm to discover that the body on the pillar had vanished. My first instinct was that it had not been secured well enough and had fallen. Looking down, I saw nothing on the ground, and I cursed vehemently. This is truly an ill omen. I had not anticipated such an event at this critical juncture. My previous preparations for improvisation had merely been self-reassurances, and I had not expected the situation to manifest so swiftly. "See, I told you! Anything with a tail is bound to be malevolent," the rotund man yelled. "Quick, search for it." We all rushed out, and at a glance, we spotted the object of our search clinging to the treasure mound behind the pillar, its claws gripping the relief above. Its blackened skin had cracked entirely, flaking away in pieces, revealing a bloody interior. The contents unrecognizable, that I noticed that the rope still bound its waist. Composed of materials from diving suits, it was quite secure, preventing it from escaping immediately. However, given its current state, it would not hold for long. The rotund man shouted, "Quickly, before it escapes! Let us detonate now!" The enigmatic individual needed no prompting. As soon as the rotund man spoke, I heard a rush of wind, followed by a flash of azure light that shot straight into the belly of the corpse. The depths of the angry sea. Chapter 41. Escape. I screamed in disbelief. The enigmatic individual had acted too swiftly. We were still outside, and if the explosion occurred now, we would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. However, it was too late to contemplate. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped us. The rotund man threw himself onto me, and then there was a tremendous roar as the entire tomb trembled violently. A searing wave of heat lifted us into the air, and I spun helplessly for several revolutions before being hurled 3 yards away, crashing against the wall. This impact was genuine. Had the rotund man not tackled me, my neck would surely have snapped. The moment I collided with the wall, consciousness fled, leaving me in darkness, my ears ringing as if I had died. After a time, light reappeared before me, and as I attempted to open my eyes, I was met with a dizzying whirl of yellow-gray. Feeling nauseous to the point of vomiting, that I struggled to rise. Already hearing a cacophony of chaotic sounds, yet I was unable to discern their nature. It merely felt overwhelmingly loud, and my head throbbed painfully. Amidst the confusion, the figure of the mute bottle emerged from the smoke, coughing, and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" I spoke, inadvertently biting my tongue, and gestured to him that all was well. Together, we covered our mouths in search of the rotund fellow. After a couple of hurried steps, I spotted him seated there, his shoulder grazed by a fragment of brick, and upon seeing the mute bottle, he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn it! Your movements are far too swift, At least allow us to retreat a few steps first. I barely shifted 2 centimeters, and now one of my hands is nearly rendered useless. The mute bottle shrugged, displaying the broken mirror leg in his hand. You have mistaken me. It was not I just now. It wasn't you. We both exclaimed in astonishment. The force and precision exhibited moments ago could only belong to an extraordinarily skilled individual. Who else could it possibly be? The rotund fellow had been right beside me, and judging by his demeanor, he certainly lacked such accuracy. The only other possibility struck me like a flash of insight, and I hastily turned to search for Annie. The rotund fellow shared my thoughts, and we raced to the corner, only to find no trace of her. He cursed, "It must be that woman. Damn it, she was indeed feigning." The mute bottle appeared incredulous, seemingly confident in his earlier assessment, only to realize he had erred, that I found myself reassessing this woman, remarking, "She is truly remarkable. She resembles a seasoned trickster from the underworld. I have never encountered anyone capable of feigning ignorance so convincingly." The rotund fellow interjected, "I would say she is not merely a trickster. She could very well be the leading actress of some grand production. The next time we catch her, I shall not believe a word she utters." With that, he seized a weapon, ready to pursue, but the mute bottle quickly restrained him, insisting, "There is no time. Let it go." I echoed his sentiment. "We must not complicate matters further. Our utmost priority is to ascertain whether the treasure dome has been breached. If you cannot swallow your indignation, let us address it once we are outside." No sooner had I spoken than a long, mournful sound echoed from above, as if some object were slowly fracturing. The noise was not loud, yet it caused my heart to leap into my throat, and I thought, surely, it cannot collapse after such a mere explosion. It is too considerate of me. The rotund fellow, initially reluctant, turned pale upon hearing the sound and asked, "What in the world is that?" "Xiao Wu, it seems the situation is far more dire than you described." I looked up at the hole created by the explosion. Speechless, the explosive power within the corpse was indeed formidable, exceeding my expectations. The iron beams above had all been shattered, creating a hole less than half a meter in diameter. The waterproof layer atop had ruptured, allowing seawater to cascade in, forming a small waterfall. The peculiar sound I had heard earlier was merely the sound of the waterfall growing louder. It seemed that, before long, the opening would be completely washed away. Meanwhile, the adjacent golden silk Nama column had been severed, revealing a massive crack running from top to bottom, with signs of impending collapse. This valuable column was now utterly destroyed. That it appeared that the severed column had compromised a horizontal beam above, which might indeed precipitate a collapse. Judging by the sound, it was likely that the beam had developed a fissure. Even if it did not fall immediately, it was destined for disaster in due time. I sought to reassure the rotund fellow, saying, "Fear not. This tomb is sturdier than most. As long as there are no earthquakes, it shall not collapse." Before I could finish my sentence, the ground beneath us suddenly began to tremble. I had long anticipated that the airtight structure of this ancient underwater tomb had been compromised and that seawater was incessantly rushing in. However, I had not expected the disturbance to be so pronounced, which left me feeling lightheaded with anxiety. The tremors grew increasingly violent, terrifyingly real. If this continued at such a pace, we might find ourselves submerged before the treasure dome had even collapsed. The rotund fellow, thoroughly frightened, exclaimed, "Good heavens! Why does it feel as though the earth is shaking? Could it truly be an earthquake?" "Xiao Wu, what exactly did you blow up?" I explained the situation to him and added, "It is merely a normal occurrence. Let us brace ourselves. It is possible that water will burst forth from every crevice here, so be cautious not to be sprayed. The pressure is tremendous, akin to a fist. If it strikes you, you might find yourself thrown back." No sooner had I spoken than a strange sound erupted, and the green slate covering the entrance to the tunnel was flung aside by a sudden rush of water, shooting up like a fountain to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Before I could even comprehend the situation, another object burst forth from the tunnel, colliding with the treasure dome before crashing onto the central stone slab. The speed was so rapid that I could not discern what it was. But since the tunnel held nothing else, it was likely that it was the cursed woman. This unexpected emergence posed a considerable nuisance, perhaps even a significant threat. It would be impossible to ignite anything underwater. And if entangled by her, the consequences were unfathomable. Unfortunately, I had no time to contemplate this. The entire ground surrounding the tunnel entrance began to swell, resembling a volcanic eruption, tumultuous and swift at an instant. We found ourselves 5 or 6 meters above the ground that I searched for Anning, and by this point, the smoke from the explosion had mostly dissipated, yet I still could not locate her. She was likely hidden behind one of the columns. The rotund fellow, who was not a strong swimmer, struggled mightily, unable to spare a thought for her. Nevertheless, there was only one exit. We would inevitably cross paths soon. The rotund fellow shot me a glance, perhaps intending to seek her out later, but I could not bring myself to harm a woman, so I disregarded his intentions. After drifting for several minutes, our heads brushed against the treasure dome when suddenly the rotund fellow veered off to the side. I was unsure of his intentions and shouted, "With less than a minute left, everything here will be lost. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" He swam directly to a luminous pearl, knocked one loose with his weapon, tucked it into his pants, and returned, claiming, "I'm just taking something back to compensate for my mental anguish. A little token for good fortune." I nearly wished to strangle him. However, at that moment, I had neither words nor time to scold him. The water had already risen to just below my eyes, and I tilted my nose above the surface, greedily inhaling the last few breaths of air. Seconds later, a chill enveloped my ears, and I was fully submerged as I signaled to the rotund fellow, indicating that he should ascend first. But he shook his head, suggesting he was too heavy. If he got stuck in the hole, we would all perish together. That I nodded and swam into the breach first. The tunnel below widened while the top narrowed. As I poked my head through, I encountered about 17 or 18 palms worth of sand above, with the loose material continually collapsing, enveloping me in a cloud of white mist that my eyes could barely open, so I exerted considerable force to propel myself upward. That I timed it perfectly. At that moment, the water was quite shallow. However, I had reached my limit for holding my breath and flailed chaotically as I swam upward. Emerging from the water, I nearly fainted, gasping for air. Moments later, the rotund fellow and the mute bottle simultaneously broke the surface. The rotund fellow coughed as he emerged, sputtering, "Damn, I never thought we would actually succeed. I Wong Pongzi have finally made it out. Ha!" I steadied myself and surveyed the surroundings. It was now dusk. The fiery clouds on the horizon were reflected in the sea, creating an enchanting scene. The sun glowed a deep red, casting a soft, golden light that enveloped everything in a gentle embrace, forming an extraordinarily beautiful and serene tableau that I had witnessed several sunsets along my journey. But none had ever struck me as more beautiful than this one, and I couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Yet, almost immediately, I sensed a cramping in my feet and quickly turned to locate our boat. Discovering it positioned nearby on a rocky outcrop, that a wave of relief washed over me. With a boat present, we could soon escape this torment and enjoy a restful slumber. Once the rotund fellow regained his senses, he suddenly dove back into the water. That I followed him beneath the surface, only to find Anning trapped in the tunnel, desperately struggling to free herself. That it was perplexing. This woman was many times slimmer than the rotund fellow, and yet he had emerged with such ease, leaving no reason for her to be ensnared. Anning was at her limit, and suddenly I noticed her throat constricting as she expelled a torrent of bubbles from her mouth, her eyes rolling back. The rotund fellow and I dove down, each grasping one of her hands and pulling outward. That I quickly realized there was still a force pulling her downward, but with both of us combined, our strength prevailed, and in a single heave, we freed Anning from the tunnel. That I noticed a mass of hair entangled around her. It became evident what had transpired. The tunnel was now filled with black hair, indicating that the cursed woman might soon emerge. It was best not to linger in the water. That we surfaced, and the rotund fellow checked her breathing, discovering her body limp, as if she were utterly drained of strength. Yet she still drew breath. The three of us swam back to the boat, hauling her aboard as she continued to expel water, her eyes rolling back, suggesting her condition was dire, lacking knowledge of drowning. I shouted, "Captain, someone's choking on water. Hurry and save her." After calling out a couple of times with no response, I grew perplexed and I instructed the rotund fellow to keep watch while I ventured into the cabin to search, only to find it utterly deserted, leaving me bewildered that a peculiar sensation abruptly surged within me, an inexplicable one. How could it be that in the vastness of the open sea, the entire crew had vanished? Surely, if they had gone for a swim, at least a few ought to have remained to tend to the vessel that I called out several times, yet received no response. That it was only the rotund fellow who answered. Rushing in to inquire what was amiss, that I gestured for him to look and said, "There is something unusual. There is no one aboard." He stood momentarily stunned, then began to search the area, scratching his head as he remarked, "Indeed, there is no one here, yet the fish in the hold are still alive," indicating they were fishing just half an hour ago. In such a brief span. Where could they have gone? I checked the instruments near the rudder, and everything appeared normal. I stated, "The ship seems to be functioning well. It doesn't seem like there has been an accident." "Do you think it's possible the Coast Guard apprehended them, taking the entire crew back?" The rotund fellow shook his head, asserting, "If the crew departed, the ship would certainly be towed as well. Leaving it here would be nonsensical. It absolutely cannot be related to the Coast Guard. This area is chaotic, filled with a myriad of dubious vessels that we should inspect the cargo hold. If everything is gone, we may have encountered pirates." I was aware of the pirate situation, having heard much from the captain during our journey. However, it felt surreal. His mention of it surprised me, prompting me to ask, "This area is said to be neither near nor far from the coast. Can pirates really be so brazen?" He laughed at my naivety, responding, "What a revelation! Do you truly believe the People's Liberation Army is infallible? Even the mightiest tiger can doze off. Let me tell you, this sea is frequented by Vietnamese, Japanese, and Malaysians. That on the surface, it appears serene. Yet beneath lies a tumultuous current of drug trafficking, smuggling, illegal immigration, and piracy, with each pirate armed to the teeth. The appearance of an unattended ship is not unusual." Upon entering the cargo hold, a distinct aroma of tea greeted us. The rotund fellow and I inspected the area thoroughly. The supplies remained intact, arranged just as they had been before our descent. That I noticed a cup of tea resting on the plank where we had lain, and upon touching it I remarked, "This is exceedingly strange. It's still warm." He chuckled resignedly, saying, "Strange occurrences abound daily. Today seems particularly rife with them. Could it be that the entire crew has been spirited away by ghosts?" I replied, "Look at this cup of tea. It has only been sipped a few times, yet the lid remains on, indicating they left in a hurried but composed manner. Under what circumstances does one depart hastily, yet without panic?" He shrugged, admitting he didn't know. After pondering for a moment, I too struggled to envision what had transpired here. That we made our way back to the control room, where the rotund fellow grabbed the radio and shouted for help. Ignoring him, I noticed the radio set aside and switched it on. Catching the tail end of a typhoon alert from a Taiwanese fishing station, as we had ascended, I had sensed the wind picking up, but it was dusk and visibility was limited. The broadcast contained terms I could not comprehend. Yet the final message was clear. Vessels at sea are advised to return to port for refuge. This was reiterated several times. Both our faces darkened. Ordinarily, we would have no worries at this hour, as the captain would naturally devise a solution. Now, with the entire crew vanished, it felt as if the heavens were playing a cruel jest on us. The rotund fellow glanced at his watch and said, "It seems staying here is not a viable option in this rickety vessel. We might soon find ourselves airborne. That I'll navigate the ship out. Encountering a typhoon in deep waters will still allow for some jostling, but here among the hidden reefs, a single wave could lead us to disaster. You go and raise the anchor." He lit a cigarette and began operating several instruments with a semblance of competence that I found it odd and questioned him. "Do you even know how to operate a ship? This is no laughing matter. The four of us have made it this far, and I'd rather not end up crashing onto a reef and feeding the fish." He grinned at me, claiming this was his talent. Not only ships, but even aircraft he could manage with a few taps. That I was uncertain if he was jesting or serious, yet my apprehension lingered. The rotund fellow expertly started the engine, recounting his past experiences as a production leader in a fishing team during his time in the countryside, assuring me he was well versed in the basics, having observed the captain's operations earlier. He believed if we avoided severe storms, we would undoubtedly make it back without incident. That in truth, his so-called leadership role involved merely fishing in a bamboo raft in mountain streams. Yet his earnestness convinced me. and I found myself scurrying to raise the anchor. Once the ship began to move, he instructed me not to disturb him, as we were still in the reef area and he needed to concentrate. Seeing the sweat on his brow and the seriousness of his expression, I understood he was serious, so I retreated to the deck. The mute fellow was massaging Ining's hands to promote her circulation. She appeared slightly better than when we first came aboard. Yet her complexion remained pale, and her breathing was irregular. I inquired about her condition, and he nodded, indicating it was likely nothing serious. That I retrieved some rations for everyone, and although we hadn't yet escaped danger, it felt comforting to be back in familiar surroundings. That I relaxed and soon succumbed to sleep, donning my casual attire and wrapping myself in a blanket while dozing off outside the control room. Initially, I intended to sleep for just a few hours before checking if the rotund fellow needed relief. But when I awoke, it was already the following day, and I was unsure if it was morning or afternoon. Glancing at the ocean, I noted the waves were considerable, with a few seabirds flying low. The sky was overcast, clouds clustering ominously as if rain were imminent, with no tall buildings to obstruct my view. The dense clouds enveloped my sight, making me feel remarkably insignificant beneath such a spectacle, a sensation far more oppressive than anything experienced in the city. That I stole a glance at the control room. The rotund fellow was curled up asleep, snoring thunderously, while the mute fellow was at the helm. Just as I awoke, sensing something was amiss, I didn't dwell on it and turned over for another nap, only to be roused by the rotund fellow at noon. "Oh, n'avez compris. It is meal time. Grab your chopsticks." I opened my eyes to see him preparing a fish head hot pot, expertly manipulating chopsticks as the broth turned milky, perfectly cooked. The fish looked familiar. It appeared to be the captain's prize grouper. A smile crept across my face, recalling how long the rotund fellow had coveted this fish, which the captain had adamantly refused to let him eat, insisting it was meant for sale to a hotel. It seemed his culinary desires had triumphed in the end. That he busied himself chopping scallions, adding chili, and smashing the fish, showcasing his prowess. That I remarked, "Impressive, my friend. Where did you acquire such skills?" He replied, "During my time in the countryside. With no mother or wife, I had to fend for myself. That I hunted, fished, and even collected honey in the old mountains. I've done it all. This fish soup is a mere trifle." I raised my thumb in admiration, saying, "Bravo, you are quite remarkable. I rarely find myself genuinely impressed, but you indeed deserve commendation." He dismissed my flattery with a curse. "Enough with the sycophancy. If you're hungry, eat quickly. Otherwise, get lost. I don't want your drool in my food." Naturally, I would not forsake the feast and swiftly grabbed my chopsticks. That in less than 20 minutes, we devoured a 3-kilogram grouper, leaving me feeling nauseated from overindulgence. After our meal, the rotund fellow took over from the mute fellow, as the ship was equipped with its own navigation system, which we were unable to operate. Otherwise, it could have sailed itself. After his meal, the rotund fellow steadied the wheel with one hand while retrieving his luminous pearl with the other, humming a tune. The lovely girls in the main building shine like radiant pearls. As he hummed, he noticed me sitting idly and passed the pearl to me, saying, "Since you have nothing to do, help me estimate its value. I'd like to know how much it might fetch." I weighed it in my hand and declared, "It's a fake. This ain't a luminous pearl." The rotund fellow nearly lost his breath, staring at me in disbelief. That I quickly reassured him, "Don't be upset. Even a fake can be valuable. This is a fisheye stone. Ever heard of the term fisheye for pearl? That is what this is. It is quite rare. It all depends on finding a buyer. When I first spotted it, I knew it was something special. Just think, a crown adorned with so many luminous pearls. Do you think the person who owns it is a commoner? It is unlikely. The entire royal family of China over centuries could amass no more than a handful." Feeling somewhat appeased, the rotund fellow swore, "Damn it, can you not speak in half-truths? Someone with a short temper might get hurt. Now, what do you estimate this to be worth?" I truly had no experience with such items, so I could only conjecture based on what a few of my clients might pay. I mentioned several figures. But the rotund fellow was dissatisfied, insisting it was hard-earned and that if the price wasn't right, he'd rather keep it as a lamp. That I sighed. "All right, I met a significant buyer in Jinan last time. I'll ask around for you. I reckon exchanging it for a villa should be feasible. That don't dwell on it." He replied, "You'd better put in the effort. I'm counting on you for this villa. By the way, had I known earlier, I would have waited a few more minutes to knock another one down. Then we could have traded it for a small aircraft and lived like American tycoons. Right? I observed him lost in a daydream, seemingly floating away into the heavens. Disregarding him, he pocketed the beads and inquired, "This time you didn't find your third uncle. What are your plans?" I sensed that this matter was far from over, and he would still have to endure further tribulations. Initially, I had intended to return and turn his room upside down to uncover what the devil he was up to. However, when the rotund fellow pressed for answers, I could not divulge the truth. With a resigned smile, I replied, "What plans could I possibly have? I will simply return to my shop, that I certainly dare not engage in this gamble again. The profits are not worth the toll it takes on life." The hefty man chuckled heartily but refrained from pursuing the topic further. Several hours later, we arrived at Yongxing Island, where preparations for disaster were underway. Numerous fishing vessels sought refuge, and we organized our belongings, seizing the chaos to escape onto the island that we abandoned the boat. And the rotund man carried Ning to the military hospital on the island. Subsequently, we found a guest house to stay in. Fishermen typically remained on their boats to keep watch over one another. And with the typhoon approaching, there were few tourists. Thus, the guest house was mostly unoccupied, that we lingered on the island until flights resumed, spending approximately 7 days in total. During this time, we discussed the underwater tomb on multiple occasions and reached several conclusions. First, we all agreed that this was indeed the tomb of Wang Songhai. However, we could not ascertain whether the golden figure seated on the stone altar was truly him. The mummified remains had clearly been tampered with. And while Wang Songhai was eccentric, he was not so deranged as to act in such a manner. Second, the cloud-top celestial palace is situated on Changbai Mountain, but we could not determine who was interred there. We could only infer that it likely belonged to a Mongolian, and quite possibly a woman of significant status. Third, the snake-eyed copper fish appeared in both the Lu Wang Palace and the underwater tomb, while the hexagonal copper bell was also found in these two locations, suggesting a possible connection between the bell and the fish. The Lu Shang Wang was a tomb raider, while Wang Songhai was an engineer. Their only commonality was their frequent excavation of earth, leaving us to wonder if they had unearthed something significant at a particular site. Fourth, it was Min Yuping who proposed an idea that he sketched a rough diagram for us, outlining our movements within the ancient tomb and roughly delineating its structure. He indicated several areas sandwiched between the upper chamber and the lower burial chamber, suggesting that there were likely additional rooms. Min Yuping speculated that the structure of this burial chamber bore some resemblance to the royal tombs of the Warring States period, and that one of these suspended rooms might be a pit for rare and exotic creatures, potentially explaining the peculiar items found therein. That I was taken aback and asked, "Are you implying that Wang Songhai kept drought demons and ghostly women as pets?" "That is absolutely astonishing." Min Yuping nodded and replied, "He is not the first. Several royal tombs from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, including the first emperor's tomb, have similar accounts. Wang Songhai had a penchant for such things, and his actions are not without precedent." In my leisure, I occasionally took out my laptop and attempted to connect to the internet to search for information on Wang Songhai. However, the online resources were scarce, revealing only that Macau was designed by him, albeit a replica of another city. The following days dragged on in tedium, with strong winds preventing us from venturing outside. By the fourth day, the telephone line was severed, leaving us to engage in idle chatter with the rotund man. Min Yuping, disinterested in such diversions, spent his days gazing at the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. And I found myself at a loss for how to engage him. During these days, I cautiously inquired into Min Yuping's background, but he acted as if he had not heard me, his ability to feign ignorance perhaps surpassing even in Ning's. That on the fifth day, the telephone line was restored, and I resumed my internet search. My thoughts were consumed with the origins of Zhang Qiling, when suddenly an idea struck me. If Zhang Qiling could recover his memories, perhaps others who shared similar experiences might also regain theirs. Acting on this impulse, I unwittingly typed his name into the search bar, and to my astonishment, I was inundated with records of namesakes. I clicked on a few, but found none were useful. Realizing this was not a viable approach, I added my third uncle's name as well, and this time, only one piece of information remained. The title revealed a missing persons notice. This was beyond my expectations, and I felt a sense of suffocation wash over me. Upon opening it, I discovered it was indeed the group photo taken at the dock before their departure. Now scanned and uploaded, listing the names of everyone present, as I continued to read, I found a final sentence at the end.